What I'm gonna do is start this, back this up, just because the beginning of the stream got so messed up. Hold on.
The very first night after we got with the
Let me pause, and I'm gonna start it from the beginning, because, like I said, I pressed go live, and my animals all of a sudden went, and I'm like, what the hell? So anyway, I will clip all that beginning out when I put this on my YouTube. If you don't know who I am, I'm Tonja Kangas. This is Dad. I'm his oldest daughter of 3. Hey, how you doing, Jess? Good to see ya. And anyway, I'm the oldest of 3 daughters, and there's 4 years between the 3 of us, so we were pretty much the same age. And so anyway, we grew up at the racetracks and the short tracks in New England, and by the time I was like 11, we were running Martinsville with the mods. Before they were tour mods, we were touring. How do I say? We were racing 4 nights a week. They called that the tour, and now they call it the tour ever since 1985. But we started doing this when my dad bought his first race car at the age of 14. It was in 1957, and I wasn't born till 61. So the only thing I know is racing. I mean, I remember I have baby memories, like vivid, like I can picture where I was as a baby, like with just a few clues I can remember, like the color of the room or the smell of the blanket and the grass I was playing with at like 4 months old when he won his first race. I was laying on the ground at Connecticut Dragway on a yellow blanket, and I remember like the whole thing. Like, it's weird. I remember the tire of our car, because we all just pulled up I remember the fence. Now this is weird. As an adult, I thought the fence was like those posts that were like telephone pole posts that you put in the ground, around something. And that's what I had imagined in my mind that I saw. But when I look back at the videos in real life, they were just fence posts. But as being a little baby, I thought they were huge. In my mind, that's the strangest thing. But anyway, I grew up at the racetracks, like I said. From my first memory at the racetrack, like I said, I was about 4 months old. There's pictures of me and stuff in my walker reading Hot Rod magazines. I mean, seriously reading Hot Rod magazines. So anyway, let me find my mouse. After I'm telling you, my cat and my dog, they got a different food. They're losing their mind. I finally just got them tuna fish. I said, that's it. You got to have the tuna fish, because that'll calm them both down. And that'll be that. Stelly, it's all gone, see? She's sitting here leaning on my leg. But she's a plot hound, Carolina plot hound, and she can eat just about. The big thing about plot hounds, they have digestive problems because they never know when they're full. So she's like, food, I'm in. Even if she just ate like massive food, she never ever has been not hungry. And there's Kitty. She's come back to look. There's none. You want more fish, or you want to go out? You want to go outside? Yeah. You want to go out? Kitty out? You want some of your yucky crunchies? You're making my show terrible. I'm going to have to cut this part out, too. Sorry, guys. What I wanted to do was replay this tape. This was taken... It was just audio, really, because I was just running my recorder, my video recording on my phone in the car while we were talking, because we were going over some questions I had about the early 60s. Now, I remember being at these tracks, but I don't remember the specific scenarios, and I confused a couple of the stories. Something to do with running... I confused his Ernie Cahan and Bugsy stories, because they were 1966 and 67, 68, 69, like 1966 and 73 are the two discrepancies that I was confusing. In fact, I wrote about it on my Substack, and I think that kitty, man. Anyway, I gotta focus. Okay, I wrote about it on my Substack, which I think I get. It's on my YouTube page, the Substack link, where I'm putting my writing. As I write chapters, I'm putting them there, and then I'm able to insert chapters, and then in the end, I'll be able to take all that text and put it in the book. But what it is basically an outline of the book I'm writing about my dad's life. That's Dad. The blue shirt, that was probably taken when he was at Square D. But like I said, we were having a conversation in the car about 2 weeks ago, and I recorded the audio, and I dug up a bunch of pictures and just kind of pasted them in. I don't know if it's CapCut or whatever. I don't know. I've tried so many of them. They all confuse me anyway. I like the old-fashioned Microsoft movie, but anyway, I don't have it on this computer. Let's play this, and it's pretty interesting. I'll keep my mouth shut. In fact, I'll cut my mic off and make sure that the kitty can go out if she needs to.
Was it the very first night after we got the thing together? And,
Was that the brand new car that was supposed to be for the championship in '66?
Oh, it did win the championship.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did.
So he crashed the car. This is that story that he crashed the car.
Not the car that we built.
No, but the one that you were almost finished building, and you had to rush and finish it and drive it down to
New York, to Middletown, New York.
Middletown, New York in 1966.
Yeah, I rode to that racetrack in Middletown with Bobby Gahan.
Okay, the little kid.
Yeah, he was only like 16, 18 years old at the time when we come to.
Oh, he drove?
He drove Ernie's pickup truck with the trailer on the back.
Oh, and you ran that down. I know you parked in the street and drove it to the track.
Actually, my trailer, Ernie bought my trailer off of me.
Okay. And you drove to the speedway, pulled it off the trailer, and had to run a heat or something right away.
No.
Or Consi?
No. The track officials let him start dead last
in the feature.
Maybe in the heat. Because we were too late to run practice even.
Right.
So I think he ran last in the heat, qualified good enough to get in the main. But partway through the main, he was passing somebody, and somebody run him a little wide or something. He spun out. He didn't finish the race.
But he got points for his
apparently he got
championship.
Some kind of points, yeah.
Okay. Because I found races. I don't know why I was thinking it was Bugsy.
With that car, had those two rear springs in it. And you connect the shocks up. Those shocks apparently weren't really the hot setup, whatever the shocks they were. Because you press down on the back of the car, that you could make the car bounce just by pressing down on the back of the car.
Shocks like in my van right now.
Maybe, I don't know.
But I was confused on that. What the heck would be this story that you told me about Bugsy and all of that? It had to have been the coupe.
Well, the first race I went to with Bugsy was Albany, Saratoga.
That's the one I'm thinking of. And what year was that?
73.
73. Okay. I was 12. I'm sure we went.
It was probably May or June of 73.
May or June of 73.
Yeah, he finished third or fourth in the main.
Okay.
Then, the next race we ran was at the half mile. He won that race going away.
had to have been the coupe.
Well, the first part.
Shock's like in my van right now. I'll start over at this part right now. But I was confused on that. What the heck would be this story that you told me about Bugsy and all of that? It had to have been the coupe.
Well, the first race I went to with Bugsy was Albany, Saratoga.
That's the one I'm thinking of. And what year was that?
73.
73. Okay. I was 12. I'm sure we went.
It was probably May or June of 73.
May or June of 73.
Yeah, he finished third or fourth in the main.
Okay.
And the next race we ran was at the half mile. He won that race going away. Middle of the state.
Middle of the state. I swear I know it.
Oh, it'll come to me in a minute. You know what? It just don't float to the top right away.
I went to a track in Pennsylvania that was kind of near Pittsburgh, south of Pittsburgh, like halfway. And it was closed, but I think it's reopened now. Flemington?
Oh, yeah, Flemington.
That's New Jersey, though, right?
Yeah.
But that wasn't the track.
Funny you mentioned Flemington, though. I was involved with this guy. His father owned Flemington, and he drove for Billy Dinkman.
Oh.
John. His name, George. No. Boren.
Walt Boren.
No. His last name was Boren.
That's Walt.
Walt, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Was he...
So I gotta get over to the next lane. I want to go straight. I need to be over here.
Yeah. So Walt was with the IMSA team in '84 when you very first started there, right?
Yes, he was.
And Ronnie drove one race for you?
At 85 or 6.
80. The 24 hours. And that was when somebody...
That was a 12 hours at Daytona.
12 hours?
Yeah.
And you were GTU or GTO?
GTO.
That was not the Fiero yet, right? It was the Corvette?
No, Firebird.
Firebird.
The Corvette. Walt Boren drove the Corvette.
Right, right.
But I worked on that car quite a bit too. I put a whole new suspension under the back of that car.
Did Tommy Riggins ever drive the IMSA car or just the Cups?
He drove the IMSA car.
That's right.
Yeah, he did quite a few. We had 2 cars going at one time. He drove at Columbus. Columbus. Riggins drove at Columbus, and so did what's his name? One from New Zealand.
Oh, Jeff Brabham.
No.
Leitzinger? No, who the heck? Bob Burrow? Steve Millen.
Steve Millen.
Okay. Run through the list.
Well, you kind of got to do it. Steve Millen. We won that race.
He seemed like a heck of a driver. He did really well in everything he did. He went over to the Nissan team with y'all.
Yeah.
Like, did he bring you over there? Or did
Laura Lane, I got involved with Laura Lane and Kenny Bouchard, and we worked on some stuff. Cunningham. The guy's name was Cunningham. And,
the same team?
Yeah.
Butch Leitzinger was with that team.
Yeah, and I worked on Butch Leitzinger's car at Phoenix.
Okay.
We
Phoenix
had 4 cars in one race at Phoenix. They had to bring me in to crew chief to one for Lightsinger.
Okay.
Lightsinger was a good little driver, but the car was sitting in a warehouse at Cunningham's, and we dug it out of the warehouse, put a new fuel cell and stuff in it, because the old fuel cell had been there so long.
Yeah.
It fell apart in your hands when you went to go
I've
check on the foam.
I've heard of cars having that problem in the spring. Filling their fuel filter up with garbage.
You've got to make sure that
The foam deteriorates.
Yeah, the foam deteriorates.
Yep.
Yeah.
That sorts out a little bit of that time frame. Car.
Yeah.
Shangri-La Speedway was when you went with Bugsy the second race.
Second race, but we won it.
You won it at Shangri-La in 1973.
Yeah.
Nice. So that was that couple months, those 6 weeks or so that you were at Casella and working on the Vega.
We won at Lee. We won at Stafford.
Hey guys, this is the, let me pause it right when it gets near the end. That is the little section he was talking about. And I know it's a little tough to read, but this is the starting position in the first column and the finishing position. And the one race he talked about was Albany, Saratoga. Shangri-La, that's Malta, we called. And Martinsville, it says he started 17th, but I don't see a finish. I could look it up on the, if I had that program up, I'd click right there and it showed me the race. It's the old program on the old school net stuff. It says not secure and all that, but there's no money transfers or anything like that. It's just a database. I'm assuming it's fine. But anyway, he's got a win at Shangri-La. He's got a third at Stafford. A win at Stafford, a win at Albany, Saratoga. A third at Stafford. They won at Lee. That's what he was talking about. Fourth at Albany, Saratoga. Second at Islip. Second at Shangri-La. This is all 1973. Trenton started 16th, qualified 16th. Finished 24th. They might have blown a motor. Trenton was a cool track. Holy mackerel. I actually downloaded an aerial view of that track taken back in the day. And then they ran Daytona in 94. Now, I believe this was that road course race. I might be mistaken, but it was a 10th. But I don't think Dad was still with them in 94. I think he was only there like 6 weeks, and he revamped the Vega and the coupe. Like, this was the coupe right there. And the Vega, let's see, it's in here somewhere. In the beginning. Before IMSA, we got on a sidetrack. We were trying to think of that other track, Lee, whatever. I don't want to forget. Albany, we were talking, Shangri-La is what we were talking about. That we were trying to think of the name of the New York track in the mid-state. But just to jump real quick through, that's Dad. And this was probably the trailer he made, and that was the truck Ernie Gahan. I believe Dad built that car. It's got every signature of what Dad's cars looked like. That was the one that Ernie crashed the car. Not that car, another car. And they had to rush and finish this car and get it down to New York, to Middletown. And that's where Albany, Saratoga is. And that's Ernie Gahan. And let me That's my dad actually at his awards banquet 2012 when he got the got into the Hall of Fame in New England Auto Racing Hall of Fame. And let me see, that's another one of Gahan. I think that was the first car, maybe. And this was another picture of Ernie. He did quite a few things with Ernie and Bobby a little bit in the beginning. There's Bugsy in that coupe. And I thought I had the Vega in here. I guess I don't. No kidding. But he had talked a while about Flemington's owner was Walt Bourne's dad. This is Walt Bourne's car. He drove that Corvette a lot. And that's a closer up view. And then they also, because they were GM, they also got into the Pontiac thing. And my dad knew, like, the guy from Pontiac pretty good. Just making sure the ads ain't gonna start. And see, he was a GTO, and that's another shot of the car. This is the curiosity here. This is interesting. The front wheel, you see that? That makes me want to ask Dad questions. And look at the old school window nuts. And he won with Bob Earl and stuff in a number 4, if you see that, with Google Dingman Brothers online. But Tommy Riggins also drove the Cup car and, you know, the other IMSA stuff. When he talked about Cunningham Racing owned Geoff Brabham's team. And the Nissan sponsorship for the GTO and GTP. Call them prototypes, whatever the LMP2s or LMPs you got now was all one class called GTP, GT prototype. And the 1984 to almost 90, Dad worked with IMSA teams. So that was Cunningham when he talked about Laura Lane and Kenny Bouchard. This was the only shot I could find. I pulled off of a video of that car that Kenny was, that was qualifying for Daytona. It was a okay, got it. Let me drag that over here for ya. Oh, minimize that little sucker. Drag this over. That's from my dad's trophy case. That's Dad and Mom. And, you know, some sculptures that my mom picked up from people, artists in Cornelius they knew along the way. And one did actually a sculpture of my dad. He was somebody, I guess, at one time, right? We all get so old. And no, he's pretty highly respected. Actually, we're going to a modified reunion, so to speak. It's a Westboro Speedway reunion. 40 years since they demolished it and made it into a mall, or since it stopped racing or whatever. But at the mall now, we all have our reunion whenever the Falcones call for it. And my dad and I are supposed to go up there in October this year, so it's pretty interesting for me. And right here is the Nissan trailer. And my father, if you draw a straight line right down here from the hat of the little elf up, there's I believe that's Bob Earl right there. Maybe it could be Steve Millen, but anyway, that was their GTO car. They had a GTO, but they both had the 300ZX engines, which with the turbo. Y'all run at the Classic 500 at Elkhart Lake. What do you call it now? Road America? Yeah, that one. That my dad had a lot to do with. So that's cool. That's Cunningham Racing. So click that shot. That's who owned them cars. And that's okay. He worked on Butch Leitzinger's car too. Okay.
We had 4 cars in the one race at Phoenix.
Hi. I didn't see it because I got this. Oh my. I'll watch it later. I love the old ones. But I promise to watch this because this is great. This is Sonoma. Like when we first like section of time, I know they started going to the road courses. My dad, I feel like, had an initial little bit of something to do. Remember when, now please don't shoot me, the NASCAR started doing road courses. Well, it wasn't new. The modifieds did the Daytona Speedway road course in the 70s. And then in the 80s, my dad was working with IMSA, but he also, in that time, I think Mark Martin drove an IMSA car and Jeff Gordon. But see, my dad had worked in Cup in NASCAR in 81 to 85 or so, 84, no, 81 to 83, and then, or 84, and then 84 he went to IMSA. So you see there's like, it's almost like what brought NASCAR to the road courses again. And it was a lot to do with, the Pontiac. Dad was with Pontiac at the time, with the Fiero and the Firebird, and GM, of course, with the Vet. And then that's how, like, he had connection with the Pontiac and GM guys, like the designers or the engineers or whatever, engineering team. I'm going to take a quick second.
Winston Cup war, but under the skin, they are purpose-built to turn left and right for the twists of road racing.
I used to own one of those cars. Got it on the X-Plane. But my ex, by the way, is here in 97. And he's running with Geoff Bodine about... I asked my dad if he knew the guy about the Pontiac representative, and he said, oh, yeah. Knew him well from the IMSA. This was so cool. I just think, yeah, it was hard to work for that QVC team, but it was fun to be there. I mean, I was offered to score for the team. I didn't score at Sonoma because I wasn't there yet, but I think Dover, or I might have been, or Darling, right after Bristol, because right after Bristol, whatever the race after Bristol was, I didn't look at it. I started scoring for the 17 until Phoenix, but I don't think I did Indy. I did Indy with Lake.
We never see that stuff at the round races. In other words, you should stick around. You're going to see something special, something rare. 300 kilometers of position swapping, tire sliding, car crashing, gear jamming, tap dancing, Winston Cup action. We call it the Save Mart Supermarkets 300. And that last picture tells a bit of a story, because when we go road racing, a few guys like Rusty Wallace, the defending champion, emerge as the favorites. Show me that top 15 in qualifying, and some more names will emerge. Mark Martin, of course, took 0.3 of a second off the track record here. He's a 3-time road race winner. Rusty alongside Gordon Labonte, teammates, consistent top 5s on the road races. Bodine won the Glen, Dallenbach the Trans Am champ, Ricky Rudd with 5 career road racing victories. And right here beside me, the pole sitter, Mark Martin, who will tell us how he learned
I didn't see Wallace on that list. I wonder if they went there twice.
Oh, I grew up in Arkansas, driving on the country roads as a teenager. It's the same thing. You go as fast as you can and stay out of the ditch.
Race.
You took the outside
May.
pole. I don't understand that. You got your choice, and you're going to be on
Dad
the outside
went to
going
the
into the
September
first turn.
one because
I thought that's where everybody took. I want to be.
Gil
on,
Martin was
I wanna be
still
on the inside
with
on
Phil
the critical turn
Martacci
at the top of the hill.
at this point in time. So
being on the
Dad's not
outside,
at this
going up
one,
the-
but
the
my
first left-hander
ex
not a problem.
is at
Being
this
on the
one.
inside on that right-hander up top.
They ran it
that's
twice.
the key.
He's got this all figured out. You lead every lap, or do you save the car?
You lead every lap and save the car. That's the idea. I don't know if we can do that.
There's the guy right there.
Oh, yeah, he's so good at it.
Thank you, Mark Martin. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a great show, and we got it all for you here on ESPN2 for the pre-race and ESPN Classic for the big show.
Dave Despain was on a lot of the flights to the track that we would go on, the team. It was called a race day flight. It was either commercial or it was at Signature out of Charlotte. But it was called the Race Day Express. That's how I got to and from a lot of the tracks, because I worked full time and my ex drove the transporter. He'd have to leave early, and if I could leave early, I'd go with him, but if I couldn't leave early, I didn't.
Check out this graphic, and it tells a bit of a story.
I'd fly in.
Last year here, Rusty Wallace broke a tie for tops all time in road racing. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, for a long time, it looked like Rusty Wallace was going to have the pole here. You do start on the front row. Are you doing some course design here with Bruton Smith? What's going on?
No, we're just talking about the people, man. I've never seen so many people in my life. There must be 170,000 people here. It's really great, and I've never seen a crowd so large. This keeps getting bigger and bigger, but we're talking about how pretty a day it is. It's just awesome. So my car's running good. I'm excited about my chances today, and just got to have good pit stops and drive smart, and I think we'll have a good day.
So you answered all my questions. So are these people going to see you repeat and go to victory lane again?
God, I hope so. I mean, they're parked everywhere. It's amazing. I mean, we even got airplanes flying over. It's a really cool day today.
Okay, well, have a great run.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's Rusty Wallace. He starts on the front row next to Mark.
Yeah, they parked that baby 5 minutes into happy hour. They're pretty good. One of my favorite things here, foot cam. And my favorite foot cam operator beyond all
This is great.
Is Ricky Rudd.
This is why I decided to play this. I started watching on my own. I said, I'm going to go live. I'm not going to put on makeup. I'm going to just put on a bra and a shirt.
Here, not enough speed, won or lost. Be careful not to get in this corner too deep. If you do, you end up in a tire fence right in front of me. Turn in, wide open.
How do y'all feel about me? Yeah, I know, right?
Tire in the dirt a little bit, the inside tire. Hop across the top of the carousel, turn in. You wait forever for the front end.
I'm sorry the ad started. I snoozed as many as I could. I started over. Because this is worth watching again. Why is it so blurry?
Wait for the front end to bite. Wait for the back to bite. See the throttle wide open. It's pretty violent up here. I can't really tell you a whole lot in this section. It's pretty violent. I can't talk too much. Back in the high gear, close to 160 right here. Not to drift too wide here. If you do, you're in trouble. You usually get upside down. Third, second, do all your passing right here. Sometimes you use first. I'm in first right now. Turn inside. Wide open. Back to the start-finish line again. It's pretty difficult to drive and talk, and I can't even walk and chew gum at the same time, so you might have the wrong guy for this project.
I tell you what, that guy and his team, the Tide crew, put a huge amount of time into that.
Guys, I'm going to play that over. I can't believe that ad ran them. Like I said, I snoozed them, but... Whoa!
On the other hand, can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Jesus.
I think we should get to a guy who had a little stumble of
Goodness,
his
let
own
me
this
try
week
that
here at
again.
Sears Point. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Okay.
A whole lot in this section. Be careful not to...
Plane's flying over. It's a really cool day today.
Okay,
well, have a great
we'll
run.
get
All right,
Dave
thank you. That's Rusty
Despain's
Wallace. He starts
thingy
on the
here
front
now.
row next to Mark.
Yeah, they parked that baby 5 minutes into happy hour. They're pretty good. One of my favorite things here, foot cam. And my favorite foot cam operator, beyond all doubt, is Ricky Rudd. I'll tell you what, he could tap dance his way around this place. Let's take a fast lap at Sears Point.
Wide open. 8500 shift third. 8500 shift fourth. section here, not enough speed won or lost. Be careful not to get in this corner too deep. If you do, you end up in a...
Jesus, look at his feet.
Turn in, wide open. Grab third, turn in, hang a tire in the dirt a little bit, the inside tire. Hop across the top of the carousel, turn in. You wait forever for the front end to stick. When it does, you get back in the throttle, wide open. When I say wide open, really, you kind of feed it a little bit and then get in it wide open. High gear, 160. Down third. That's down second. Wait for the front end to bite. Wait for the back to bite. Feed the throttle, wide open.
See what he's doing with the heel? He's applying a brake and a clutch, right? He's got it in neutral while he's shifting, but he's still keeping his toe on the gas to keep the RPMs at the right synchronization.
Third, second, do all your passing right here. Sometimes you use first. I'm in first right now. Turn inside. Wide open. Back to the start-finish line again. It's pretty difficult to drive and talk, and I can't even walk chew gum at the same time, so you might have the wrong guy for this project.
I'll tell you what, that guy and his team, the Tide crew, put a huge amount of time into that. So did NASCAR. Want him to know we appreciate it. I disagree with his assessment. I think he was the perfect guy for the job. I, on the other hand, can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I think we should get to a guy who had a little stumble of his own this weekend here at Sears Point. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, he sure did, Dave. On Friday afternoon, Bobby Labonte went hard into the tire berries over in turn 6. You have the backup car now. This is actually a race car that you would run at Watkins Glen. You're starting 29th, but back at Atlanta, you did the same thing and finished 4th. Can you do that today?
Well, it's a really good race car. The whole Interstate crew, they do a great job preparing these things. And unfortunately, the better car was probably the one Friday. And this one here is really good, but it's not set up for this place as good as the other car was. So, you know, we'll just have to take it easy, figure it out, and work on it throughout the day. And I mean, hopefully we'll just work our way to the front and time ourselves. We're consistent and patient and just kind of hang out and be there at the end. I mean, that's the key. That's what we want to do, and make sure we come home with all 4 fenders on this thing.
Today it's 74 laps around this racetrack. You're back in the pack, and you're going to go back up through that turn again. Does that ever come into your mind what happened on Friday?
No, I've started further back than this before here, so I mean, this ain't nothing new for me. This is about my best starting spot, really, to be honest with you. So, no, I mean, it's just unfortunate that I did that on Friday, and you know, I gotta come back today and hopefully make up for that one.
Well, Bobby is 4th in the points right now, looking for a great run today here at Sears Point.
Today we road raced the stock cars at Sears Point at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They run the open wheel cars in big, fast circles. We got it all for you on the Deuce. We'll start our live Indy reports daily on ESPN2 Monday, 5 to 7.
I decided it'd be a good time to
we've got Benny's blueprint and a whole lot more. It's all part of
stream
NASCAR
today.
Stay with us.
And if y'all interested, I might, even if I can't be on the camera, might keep races up most of the day.
Actually caused not by stomach acid.
Today.
There has to be
outrageous estimates of the expected crowd today. I can tell you it is going to be huge. And you know what? Every person here came to see one guy, Brett Bodine. Go, Bill.
Well, Brett Bodine had a great qualifying run. You start 5th here, but your race car may not be quite as good as your qualifying car.
Yeah, we're just not real happy with it. The car's been pushing real bad, and you know, we made some changes this morning. We did gain on it a little bit in the last practice happy hour, but we're not as quick as them guys starting in front of me. I really didn't expect to be. Those guys really got their act together. Hopefully we can come out here with a good, solid run, though.
This team getting stronger and stronger, showing more signs of improvement. Obviously, your best finish in recent times was that second we talked about yesterday at the Brickyard back in '94. You'd like a strong finish here.
That's what we need, real strong finish. Keep ourselves up there in the point standings. We want to keep in the top 20. That's the main thing. And just get a good, solid run out of this today will make us happy.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, 2 words for a twisty place like Sears Point: track position. If you're Mark Martin, start on the pole, and like he said, lead every lap, you don't have to worry about it. If you're anybody else and you're going to win, what you got to be able to do is pass people. Passing is racing, and passing at this place is very difficult. How do you do it? Tape Benny's blueprint to the dashboard.
passing on the road course is a very tough proposition because the cars literally, to get around the racetrack, have to run in exactly the same position. And Sears Point Raceway, you can take a look. Very few places to pass. Look, there's 12 corners on the racetrack, 3 A corners for a total of 15. Let's watch turn 4. Martin comes off 3A. He gets a good run down the hill going into 4, and that's what you can do. Get off the corner so he can get in the next corner. He gets position on Sterling Marlin and takes the spot away. Turn 6, another spot as you come off this corner. But you've also got to stay right on somebody's bumper and seize every opportunity. This time, Martin goes to the corner leading, slips a little bit. Earnhardt is right there on the inside, goes on, takes the lead, and the victory. The next spot for pass is turn 7, the hairpin, about 40 miles per hour. You want to protect the inside, that's the preferred line. But every once in a while, a car can get by on the outside, as Geoff Gordon is doing. And then when he comes off this corner, he has the momentum. He can accelerate and pass Rusty Wallace on the outside. Through the S's is not a good place to pass. You got to wait for turn 11 and try to outrank the other guy. Watch Ricky Rudd go to the corner, but you got to be careful because this can happen, and sometimes you'll knock that fender in on the tire. Turn 11, outbreak him going in the corner, take the spot away, and come down the start-finish line.
Hey, Parsons, honest answer, what kind of road racer were you back when you were doing Winston Cup?
Well, Dave, like most stock car drivers, when I first started the road courses, I really struggled. But once 5 or 6 years out of the way, you learn how to get in these corners, off these corners. It is the greatest fun you can have driving a race car.
Let me ask you about track position. It's so important here. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. What if you try to force the issue in a section of this racetrack, make a pass that's not on the blueprint?
Results are not good. The worst thing can happen, you get a tire off into the tire barrier, you put your car out for the day. The least thing can happen is you're going to knock a fender in on the tire. You got to make an unscheduled pit stop. Talk about track position. Now you start at the very end of the line.
All right, Kyle Petty, we've just had a renowned ESPN expert analyze every possible passing opportunity at Sears Point. I just want to check on him and make sure he got it right. Where's the best place to pass?
The best place to pass is Sears Point. We're standing on it, pit road. If you don't pass on pit road, it's tough to get around anybody here. This is the best place, numero uno, number 1.
You got the crew that can do that today. Can you win this thing?
We've got the crew that can do it. I don't know if we got the driver that can do it. That's my problem right now. But no, we got a really good car. We come out here, we run really well, and hopefully things will work out for us.
I have a good run, man.
Yeah, man. Enjoy your motorcycle ride.
Yeah, I'm heading south. All right, Kyle Petty is well qualified here today and got a shot at it. They bring in specialists sometimes for road racing. This guy started out as that. Now he's a full-time Winston Cup guy. Let's go to Ray Dunlap.
Well, they teased Wally Dallenbach last week at Talladega. You were all excited about getting back in the race car, but you got to be pumped up for today. You love road racing.
Oh, we do. Sears Point's a fun racetrack. It's always a good race for the fans, and unfortunately, we had a little problem yesterday with the engine, but we made some changes this morning, and we're either going to go forward or backwards in a hurry.
Your best run is second place at Watkins Glen. How do those racetracks differ?
They're quite a bit different. This racetrack is a lot tougher than Watkins Glen. You really have to have a lot of shock control on this. It's a lot more race car here, but it's a fun track. It's a driver's track. Drive this place real hard, real aggressive, without killing your tires.
Well, Wally's got a good starting place today. He'll go off 9.
Hey, we got a busy week, too. Leave here, go back to Talladega for the rain date, and we got the lineup for you. Going to be NASCAR today at 1 o'clock Eastern Time Saturday on the Deuce, the Winston 500 at 1:30 on the Classic, and then, of course, RPM tonight to wrap it all up at 7 o'clock. That is next Saturday. Today is today, and we'll be right back. We're live. We're excited. We're coming to the top of the hour. That's when you switch over to the Classic for the Save Mart Supermarkets 300. Friday, the Fentangers were watching a great qualifying run, and then DW swaps ends, and the Parts America Chevy had to requalify Saturday. Show me the lineup, if you will, from 15 on back. Sterling Marlin, better than average. Robbie Gordon and Mike Skinner, the rookies, 18th and 19th. Ernie Irvin, 24th, had a 2-time winner. There's DW. He was 6th quick overall and fastest on the second day. Who's Tom Hubert? Johnny Benson's tire changer, that's who. And he's in the 78 car today. Dave Marcus rounding out the top 30. As you get on back there, Lance Hooper, 37th, is the Winston West champion. And you got a number of Winston West guys mixed in there with the provisionals toward the tail end of the field. Michael Waltrip doesn't have to worry about those guys because he starts 6th. He's way up front. And you qualified pretty well, but you got a little unfinished business from this joint from last year, huh?
Well, we had a great car last year and got spun out a couple of times. So you need to be fast enough so the guys behind you can't run into you. I know that for sure. And so maybe this year our car will be quick enough to keep us out of trouble like that.
Next question then, when you're starting 6th, is the 5 guys in front of you. Is your car quick enough to just drive right by them and win this thing?
Well, we know we can run with them. We saw that yesterday in the last practice pit go forward was really good, and that's a good feeling because, you know, when you're near these guys, I'm right between him, and y'all know who those guys are, and they win a lot of races, so that's a good place to be.
In case you can't see those guys at home, that would be Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett. Good company. Go fast.
They wind up in the front a lot.
He's tall, he's handsome, but most importantly, he's smiling. Hey, if you're going to do good here, you know what? You got to be square. That's right, you got to be square. What is he talking about? I don't have the answer, but I know the guy who does. Let's take a short hop over to Ray's garage.
Great on the billboard, but this is exactly what you don't want your race car to do here at Sears Point Raceway. One of the unique challenges to road course racing is to keep all 4 tires on the racing surface. This gives you maximum traction, and that equates to speed. The NASCAR Winston Cup cars are required to weigh 3,400 pounds. A well-built chassis will scale in at 3,100 pounds. Now, this allows the team to locate that additional 300 pounds where it's most beneficial. On an oval, the advantageous position for weight placement is always on the left side of the race car. But here at Sears Point, what the teams will do is actually take the weight out of the frame rail and move it from the left side to the right side of the race car. This track has a lot of elevation changes and constant left and right-hand turns. So the teams will go with what they call a square setup. 50% of the weight on the right side, 50% of the weight on the left side. Now, there's another unique situation, and that has to do with the tires. Goodyear has brought the 5592 compound for both sides of the car. Left and right sides will have the exact same compound, and that's unique to here and Suzuka, Japan. Now, I'll tell you what, even with a square setup and with the exact same compound on the race cars, somebody's going to do just like that billboard and try to race around here up on 2 wheels.
Yeah, I like it when they bounce the cars off the curb and stuff. It makes great TV, but of course it's not the way to go fast. To do that, you want to be smooth. Let's go to a very smooth guy with Bill Weber.
And a very consistent one and the reigning Winston Cup champion. What are you doing to your car there, Terry?
I was working on it.
Oh, okay. That won't bother you. Keys to getting around here. You're a good, smooth driver. You have great luck at Watkins Glen. How about here?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a tough track. It's a lot different than Watkins Glen, and I don't know, it seems like every practice you go out there and you really come in and you just try to work on something just to find a little bit more to get your car to handle a little bit better. So, I don't know. I think we're pretty good, but it's a tough race. We'll just do the best we can.
Okay, you can go back to work now.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good race. Thanks. It's Terry Labonte, Dave.
Speaking of smooth guys, Weber is too, huh? The race is on ESPN Classic. It's coming up next. You'll do the switch at the top of the hour. Tonight at 7 o'clock, you will dial back to the deuce, and you will watch RPM tonight. Find out what happened here, what happened at Indy, what happened everywhere in the world of racing. We'll be right back.
The Structure Motorized Pergola System is reinventing the way homeowners experience the outdoors. The most versatile model.
NASCAR Today is brought to you by Daytona USA, the ultimate motorsports attraction.
Hey, by my count, we've knocked off most of the top 5 on this television show, but we missed the guy we teased at the top that we were going to talk to. Bill Weber, talk to Geoff Gordon.
Sitting in the car, the DuPont Chevrolet, getting ready, getting strapped in. Normally, you want to be on the inside, but where do you want to be when you get to the top of that first hill?
I'd like to be single file, I think. You know, usually you can get it all worked out and you fall into line, but actually the outside is not a bad place in turn 2 at the top of the hill, so because the next one's a left-hander, so we'll just have to see what kind of start we get and hopefully get in line and just go road racing.
Usually it works out, huh?
Well, usually. Anything's possible in this sport.
Hey, no road course wins yet. How about today?
I'd love to get a road course win, and you know, we've got a great opportunity here. This is a good car, probably the best car I've ever had on a road course. We came close last year, and that restart kind of got us. So maybe I learned something last year and we can come down to that same situation.
Best car he's ever had on a road course. Remember that in about 74 laps, Dave.
Dale Jarrett's got a pretty good horse here, and he's got the point lead, and he's testing his radio, I think, at the moment. Are we okay here? Got time for a quick question? We hear this car is pretty good. We know you can drive them. What about road racing? You ready to win one of these deals?
Well, I think we can. We've got an awful good car here. This road racing is about equipment, and Todd Parrott and the guys have given me a really good race car, and try to stay out of trouble here, get everything adjusted. Think we'll be okay.
Hey, man, we appreciate it. Have a good run today. Let's check the guy who won the last time we went road racing. Bill,
And that was Geoff Bodine at Watkins Glen. He sits in the QVC Ford. They're actually taping on his radio wire, so he'll be able to talk to the crew and say, hey, this car's running great. That's what you're going to tell them, right?
Exactly. That's what we're going to say, yeah. And the QVC Don Gillis Ford is running great. It ran good yesterday in practice. Let's hope this is a great race for us. We're looking forward to it. You guys have fun out there watching.
Dawn Gillis won a contest through QVC. She has her name on the quarter panels and her picture on the hood, and Geoff plans to drive her right.
I think that guy hooking him up was my ex.
First of all, I want to argue with you. You said you didn't think you were very good at that lap.
Was watching, not quite ready to go on my camera yet again.
It was a lot of fun trying to do that.
Let me ask you about this
I was
race
like,
car. You back here and, away
that's
back
twice in the same week I've seen him on a video. I saw him on Frapper Tappers. I didn't know when the 16 pulled in, he was working with that. I think the Biff a little bit.
Coming out here, but it really, if the guy that gets the car set up for the long runs is going to be the guy that wins the race. We just hope we've got this tied Ford adjusted.
Watch the 10 car. He knows how to pass people. Hey, we're pretty well wrapped up down here.
To
we
clarify,
go to the network and show you the big
I got him into racing.
Supermarket 300. It's on ESPN.
Just saying. But he got me my job scoring, so it's even Steven.
We invite you to enjoy all of the action here at Sears Point and then come banging right on back to Talladega next week for the rain date. It is also on ESPN. I want to thank all the guys who've helped us out here today, Ray Dunlap and Benny Parsons, and of course Bill Weber. Great job, guys. We got the first team in the booth ready to go, so I got to get out of here. I'm Dave Despain. Thanks for watching NASCAR today. See ya.
The Georgia Dome in Atlanta has played home to the Super Bowl.
All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the Sheriff for Sonoma County, our Grand Marshal, Mr. Mark Ivey.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Of Alabama a week ago to the sunshine of the Bay Area. NASCAR Winston Cup teams have crossed the Golden Gate Bridge and come to the hills of Northern California, whose valleys produce some of the greatest wine in the world. Serenity usually surrounds this valley, but today the ear-splitting sound of race cars ascends from Sears Point Raceway.
It should surprise no one that Rusty Wallace was one of two drivers to break the track record here at Sears Point. You know, road racing Rusty has won more in the modern era than any other driver, 6 times. And today, he rides a rocket that propelled him to victory a year ago. They nicknamed the car Killer. That's what it did to the competition both here and in Japan in 1996.
On Friday, Mark Martin won the pole with a track record. Today, he hopes to break a personal record. He hasn't been to victory lane in 42 races. That's the longest winless streak since the first win in his career. Right now, he's on the pole. In 74 laps, Mark Martin hopes to be in victory lane.
Ricky Rudd and road racing are a great combination. They're meant for each other, sort of like Fred and Ginger, Cisco and Ebert, Patrick and Overman. You get the idea. Ricky has sort of mastered the high act of fast speed finesse on the high oval. His floorboard footwork would make even Arthur Murray proud. So don't be surprised if this tied ride tangos its way toward the front.
Wally Dallenbach has 117 Winston Cup starts and no wins. He broke a motor in final practice here on Saturday, so he didn't get to test his setup. They've gambled this morning. Very seldom is a guy who's never won a race one of the favorites. But believe me, this guy rolling off here truly is today.
Only once in the 8-year history of this race did the driver come from the back of the field to win. Actually, it happened twice in the same race, and Ernie Irvin was the man to do it. He said, my secret, I try to outbrake him in turn 11. This morning, his team changed the motor, the transmission, and the rear gear in the car because he said braking won't be enough. I need to get off turn 11. I'm going to do it all with second and third gear if it stays in the car.
In qualifying on Friday, Dale Earnhardt went out early on a slick track, on stickers instead of scuffs, in a brand new seat. Yesterday, they did not have the proper combination for final practice, and Earnhardt parked the car after just a handful of laps. They've made the changes to the car this morning, and Dale Earnhardt's new seat is now on the rig. He's in his old, comfortable seat. Earnhardt hasn't been to victory lane in a long time, and today he starts 32nd. But he also is one of the favorites at Sears Point on this sunny Sunday.
Last week at Talladega, we talked about Martinsville and Bristol being such mechanical racetracks. And at Talladega, all the drivers were concerned about was air and trying to get aerodynamics to get the car through the air. But here in the beautiful Sonoma Valley, there's one other concern. Not only do they have to worry about engines, gears, brakes, but the transmission. That baby's allowed to lay down the ground any lap, Ned.
Yes, it could happen. And Benny, this is a driver's racetrack as well. They have to have complete concentration all the time. They change gears at least 14 times a lap, some of them more than that. There are 12 turns on this racetrack, lots of places you can goof up out there, and so it is a driver's racetrack, so it puts every part of racing into play here. Car, mechanical parts of the car, and of course the driver.
ESPN, the world leader in motorsports coverage, welcomes you live to
Okay, I'm coming back.
near Sonoma, California.
I don't know if I'd probably get copyrighted on that. That's a great intro. And this Dave Despain, this whole combination ESPN had was awesome. All right, let me do this. I'll come in the window here in a minute.
And the Save Mart Supermarkets 300 NASCAR Winston Cup race. It's the 9th event of the year, and Dale Jarrett continues to cling to a points lead he has had since the 4th race of the season. The margin only 45, however, over the defending series champion Terry Labonte. 6 through 10 separated by only 47 points. 7th, 8th, and 9th separated by only 4 markers. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. What a difference in weather since last weekend. Not a cloud in the sky here today in Sonoma. Now, since last weekend, the teams have gone back, reloaded, and made the long trek out here to the West Coast. When they're finished, they'll make the long trek back to Talladega for next Saturday's event. Now, today, one of 2 road course races on the schedule.
Even draw our eyebrows.
It's a race that a lot of Winston Cup drivers don't take too kindly to. On the other hand, other drivers, it's their opportunity for a day in the spotlight.
Got a tan.
5 onboard cameras will be in use today. Here's Ricky Craven as he takes the Budmobile up the hill. Hut Strickland also has the Circuit City onboard camera.
Sounds all good. Oh, yeah.
Here is the Briggs and Stratton onboard camera.
My alerts don't work. I don't know why. I need someone to walk me through that. Oh, Pops, maybe you could sometime walk me through on live like this, fine, or whatever. Tell me what to fix.
Outside of the front row.
As they don't work.
Mark Martin also has the onboard camera, and he is the pole sitter for this event. One more warm-up lap, so we're going to take a break. Stand by for the start of the Save Mart Supermarkets 300 from Sears Point.
All their music and stuff.
The Save Mart Supermarkets 300 from Sears Point Raceway near Sonoma, California.
I upload these to YouTube after, and I don't do anything monetization-wise or anything on YouTube. And it won't have no ads or nothing on my end. Like, I used to have the YouTube, whatever it was, with no ads, but they doubled the price. You had to have help yourself. Who? Oh, Gamer Mike could. Totally. Gamer Mike could. I had it all done myself, and then I don't know what the heck we did. Good morning. Good to see you.
Manufacturers battle by just 2 points over Chevrolet. Ford has 23 representatives in today's field. Chevrolet 13.
My back's a little twitchy because I swam about 20 laps. I did 20 laps, but that was in the park pool.
It's Mark Martin's 4th career road course pole. Rusty Wallace is the defending
now my day
champion.
today is to just
Ford has won the
chill.
last 2 Winston Cup events, looking for his first road course race win. Terry Labonte, 5th place in the last 2 events here. Brett Bodine has his best start of 1997. Michael Waltrip, his best road course finish was 9th. Geoff Bodine won the most recent road course race at Watkins Glen. Dale Jarrett has 2 top 10s in 21 road
Like
course
I
races.
said, my
Wally Dallenbach finished third
team
here
was
last
the
year.
7 because
Ricky Rudd
that
has
was
5
our
road
bread
course
and
wins.
butter from
In the
his
11th
side.
position,
I had my
Bob
job
Petty with
too. I
1
mean,
road course win, and Ted
I had a
Musgrave.
full-time job as
Starting
well.
13th and 14th, Bill Elliott, who was injured
In fact, I
last
brought
year,
my
missed this
plant
race,
manager
and
to
Ward Burton, who is
one of the
11th in
races,
points this
which
year.
was
He
really
was
cool.
38th in points at this time
Took
last
him
year.
to
Inside of row 8, Kenny Schrader, 6 straight top 10 series
the
point
first
finishes in.
Wilkesboro
Sterling on
in
the outside.
96
In row 9 on the inside,
because I had to
John
score
Andretti
the
will be on
second
pole at
one
Talladega next Saturday.
and last
Ronnie
one
Gordon, who had the
until
fastest time in
revival.
practice. Then it comes Mike Skinner, the top leading rookie. He has 2/3 in the trucks here, and Jeff Burton, the Texas winner. Row 11, Derek Cope, and there's Hus Strickland. He's carrying her on board, Circuit City on board. In row 12, Bobby Hamilton and Ernie Irvin. He's a 2-time winner.
At
here
this
Sears Point.
particular race week, my dad would be with the
fastest qualifier in second round. And in the 14th row,
Busch cars,
Bob Hubert, who was a
Xfinity,
tire
old
champion last week, a
Xfinity.
race car driver this week, and Butch Gilliland, the last winner in the West to West Series.
And in row 15, Bobby Labonte, who crashed during qualifying on Friday, driving a backup car here today. And Dave Marcus, with a good qualifying run, will start 30th. Row 16, we see Bobby Hillin Jr. in the car number 77, Dale Earnhardt. Don't look for him to stay back there too long. Row 17, we find Steve Grissom, and Mike Wallace made a good qualifying run to get in the field. Johnny Benson will start on the inside of row 8.
Now, my dad will be going to the Kenny Wallace team after Gil Martin
Greg Sachs will start 37th.
leaves for a different
Ken
position.
Peterson qualified the car number 19, but Gary Bradbury will be driving it. Those taking provisionals for the race today are Jeremy Mayfield,
And he will be with him until 98 when he goes to Fedewa
Jeff Davis, and 2 Winston
in the
West
Kleenex car.
drivers.
In fact,
Sean Woodside
our
and
family
Larry
has
Gosselman.
one of the rear bumpers with Kleenex 33 on it. I want to kind of change like my whole look in my camper and go totally racing. And I picture that in my front room where Christopher is, having that big bumper coming out of the wall.
Go home after qualifying. We'll be right back.
I would love to totally redecorate this in black and white curtains. Right now it's so foo-foo girly.
Last week, rain out on Sunday and Monday, but we are back at Talladega this coming Saturday with NASCAR today at 1 o'clock Eastern Time over on the Deuce. And live coverage of the Winston 500 will be live at 1:30 here on ESPN. That is next Saturday. Dr. Jerry Punch.
If you're wondering
It's
why
actually
Mark Martin's on the
Tuscan.
outside of row 1 when he's the pole sitter, that's a NASCAR rule in any race.
It's all
Be it an oval track or a
cranberry
road course,
colors
the pole sitter
and
can decide to
grapes
start on the
and
inside or the outside. It's rarely done. About 3 or 4 years ago, Ricky Rudd
Golden
started before
oak.
Mark Martin started today. But why did he choose that? Well, turn 1 is the fastest
I'm
part of the
gonna
racetrack.
play with
He
everything
wants to be
in
on the
here and make
outside
it
so he
really
doesn't get
cool.
bottled in going up that hill in heavy traffic. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, Doc, another guy to watch today is Mark Martin's teammate, Jeff Burton. He's a big beneficiary of the rain out of Talladega. Wasn't feeling well last week, feels great this week.
He's
Qualified
still with
20th,
Roche,
but his
I
laps
believe.
have gotten faster every time he's
That's
got out on the track.
Rambo.
And his crew's optimistic Jeff Burton will have a strong finish on the road course here at Sears Point.
Beautiful field of cars and people everywhere.
Seeing him on a
100,000 people have gathered to see this NASCAR Winston
Stapleton
Cup event.
42.
They come off of corner number 11, looking for the green flag to begin the race, and the green is out. We are underway.
Green flag, guys. Look at that. They make turn 1 and don't crash. What? Amazing. Look, they ain't 5 wide. What? Think about it. I'm not sure if you even race Sonoma anymore at Sears Point. I don't know. But there is not a road course y'all go to that ain't in a big old ball in turn 1 on lap 1. The only good part about it, you're not up to speed yet, hopefully.
Mark Martin has gotten off to a great start as they
Wow, they made it through an entire lap. Imagine that.
Gordon has moved into third spot. Looks like everybody is on course and doing well here in the first lap.
Maybe there's a little something to having a lot of seat time and being in your 30s and 40s when you're at this level. I mean, I'm just telling you, man, it's something that the young kids don't have, and that's called fear. They're fearless. These guys, because they've put so much time in and they didn't have a sim, I guess that's another reason why the advancement is quicker, but the maturity to know not to put your finger in the snake's mouth is a quote Bobby Allison had said once on an interview. You know where you're going to land on a run. It was more a thinking man's game then, I think, rather than just mash it and block. See anyone throwing blocks? It was just not etiquette to block the slower lane. You always, like basically in the old days, even in the modifieds especially, even today, you always leave the... You can protect the fast lane, but always leave the slow lane open. And if someone can pass you on the outside or the inside, whatever the fast lane, the slow lane is, they deserve it. You know, I mean, roads, we don't need any roads. Oh, Jesus. I think that was an oh crap moment for poor 24. You see that? Unless he does it again, I don't think that was intentional. Whoa. Lost the ass there.
Now they're going to turn left. That's 3. They go back to the right, 3A. Sterling Marlin. He and the Robbie Gordon still racing. Bumper to bumper. That's John Nemechek. And Freddie.
Sterling Marlin had a good first lap. He's now up to 17th position. Robbie Gordon, though, right on the rear spoiler of that car as they come down the hill once again.
Does Twitch allow you to do a stream with no ads?
Yeah, on that right front. There's some smoke. There's smoke out of the car.
Not all the time, but like on a certain day or whatever, just run it with no ads. Like, because I want to stream more often now. I've got to get this book going, you know. I've already started putting it on Substack. And you can link that from my YouTube. And it's not necessarily in that order, but it posts the newest that I post on the top, so you sometimes got to scroll to the bottom. Or if it brings you to where you can see a few of the more recent things, they're actually probably in reverse order because I posted it as I finished chapters, and then I revised and it puts it in a different order again. For you guys that don't know, Substack's wicked easy app. If you're a writer, you can publish stuff all day long and edit it and change it, add pictures, add video. I just found it really easy to edit my chapters and have my dad be able to look at them and read them as well. And say, oh, that was wrong. Oh, this is okay. And that's what prompted the intro video I did of the car conversation with Dad, because that clarified some of the stuff that he told me was wrong, and he's like telling me that I'm confusing one driver with another, and I wanted to straighten that out. And my mom is like, but Vic, don't ruin her creativity or whatever. It's a story. It's a good story. Even if it never happened, it's a good story. I'm like, no, okay, that's good. Like, I'm not a fiction writer, though. I'm trying to historically, record events. So, we have a very artsy family. My mom is a great writer, and, the same thing, but she had a literary agency. She worked for a fairly well-known author. If you had to read college studies and stuff, there was... they made a movie of one of his novels called The Summer Place. Or A Summer Place, I'm sorry. But Sloan Wilson was the author. But my mom was his writing assistant for a while. I got to meet him at a writer's workshop in his living room, and Mama said he ended up moving onto his houseboat full-time or something, or him and his wife. So I'm not sure if, or a sailboat or something. I'm not sure if he's still around or not. But he wrote The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, like people that had to read certain things back in the 70s and 80s for college. Hello. How you doing, Liz? Good to see you.
Turn that car right. Going in there, he was in there too hard. He realized it. So the best thing he could do is
I got to get writing more, and like I said, Substack app is where I've been posting that. That's not monetized either. I don't know how to do none of this stuff. I just say, oh, that works for this. But yeah, I'll post this video after and clip out some of it, whatever, and it plays then with no ads and all that. But I'm going to start streaming more, and I'm going to, if I can do like a 24-hour stream with no ads or something, I'd do that even. But I don't know if, I notice when I'm not streaming, I lose a lot of my emotes I like and stuff. So I said, well, I got to get this going on again. So it's been in my mind, but I've also been fitness training too, trying to get fit, Fitbit warriors. A lot of us racing people got them. But I am 10 points higher than anyone my age, or average my age. 10 points higher than my age average on a scale of 1 to 100. So that's pretty good. Like 10% stronger than most, or more fit. My heart is, which is really cool because my dad's like had severe heart problems his whole life. I'm not his whole like grown up. Older life. I think he had his first heart attack at 61, and I'm going to be 64.
Just in front of the right rear.
Jerry Punch.
So I swam laps yesterday. I try to swim laps at least twice a week or more.
Able to get through the turns very quickly, couldn't downshift, and had to use the brakes to try to slow the car down. That's one of the reasons
RV park I live in,
the car stable on the racetrack. Now they jack the left side of the car up and have a crew member under the car trying to get the car out of fourth gear.
Has a pool about a half a mile away, so I walk to the pool, swim, walk back, and get all my zone minutes in one shot.
That's a tough break.
And I felt so weightless because I've got a really bad knee. I got a dodgy knee from that movie right now. And it's like all blowed up today. And I even see like a hint of purple around it, so I'm doing some damage a little bit. So I iced it. Probably gonna have to get a metal one. Get a Heim joint, put it in there. That's what they remind me of. Heim joint, that'd be cool. You could kick someone beside you. It's full rotation. It's what they use on race car front ends. Just not. I haven't even told my doctor how bad it is. It's so bad. It's really bad.
Stay out there and stay in the lead lap.
Now Rusty Wallace trying to get around the 46 of Wally Dallenbach. They're headed.
I was telling a friend of mine on the phone today, I said, when you swim and you're doing the backstroke and your ears are under the water, I said I could hear every single joint going crack, 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 crack. I was doing the backstroke.
There we see Kenny Schrader, the Skull car, the 99, Jeff Burton, John Andretti. Here comes DW. Robbie Gordon now back to the lead.
They haven't even wrecked it all. Now see, 66 laps to go. I think if I'm not mistaken, this was about a 2-minute track. I didn't look at the times. Oh, come on. It was so nerve-wracking to work for that team because you didn't know who would be hating on you.
Lead when he overcooked it going into turn number 7. We're looking back from Rusty's vantage point to Dallenbach and Geoff Bodine.
It wasn't as bad as working for Spencer, though. I didn't work for Spencer, but my ex did. My dad did, too. He was the nicest guy when you worked for him, man. But if you didn't work for him, oh my God. He was the nicest guy outside of a car, but he grew horns when he got behind that wheel. Yes, Sonoma. 97. Do they still run that track? I am not following the newer stuff as much as I should. And they've changed the schedule around so much. I don't even know if it's still there.
Ted Musgrave, there's Bill, who, as we said, did not race here last year. He had just suffered the broken leg in the crash at Talladega.
I didn't think that the land up there was being as valuable as the southernmore tracks that they lose. Riverside and such. I think Riverside they lost. My dad raced there with Alan Senior as his driver. He finished. Oh, he's running 8th, and something broke in the drivetrain, which really wasn't my dad's deal. He was chassis.
Going through the corner along with Michael Waltrip and Petty and Jarrett and Rudd, but there is obviously something wrong with the QVC4.
Oh yeah, rain, man, yeah. I used to remember it being like that back when Dad raced IMSA. I was surprised to see how brown it was. I never been to here myself. The farthest west track I went to was Phoenix. Oh, he's blowing up.
He's coming to pit road, but his word on the radio was, guys, I think I just broke the engine. We're going to try to get back to pit road, but it may be over.
Well, he is entering pit road. And
oh, it's blowing oil everywhere. Look at it. You can actually see it hitting the ground. Right in the pit line where everyone's going. You probably don't know it.
He had a good race car. Won the race last year at Watkins Glen.
So maybe an early out here for Geoff Bodine as he pulls in. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, it's still Mark Martin leading Jeff Gordon. We'll be right back. Back at Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma, California, the Save Mart Supermarkets 300 underway with Mark Martin leading Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, and Rusty Wallace. Here is Wally Dallenbach running in 5th position. Looks like that Dale Jarrett in front of Kyle Petty now.
There's the Burton brothers. Ward Burton, the 22. Jeff in the 99. Jeff started 20th. And he
Gives up for 14th spot. Yeah, made a good move. Here comes Ernie Irvin into the picture. Ernie's made a good move also. He started 24th. Yeah, he's up to 17. There he is battling with John Andretti, the RCA.
Oh, go ahead. Put it. Are you able to send it to Discord? I don't know how to. Let me see. I could put a link to my Discord in the chat. I don't know how to friend people or nothing. So somebody got to they got to friend me because I don't know what I'm doing.
Here's how Ernie Irvin has come from the 24 starting position. He gained 1 position on the first
Watch me
lap.
crash everything because Discord sucks my life out of my potato machine.
He's now 17. Bill Weber.
Bobby's doing that because they did a motor and gear combination change this morning. You heard Jerry Punch at the beginning of the race talk about Ernie's success here and the philosophy of the team. But the principle behind making those changes this morning was so Ernie would be quicker off turn 11. And right now that's where he's catching the field and picking up some of his position. So Ernie started 24th, moving up to 17th, and their combination that they put in Mark Reno and company on that Texaco Havilland Ford working here in the early laps at Sears.
That's fine too. You can DM direct.
In 92 and 94.
And Darrell Walton with a little racer there, trying to get on the outside of Ernie going in turn 7.
Here's the Discord. Also, like my YouTube, which is under Tonja Kangas Thoughts, has, how do you say, a link to, I think it says more links, and it says you can ask for email, and I think it is right there. I think you can click on it. I don't think I have it private. I don't think. It's just my name in 2016 at Gmail. My full name that's on YouTube. Or DM here. I think you can too. Yeah.
During happy hour yesterday.
Okay, cool.
As you can see from the Napa Field summary, 43 cars still out there on the racetrack. Geoff Bodine is off the track, not officially declared out of the race yet, but he is off of the racetrack. Or when you hit those bumps, the car upsets pretty well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's just amazing how busy these drivers are as you go around this racetrack.
Well, let's get the Geoff Bodine story from Dr. Punch.
Well, Geoff is back in the garage area. He's climbed out of his Ford Thunderbird, Geoff. But you thought car number 7 qualifying 7th would be an omen, but it wasn't.
I don't believe in that stuff, and I guess they proved that. No, I'm not superstitious. You make your own luck, and it looks like for everyone watching, the crew and Lee Morris, Bob Glidden, I know you guys are watching. It looks like something in front of the engine broke, the cam, or it's locked right up. So we'll give you a call in a little while. We'll try to figure this thing out. But
my ex is the guy in the QVC outfit that's short.
Rusty got off course
He's
a
like
little bit up there.
5'4".
And they got by him, and I was just following him. Got by Wally. Wally was really strong in those first 2 laps, pretty aggressive, and he looked good, but he faded a little bit. My car was getting better, actually, and that's what we saw in practice the other day on the older tires. It was a better car than most out there, and
we were still married then.
If we stayed out there a little longer, but something broke, and we're really disappointed.
Until he met the Goodyear rep in Martinsville. We met her at a Dover test. Dover tire test.
This weekend, but she's going to get the hood, and it's all in one piece. I didn't dent it up for her. But we got a lot to look forward to this next weekend, a big race at Talladega, and we're going to have a great car there. Looking forward to it.
Stretching, sorry.
Last week, so we're going to
I didn't realize that was on the film. I thought I had it high enough.
Wants to get their name on a race car, call us. We're looking for an associate sponsor. We really do need the help. So give us
Oh, yeah. I think that was Rick Mast.
The 33 car is his troubles, guys.
He's got a flat tire. He and Ernie Irvin got
Oh,
together
Kenny
on
Schrader.
11.
Yes, Rick Mast will drive it
While
later.
you were talking to Geoff Bodine, and look at that right front tire on Ken Schrader's Chevrolet.
Or
He's
earlier.
gotta go 2.5
Harry
miles
drove it
on the rim,
first.
and it's going to tear everything up by the time he gets back.
Hal Needham owned part of that
Thing's
car
gonna
back
start
then.
flapping. It's going to tear the wheel well. Look at this.
We see John Andretti had just been able to get by the 33 car, and that time Ernie gets the corner. He tries to outbrake, and he gets the car a little bit sideways. To correct the car, to save it, he had to turn it back, and he turned right into the 33 car. And Positions are just going by as Ernie sits there. He must have lost about 11 or 12 positions.
Yeah, about a dozen, I think. And look at this. Schrader still trying to get to the pits.
There's Ernie being shown
Oh,
in
thank you.
position
Yeah,
there now, and we've talked
because I
about it
do
being
have
17 there a
arthritis.
moment ago.
Like it's
But he has come from the back of the pack before to win this race.
He has not had a great deal of
been
success in the last 3 races. You saw there how he
going,
has
and I
fallen in the
noticed
points
when I
standings.
filmed
Don't count Ernie out yet.
yesterday, my video when I was walking was really, I was really limping coming back from the pool.
He will, meanwhile, Ken Schrader continues to limp around. He's just now getting through the S's, so he's still got a ways to go before he gets to his pit area. We'll take a break and be right back. Cam, you look back from leader Mark Martin's car to second place Jeff Gordon. Ken Schrader has made it into the pits. They have made the repairs, and Dr. Punch was there when it happened.
Well, they came in and took what's left of this right front tire off the car, and what Kenny said was that the contact with the 28 car basically sheared off the valve stem and cut the tire down, and that they're carrying it behind the wall. They were going to just change 2 right side tires and try to get back and stay on the lead lap, but NASCAR was going to hold him 15 seconds on pit road, and when they held him, he said we might as well change left side tires while we're sitting here because we're going to go a lap down anyway.
He did indeed go a lap down, Jerry, back in 43rd position.
There's him. He doesn't realize just how flat the tire is. This is going into turn 3. He tries to turn in, and the car bent that right since the right front tire. Right front tire is flat. It just simply will not turn, and he finally just had to slow down and ride around the racetrack about 20 miles per hour.
Bobby Labonte and Jimmy Spencer, along with Bobby Hamilton, racing here into turn number 7. Meanwhile, here is the top trio. It is Martin, then Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, Rusty Wallace.
And we see that Wally Dallenbach has slid backwards. There goes Dale, Brett Bodine, Ricky Rudd, Michael Waltrip, Kyle Petty, Bill Elliott.
Here's Jeff Burton trying to outbrake Ward, his brother, into turn number 11.
Give me room, brother, please, and he did. Gave him room, but Jeff broke loose and Ward kept the position.
Yep. Jerry, Wally Dallenbach is back now to 12th position. What's going on there?
Yeah, remarkable, Bob, considering the fact that he did not get passed on the racetrack the entire race a year ago, starting back in 15th and finishing 3rd. Only lost spots in the pits on pit stops. The word is that the problem is the brakes. They may have broken a brake line on the car number 46, the First Union Chevrolet. The brakes have gotten worse and worse and worse, and now Tony Glover and the crew are going to discuss it. Apparently, it just gotten more and more worse for Wally Dallenbach. Let's check in with Phil Weber.
And Hut Strickland on pit road. They changed left side tires, dropped the jack, and sent Hut out. The tires looked fine when he went by me, but he might have thought he had a left side going down. So Hut stops, gets 2 tires, fuel, heads back out, does not lose a lap.
This might be strategy. Hut Strickland might be hitting right now and hoping the caution flag comes out. He can stay out there and maybe gain some spots.
And we will see that on road course racing sometimes. They'd rather stop under the green than have the caution come out right after they stop. So it wouldn't surprise me to see others come in here before too long because they're in the window now. They can make a stop anytime along now, and then one more stop will get them to the end.
Look at the black marks back.
Yeah.
Where Mark Martin almost lost control.
Wow, he came out of corner number 11 and had it sideways, but he maintains the advantage over Jeff Gordon. Boy, that was a scary moment for Mark.
Even leaving the race around this racetrack is difficult.
I'm telling you.
As Rusty Wallace has found out, and now Mark Martin's finding out. You see how these cars go through the corner, and the cars just don't get a lot of body roll. That's because they've started using rear sway bars. You know, bars that keeps the body flat. The wheels go up and down, but the body stays flat.
I remembered I had a phone I could do that with.
Around these tracks is with the rear sway bar. They've always had a front. Just in the past few years, they've started running the rear.
We're talking about Wally Dallenbach. He's dropped all the way back to 22nd.
I need my son to help me set up my phone so like everything's working well. I could do it.
That is not on the lead lap, and Jeff Bodine is now listed as out of the race because of the engine failure. On board with Rusty Wallace. Whoa, look at him. He's sawing the wheel there. and so did Mark Martin just a lap ago when he went through corner number 10. Look at this.
Watch this. Now,
Oh, my.
when he gets through, watch the black mark. Look at the black mark.
A little bit of, hey,
Right there.
dust.
He gets that car under control.
Doesn't that happen in real life?
But he really didn't lose.
I saw that recently.
I expect, of course, Geoff was already off the gas and heading into turn 11, but he probably hit the brakes a little harder than he meant to, so he's going to wreck.
In fact, it looks like that Terry Labonte, his teammate, is closing in on Jeff Gordon, and Rusty is staying right there with him.
I think it
Basically
was a cup
four-car race at the moment. Here comes the fifth-place car of Dale Jarrett, then Brett Bodine, Ricky Rudd, Michael Waltrip. Here comes Bill Elliott and others, including Kyle Petty and Ted Musgrave.
And there's GW.
Oh, I know what it was.
And he's still moving up, too, Darrell.
Spa. 24 hours of Spa. My son ran with Gamer and Christian.
A long, long time here on any road course.
Right now he's trying to work around John Andretti. Ward Burton to the inside of Kyle
They finished
Petty.
17th, started 47th.
Or outside, whichever way you want to look at it.
They gained 30 spots in 24 hours. So I was pretty proud of them. And they finished, too, all 24 hours.
And here comes Dallenbach finally coming
I wish
in
Gamer
for a
would
stop,
post
Jerry.
it.
Well, they had to go ahead
I think
and stop.
Gamer has a
Brakes have gotten
YouTube.
worse and worse, so he's really being very careful coming down pit road. The pit road speed starts at the first pit
It was
box
so cute.
and goes to the last pit box.
We all were napping at different times.
On the right side of the car, we were just hearing,
I
by the
napped
way,
in
that
the
Sterling
first
Harlan
12
has the car
hours
stuck
so
in
I
fourth
could
gear
stay up and
only
watch
again,
the
so he'll
end
be coming
part.
in very shortly. His car
Then
slow
I
on the
ended
racetrack
up falling
as work
asleep
continues
about
on the first
midway.
Chevrolet.
Woke
Right
up
side
right
tires, now
like
left side
4 or
tires.
3 hours. 3 hours from the end.
As of yet, they have not
Or
raised
4
the hood. They're
hours.
trying to look at the brake caliper,
The last
take the
quarter.
tires off, see if there's a broken caliper, and looking now at the
Gamer
left
fell
rear.
asleep in the
To see
seat
if possibly
spotting,
there could
and
be
I
a
had to
problem
wake
back in
him
the
up
left rear. Now one crew member
with a
inside the
sound
car.
alert
In the back of the
because
race
my
car.
son on the
As
Discord
leaders
couldn't
now
get
come
him.
down through the S and headed for turn 10. Dallenbach still sits on pit
He
road
was
and
so
now
peacefully sleeping, and I hit that sound alert. I felt so bad.
head for turn 11.
Well, he was in
He's
for
got to make a
3.5
pit stop. You
seconds,
got to
and
change
looks
the
like he's having a little bit
tires.
of difficulty getting that car up to speed.
Those are so fun. It's so fun to do those 24-hour races. It really is. My mom did it in real life with Dad at Daytona, and she kept making the crew and
Kyle Petty, we understand,
drivers
also had a
eat
problem on the
oranges,
racetrack.
Coming into
keep
turn
up their
7,
blood
similar
sugar.
to what Rusty Wallace, he goes in a little bit high, locks that brake, and here he goes.
Nowadays, they use
all four
energy
wheels
drinks.
out on the dirt.
They finished the 24 hours. Can't sleep for another 3.
Fiberglass don't like that plowing.
So Kyle lost several positions.
Here now, Rusty's got around Terry.
Rusty is.
Whoa, and Gordon is off course.
That's Robbie Gordon.
That's turn 2, I believe. Yes, it was. This is around
It's like
3.
planning a vacation. I've got to go out, buy all the snacks that he can eat, the energy drinks. But he likes to, he don't paddle shift, so
Back on track.
Yeah.
he doesn't have a free hand much.
Well, I think it looks like the front end's knocked out of alignment on the car, didn't it? I thought.
I was like
There's some damage to the right front, yes.
planning to go
All right, let's take a
camping.
look at some replays here.
Oh, he's smoking. I mean, it looks like the engine's gone or something.
That's what caused him to go off
That's
course.
what caused him to go off course.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sliding in his own oil.
He just keeps going out through the grass.
Yeah, he looks like an oil line or something, but the car is still running, going back to the pit area.
Oh, it's an
So,
oil line or
Man,
something.
there we see where the damage, where he got that damage.
Well, Robbie cut his teeth, of course.
Oh,
in the
Robbie
desert,
Gordon.
but, that isn't my idea of desert off-road racing. And here is
Sterling
how
drove
Skinner
for
got
that
off
team
course.
later on.
He comes right back out beside of Bobby Labonte. Bobby goes on by. And there we go. Bill Weber, you got the story on Robbie Gordon?
Yeah, he may have cut his teeth in the desert, but here in wine country, he's cut a brake line, and he's also lost his power steering. So I imagine his hands are pretty full right about now. Also looking for Dale Earnhardt to pit, and he just pulled on the pit road now. So the race really begins here for Dale Earnhardt. They had planned to pit pretty early, and this is what they're going to do. Earnhardt's coming in. He's going to get 4 sticker tires. They're going to add 1 pound into the front and 1.5 pounds into the rear. Robbie Gordon now passes Earnhardt here on pit road, and Robbie will seek some assistance from his crew. The good
Goodwrench Chevy here on pit road. They've got the right side tires on. Jack is down. Around to the left side. Meyer shoves in the second can of fuel. Earnhardt's car looks pretty good on this side. Can't see the right front damage. The 40 also on pit road. Hood goes up on Robbie Gordon. Earnhardt stalls the
I don't
car.
think he had a choice.
22 seconds.
Oh, I realized how deep that ditch was.
The drivers are thinking that there may be a caution here because of oil on the track. Several drivers are complaining about that, and he hopes that the caution comes out soon.
Well, you can bet that Dale Earnhardt's complaining about it because he'd like to see that caution.
Down to Jerry.
Well, we're hearing from the Robbie Gordon pits it may be a power steering problem. Maybe power steering
Oh,
fluid
God.
come out of that car.
That's
He comes
slick
down pit
stuff.
road and now makes the hard left-hand turn right by us, and we'll head back to the garage area. His teammate, by the way, Wally Dallenbach, the brake pedal is stuck in the floorboard. He has little or no brakes. He's going to slow the car down totally with the transmission as long as it lasts.
Wow. Tough assignment for Wally Dallenbach. We are early in the race, and Mark Martin continues to lead here at the Save Mart Supermarkets 300.
The NASCAR Ride-Along program puts you in the action.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
Why? Well, I'm fine, but Blotty really needs to stretch his legs. Well, we're kind of winning. Can't you call timeout? Doesn't work that way.
Oh, that's better.
I could pit.
NASCAR on ESPN. Come along for the ride.
Back at Sears Point Raceway, leaders pit stops beginning here on this road course. Geoff Gordon in, right side tires
Okay,
on.
thank you.
Chassis adjustment in the
I
right
will
rear.
ask you if I have any
Left
questions.
side lug nuts on. He will be down the way. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
I'm starting to feel pain down the shin bone. It's probably overdue.
Tires have to be very, very careful, very slick when they leave pit road. It takes these tires a little while, about almost 3/4 of a lap, to come up to temperature. Leaders are in the hairpin.
And then I get the pain down the groin too, so the hips get
We see Mark is starting to catch some
funky.
traffic.
My doctor said, "Oh, you'll need hip replacements." I'm like, what? I'm way too active for that. Way too active. You know what? I'm going to put on my compression bracelet.
Rain out at the Indianapolis Motor
In fact, I'm
Speedway
going
as
to put on two.
practice for the Indy 500 was supposed to begin. They are underway with practice today, and they will have daily reports beginning at 5 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow on ESPN2. Indy daily reports beginning tomorrow. The leader, Mark Martin, is in the pit area.
A great time to pit. He was catching lap cars. Now he can go back on the racetrack, hopefully with some green racetrack, clean racetrack in front of him.
Slowly down pit road. 35 miles an hour. It's a long way down to his pit stall. Jerry Punch is waiting on him. Now he arrives.
Well, it should be a routine pit stop for Mark Martin. They wanted to actually wait about 3 or 4 laps, but because of the early pit stop of Gordon, they had no choice. Martin is in.
I'll be in the chat. Let me shut off the camera, find all this stuff. I got to get the cream too, the hemp and aspirin cream.
What a run it's been for Darrell. He's got right side tires on, but not the left side. The fuel is in. He's getting his windshield clean. He's also getting sticker tires. Some guys are taking scuff. Waltrip's on his way back out. The 43 is also on pit road, changing right side tires. Should be 4 for Bobby Hamilton as well.
Bobby Hamilton's crew goes to work on the left side, changing tires over there. Fuel being put in for Bobby. The leader of the race is Dale Jarrett. It's important to him, of course, because he needs the 5 bonus points. Every little bit helps. Now the crew has completed the work on Bobby Hamilton, and he rolls away.
And I think that's the only reason that Dale Jarrett stayed out there when the other leaders came in, was to get that 5 bonus points.
There is our leader now, working his way.
The only thing would hurt Dale Jarrett right now, if the caution flag were to come out right now and they close pit road, he would be in trouble, because I expect him to make a pit stop the next time by. He can't ride out there and let the caution flag come out.
We're going to know in a moment. Yes, indeed. Dale Jarrett heads for the pit area, and so he relinquishes the lead.
Now, if the caution comes out right now, he's okay, because they already made the entrance into the pits.
So Dale will look for his assigned pit stall. 35 miles miles an hour is the speed limit. Coming down here, Jerry Punch, he'll soon be near you.
Well, lap 25, exactly what Geoff Bodine did at Watkins Glen. Split the race in 3 parts. And Jarrett pits lap 25, probably will come back in on lap 50. As right side tires are going on, they make a chassis adjustment to the left rear. 1 round in the left rear, and now tires going on the left side. As lug nuts going on, the car full of fuel. Jarrett is down and away.
Great pit stop.
Yep.
Great pit stop.
18.5 seconds, and Dale Jarrett rolls back out. And now on the racetrack, we have a battle between Mark Martin and Rusty Wallace.
And I think this is for the lead.
Rusty had a great pit stop. He moved from, what, 4th up to, oh no, he was running 3rd and moved right on the back bumper of Mark Martin on his pit stop.
Well, Rusty Wallace was in the lead at one point, but lost it when he came into turn 7 too quickly. Here he is moving through turn number 6. We're going to follow him down to turn 7 and see how things go this lap. Mark Martin is the leader of the race, though, at the moment.
Locked up the brakes before. Watch, he closes him right on the back bumper of Mark Martin and trying to go on the outside. Close quarters.
So good battle ensues here. You can see that Terry Labonte is running back in 3rd spot. Jeff Gordon is 4th, and Dale Jarrett is 5th. 25 of 74 laps complete. Just about the same interval. Mark Martin leading Rusty Wallace, who is ahead of Terry Labonte. They go up the hill and head for turn 2.
It's like Kenny Strader, the Skull car, up in front of them.
He's gotten back in the lead lap then as a result of the pit stops by the leaders, but he's about to go, about to go a lap down again.
Bill Weber's with Robbie Gordon.
And the frustration continues for Robbie Gordon. High hopes here on the road course, but you're behind the wall. What happened?
I don't know. I mean, we were really, really fast yesterday. You know, with fast first practice, fast afternoon practice. I was afraid the car was going to start pushing as the tires went out, so I stuck rubbers in there. We weren't as good as we wanted to be in the first session, but as soon as we were coming in for a pit, we were going to fix that. Lost the power steering going right in the corner, oiled down the rear tires. All I could do was just save it as I went off the course straight. I'm a little frustrated, but, you know, I got to thank all the guys on the Coors Light team. They were doing a really good job this weekend. We really made a lot of progress because we were faster on full tanks than we even qualified. So I thought our hopes of a podium finish.
I'm in the chat. I just got out of medicine. Going on. Hold on. I'll be there in a minute.
Right now, Ken Schrader is on the lead lap, but he's close to going a lap down.
He is in 38th position, so 38 cars still on the lead lap. Wow.
But this is basically exactly why Mark Martin made that pit stop. Oh, and Schrader goes over to block that move by Mark Martin, because let's face it, he wants to stay in the lead lap. And now can Mark accelerate off the corner and get by him? No.
Well, while these two race and try to get by Ken Schrader.
See that timing and scoring at the line? You know how that's done? Us scorers in the scorer tower, in addition to writing down on our clipboard in each little block the time on the ticker clock in front of us. It's not the actual race time, but the single second ticker clock. We also mashed a button. That's what gave you that. That was when they were first dealing with telemetry. Like it was first being experimented with, 96 and 97. Both years I would have to mash this little plastic button like a little game show button.
No traffic from Tim.
No traffic, so that's exactly why they made that pit stop. Rather than contend with the traffic and slow down, slow their lap time down.
So that was brought to you by these unknown scorers.
Here comes 5th place Jarrett.
We're up in the booth with Morris Metcalf. Why I remember it, I've tried to remember it. And Marlin was his other guy. Co-scorers.
And that's for 11th position, too.
Assistant head scorer.
Making a charge towards the front.
He sure has. He started 26th, 18th on the 30th, 13th and steadily
I'll be
up
back
to
on the
12
camera in a
here on the
minute.
27th circuit. There is John Andretti, and here comes Bobby Labonte, and he too is making good progress. Started 29th, was 26th on lap 13, stayed there till lap 19, and now on lap 27 up to 14th spot. Good run for Bobby. Meanwhile, it continues to be about a car length and a half between Martin and Rusty Wallace.
Going out into turn 4. And the long sweeping right-hander.
It's a Napa field summary showing you where everybody is running at the moment. The numbers in parentheses indicate where they started.
These cars are running about 75 miles per hour as they go through turn 6.
Now that field summary is done by the telemetry on the cars, I think. To be honest.
130, 35 mile per hour range.
Or it could have been typed in from one or the other, but
miles per hour.
that, it was all new.
Oh, he's got good inside position.
Nope. Boy, it's so slick down on the inside of them. When you mash that gas and you're in second gear with a low gear rear end ratio anyway, and it really puts that power there, and it just simply won't get a bite.
No doubt that Rusty Wallace has a very fast race car, and he is just looking for the opportunity to get by Mark, but he may have lost a car length or so on that little incident.
They get that corner about 100 miles per hour. Now, back to 112, 13 miles per hour, downshifting down to 40 miles per hour once again.
And the interval closes again. Here's a battle between Ernie Irvan and Ward Burton. That is for 15th position. Ernie Irvan now up to 15th.
Well, after that spin down in turn 11, he and Ken Schrader got together, and he dropped back to that 27th position or something. He was moved back up. He was moving up at that time.
Gary Coates got a good run going in the Skittles Pontiac behind this group. The 17th spot, there he comes. Spencer Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty is falling back here. And here comes Earnhardt. He's up in 20th spot now, and
Steve Grissom on the inside of Lance Hooper. Oh, 3 abreast. Jeremy Mayfield to the inside. Whoa.
And Hooper is the man that comes out ahead.
it came out just the way they went in the corner. Lance Hooper, the Hardy's car, was the Winston West champion in 1996. He's driving for Greg Sachs, who I think we told you last week broke his foot in a testing accident in Greenville-Pickens Speedway. So road course is not really a good place to run with a broken foot.
But he will be back next week at Talladega on Saturday.
See Hutch Strickland as he goes by.
That is back in 29th position. He's almost 59 seconds behind the leader.
It's Morgan Shepherd.
Tom Huber.
Okay, Pops. I'm glad you're here.
I think that's it. The last winner on the Winston West Series.
Once again into corner number 11. It's Mark Martin leading Rusty Wallace and Terry Labonte not too far behind. There are the top 5. 30 laps are now completed after of 74 in the Save Mart Supermarkets 300. The NASCAR website at www.nascar.com with all the information you seek about any kind of NASCAR racing. Get on board with the Super Highway and find out all about what happened at the truck race yesterday in Portland, and at the conclusion of this race, all the statistics that you need to know. NASCAR Online. Well, it remains just about the same, doesn't it? About the same interval between first and second.
Yep, Mark Martin leading, Rusty Wallace staying pretty close on him. Hasn't made a major charge here recently. Terry Labonte staying right in there. He might be creeping up just a little bit.
The last time by, Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin were the two fastest cars. As Hutch Strickland is back in the pits.
Well, he made an early pit stop once before, Bill.
Exactly right, Ned. He is just out of sequence, so Hut is in for fuel, and this time 4 tires. Right sides are on. Now they'll come around, put on the left side tires. Hut Strickland also using sticker tires on this pit stop. Being warned by the NASCAR official, they're missing a lug nut on the right front, so they'll have to run back around with the gun and put on the extra lug nut. And now Hut will be able to return to the race.
And he isn't going to be able to go the rest of the distance, I don't think. set of tires.
I tell you one thing, it looks like he's got a tire out of balance. Boy, that rear bumper is loose. Some of our spotters tell us that the rear bumper has been bounced like that. It is loose. Evidently someone's made some contact with the back of the Circuit City car.
And it's gone a lap down. So he and Ken Schrader, who's coming up there right behind him, will be racing for position. And that position will be for 36.
And Dale Jarrett, meanwhile, weaves his way through these lap cars. Dale is in 5th spot at the moment, as you can see on your scoring pylon there in the upper left.
He made an adjustment on his car during the pit stop, but he's not running as fast to laps now as he was before.
There's another Radio Shack Field summary for you. Dale Jarrett, his best finish here at Sears Point was 12th, and he's done that on 2 different occasions, most recently in this race last year. But he's got a good run going here this afternoon.
And you talked about the 5 car being a little bit faster than the rest of them. The last time by, he was the fastest car of the first 6 cars. He ran 90.364, and the leader ran 90.030.
Ernie Irvin goes by. There is Ward Burton. Here comes Derek Cope out of the corner. Jimmy Spencer. And there is Dale Earnhardt, who is back in 19th position. So he's moved up from his starting spot of 32nd, but he is just not a contender as he usually is on a road course.
I'm told that Robbie Gordon's doing to repair his car. He's going back out on the racetrack trying to get all the points that he can. There he is with Briggs and Strap on board. Thank you for bringing that camera back out, Robbie.
So the only car that's shown off the track but not officially out of the race right now is Ricky Craven, who has a transmission problem. Geoff Bodine is indeed out of competition. There you see Ricky with his onboard camera as he waits for repairs to be made to the Budweiser Chevrolet. Back on board with Mark Martin looking back on Rusty Wallace.
Going down through turn 6, the carousel. They'll accelerate up to turn 7. There he is. Well, these 2 cars are awfully close today.
Not a great deal of difference. Their last lap speed was almost identical. You had to get down into the thousands to see any difference at all.
Yeah, 90.001 for Mark Martin and 90.008 for Rusty Wallace. So they're virtually going the same speed. Now here is Hooper in car number 20, Steve Grissom and Mike Skinner. Hooper again from the Winston West Series, substituting for Greg Sachs.
That's 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
The only car that's running in the 90-mile-an-hour bracket right now, the only other car other than those 3 up front, is Jeff Burton. He is running in 6th position, but his last lap was a little bit faster than the leaders.
We have had no cautions to this point. Thus, we are at record speed here. The track record is 81.413, and right now they're going more than 87, almost 88 miles an hour, and Bobby Hillin is in trouble.
And I see parts flying out of the car. Parts were flying out of the car.
Drop down on the right side, Terry. I think it's a sway bar.
Well, is there debris on the racetrack?
He thought it was a sway bar. It looked like maybe a sway bar arm or something.
Bad. I can't do that. Bring it in here, park it back, and we'll sit here until we get it fixed in.
They're going to fix it before they go back on the racetrack. Going in the garage area.
So just as I say, we haven't had a caution. Maybe there will be if indeed there are parts and debris on the racetrack, but nothing so far. And Darrell Waltrip tries to go into 9th spot, trying to get around Brett Bodine, and Waltrip is just having a heck of a day.
He is having a great day. He just picks them off one at a time, driving a very smart, calculated race.
Hey, Kevin. I was just coming back from my bathroom break. Let me put me on camera here in a minute.
Down to 7. He may have the spot, and my golly, he does.
Dog rubbing my feet.
Brett backs off, gives him the room. Brett knows that he's a little bit faster right now. So
And Ricky Rudd has a problem.
No.
Wow. One of the guys that you think is a favorite when you go to a road course. His car is in pit road, and it looks like they're taking it behind the wall.
Well, that's too bad, because he is a great road racer.
Jerry, what's going on?
Well, it's the old nemesis here on the road course. Apparently the transmission has come apart inside the Tide Ford, so they're going to try to push the car. Ricky was trying to get the car on the pit road, couldn't make the turn.
Everything's sorted out. But I cut down half my medicine and I did those 20 laps when.
Get the transmission fixed.
Oh my God!
And getting back on the racetrack to pick up some valuable Winston Cup points. But
everything hurts today, Scally.
Road course winner.
And Rudd comes into this race in 7th position.
My hound dog looking at me. She is so cute. She weighs 80 pounds. Let me see if I can get her up on the bed. She is so cool.
Speed World today
She's
at
my
Sears
world.
Point Raceway in Sonoma, California for the Save-Mart Supermarkets 300 being brought to you by the legendary Firebird Trans Am from Pontiac. By True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR and Garage.
Let me not hang myself here.
By the Exide NASCAR Select, so reliable it's the official battery of NASCAR. And by Firestone, America's tire since 1900. And we welcome those of you who are joining us from ESPN News. We are at Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma, California, and the lead of this race is held by Mark Martin in car number 6. There you see behind him Rusty Wallace and then Terry Labonte. Those are the first
Try
three.
again.
Gordon in car number 40 was in the pits for several laps. He's about 13 laps down, but back out there.
Go. Try again. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Run.
Let him go.
Run.
You want to fool around there with him, being on his back bumper.
Try again.
The 78 car of Tom Hubert has been trying to move up through the field, and sometimes are good, sometimes are bad.
And this is one of the bad times. You try to get on the inside of Morgan Shepherd.
There she is.
78 grade, nails the gas.
Come
She does
here.
the 360. Jeff Davis goes by the 9 car. There goes Sean Woodside, the 07.
Oh, my
And speaking of bad times, it's a bad time for Ricky Rudd, Doc.
Well, the 5-time road course winner sits in his Tide Ford behind the wall. Ricky, he had a great run going, but what happened?
Well, we were
Used
beat.
to
Seemed
chase
like we could run around
butterflies.
top 5 somewhere like
I
that.
used to
But
chase butterflies.
just trying to save the tires, wait for the end of the
Isn't she
race.
cool?
But we were about a
That's
5th place car
Stella.
today, and all of a sudden, no reason, no excuse, really, just came out of this turn 11 down here in front of the
Yeah,
pits.
she is. She's a big girl.
Grabbed the
She's a
gears and took
Carolina
off, and all of a
Bloodhound.
sudden, everything in the rear end broke. So they broke the ratchet or broke the ring and pinion. I'm not really sure which one. It's kind of an unusual thing. I've never had one happen
She's
before.
got brindle
You're
paws
known
and
to
she
be so
looks like
easy
a
on
lab.
equipment. You're sort of the Arthur
You're
Murray of road
beautiful
racing
and
here.
I
I mean, you're
love
so
you.
easy with the pedals and gears.
And you're my
Any
girl.
idea you've never had this happen before?
Well, you can't, if the driver wheel hops the car under braking, then you can tear up some stuff in the rear. But it was pretty easy on equipment all day. Nothing really, no warnings, no indication or anything. They were just trying to take care of the equipment and snap. But like I said, I've never lost a gear before on a road course, so it's a new one for us. I'm really puzzled.
We're watching turn 11 a lot, Ricky. It looks like it's getting slipperier and slipperier. Is it slicker than ordinarily out there?
Well, that's where we were losing most of our time. We were giving up to the leaders about 3/10 right there in that corner. We just couldn't get through it. I could turn into the corner good, but I couldn't even begin to touch the accelerator. If I did, it just light the tires up through every gear I could grab. So
I don't know
we
if you
just
can
missed
hear
that combination. Some of the guys have been able to
looking at
figure it out, but yeah, it seems to be a little slicker than normal there.
All right, Ricky Rudd behind the wall. The man who won the inaugural Save-Mart 300 here back in 1989. Bob?
So Rudd back in the garage area
Stella.
while a great battle is ensuing here on the racetrack. That's Lance Hooper in car number 20 and the 31 of Mike Skinner, and that is a battle for 20th position, right? So here at Sears Point International Raceway, it is Mark Martin leading, and for those of you watching us on ESPN News, we will see you later and keep you updated. Lance Hooper having a pretty good run here in the 20th position as we are at Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma, California. 35 laps to go in this 74-lap race. Mark Martin is leading, followed by by Rusty Wallace in the Radio Shack field summary. We'll show
That's
you
not
where
making
everybody else is running.
And folks, we have not had a caution flag this period. No caution flags. Over halfway, as a matter of fact, Mark Martin
I don't have,
was the leader at halfway.
I can't reach my mic. How
Gatorade
about that?
Halfway.
Go bonk your head on
at
it.
Sears Point at a road course. As difficult as they are, no cautions yet. Got a few cars to go off
I
the
used to
track.
carry
They
her
back home.
around in a little bag. She was born into my hands at a landlord's house.
As Ricky Rudd is now, changing transmission.
And
Bobby Hillen had a problem. He's off the
I heard
track.
this weird. I rented a room at a farm.
Cars are on the lead lap. Sterling Marlin, the
And I
last
heard a
car
weird
on
noise
lead
in the
lap.
kitchen, and it sounded
And
like
the
a puppy
18 car
crying.
of Bobby
And it was
Labonte is
actually
still
her
on the
brother
movies
that
up
was
to
born
13th
first.
right now.
Musgrave,
and then
John Andretti. There's Steve Bobby Labonte in the 18 car, and then Ernie Irvin. All those cars.
I didn't even know the dog
battling
was
for
pregnant.
position.
It was the landlord's dog. Not, I mean, he never even told me she was pregnant. She was just looked like her. She's never had babies done. She's just big. She's huge. People ask me when she's due. Or they call her a boy. But
And there, the 78 is off the course again.
That's why she got
Tom
pink
Schubert,
collar.
who was a tire changer for the
But
dirty car,
she was
Johnny
the next
Benson,
one born.
until this
She was
weekend.
born into
He
my
has put on a
hands.
helmet
And all I said was, oh, it's a
qualified the
girl.
car
Well, in
well.
between,
And
I
the
ran,
31 finally got
when I
the
saw the
20.
little one already born, I ran, knocked on the landlord's door and said,
He's being shown in 28 position, 29
your
position.
dog is having puppies. And he
now
come
Mike
out and
Skinner
I
moves up into
said,
20th
oh my
spot.
God, a little girl who
So we're
looks
back
just
at
like her
21st, and
mom.
there is
And she
Steve
looked just
Grissom
like her
in the
mom.
22nd
Her mom's
spot.
name was Brandy. I think Brandy's
Steve
still
Grissom was
alive.
driving with a broken foot.
Living in
But he
Love Valley,
broke
North
his whistle
Carolina.
in the crash. But he and Geoff Bodine. And you watch all this. Robbie Gordon once again is making.
But this one here was just one of the litter. I tended to the litter. I told him, you know, he didn't know what to do. And I said, look, I'm really good at this. And they all starved. They all did great. They all got homes. But at 7 weeks along,
There they are.
And again.
Oh, look.
I said I'm not going to let her. She was like one of the last three left.
Look at the speeds now. He
And
is off the pace.
she would not go to sleep without me saying good night. And I called her Little Bear. I said, good night, Little Bear. Was you Little Bear when you were a baby? We talk about being a Little Bear. And that would change her name to Stella.
Than Mark Martin and Terry Labonte and some of those that might be happening
Yeah,
now.
she is,
As we watch this battle,
pride and joy
18 has gotten
She's
around the
gonna be
98 car. Bobby Labonte
6
has taken
in
over.
January. No, she's going to be 7 in January. She just turned 6.
John
What?
Andretti back to third.
You got
Oh, and the
stiff
Lance
muscles here. I
Supercar
can
is
feel 'em.
in for trouble. And a lot of smoke coming from the rear end of
I
that
can
car.
feel 'em.
Oh, he almost spun there in pit road.
Yeah, he's losing some oil or grease or something coming into the pits. They'll have to be
The
very
biggest
careful
problem
other
she
drivers
has
when they
is
make their pit
allergies.
stops.
She really only eat much.
That could be a caution time. Well, that was going in turn 11. If he's lost any
She
fluid
stops
on the
and she
racetrack,
breaks
the
up.
NASCAR officials quickly will thought
Bubbles,
caution.
blisters, zits all over.
Well, Jerry, what's the matter with Rusty Wallace? He is not as fast as he
Yeah,
was a few laps ago.
and she has problems with styes in her eyes.
Rusty Wallace fans, he is on 7 cylinders right now at Sears Point, so that problem could get worse and worse today goes on. They're going to try to milk this thing to the finish, but 7 cylinders still with quite a ways to go on a very demanding road course. But now the caution will come out, and they will get a chance maybe to bring the car on the pit road. A full course caution will give some of these crews a chance to be able to dial these cars in.
She does Stelly TV at the beat. I just
Now
take
the
videos.
caution's out
It's
in
not a
front of
good
his
signal to the
clothes.
stream.
So now, do they pit on the caution flag, change tires?
Well, they're going to have about
Isn't she
31 laps
gorgeous,
to
though?
go.
Look at her ears.
And, that'll be spreading. They might be able to go
When they're
that
at the
far
beach, the wind
on
blows
back
them.
of Geoff, and I'm sure there will be some that'll do it. So,
I
yeah,
know.
they'll probably
She's
stop.
laughing.
It's our first caution
Yeah,
of the
you're
afternoon,
laughing.
and it comes past the halfway mark.
Make
43
rum.
laps have been completed. We'll see pit stops when we come back.
Can you make rum?
Sears Point Raceway in Sonoma, California, and the overhead shot is courtesy of Pennzoil. The Pennzoil copter cam is
Mommy
providing
loves
once
her
again
stuff.
the overhead shots, and the
Yeah,
cars
we've
are
done
lined
lots.
up
We
behind the
swim in
pace car,
heaps
and
and
before
rivers.
too long,
You
they'll be
went
coming
swim
in,
at
or
the
some of them
mill.
will, for
You
a
swim
pit
at
stop.
the
There they
beach.
come.
Not now.
Heading down pit road. You see the pace car going on down the racetrack and the race cars coming into the pits.
Right now there's only one car, and I suppose that car is a lap down that has not pitted. 37 car of Jeremy Mayfield didn't pit.
Yeah, he's a lap down, Ben.
Okay.
Wow, a parade to the pit area, and things are going to get very, very busy in there. Bill Weber, go ahead.
Well, we talked earlier about how exciting it would be on pit road today. Virtually everybody is here, including Geoff Burton. He will get 4 tires and fuel, the half-pound added to the front and a half-pound into the rear. He'll make a track bar adjustment on the X-side Ford. Burton's right side is around. They're coming around to the left side, and we go to Dr. Punch.
Likewise, right side tires are on Mark Martin's Valvoline Ford. No adjustments to wedge whatsoever. A slide air pressure adjustment. They clean the windshield. Left front tire on. Left rear tire on. Run nuts fast. It's full of fuel. And Terry Labonte will beat. Labonte will beat Mark Martin out of the pits. Great pit stop by the Kellogg's crew.
And I believe that Rusty Wallace has beaten both Mark and Terry out of the pit. So Rusty picks up the position in the pit area, and that is exactly where wasn't he the one that told us that that's the best place to pick up a position was in the pits? If you did it, oh, that's right. But obviously it is because Rusty has gone into the lead as a result of good work in the pit area.
Right now, Terry Labonte's ahead on the racetrack. NASCAR's going to have to sort this out.
Okay.
It looked like Rusty might have beaten. We got to sort it out.
All right.
We shall see then. You're not settling. Okay, get down. We'll go potty.
There's the 5. There's the 2. We have 3 lap cars that are ahead of...
if she didn't have to go to the bathroom, she would have just gone to sleep. She's...
We'll see what happens when they line up.
I'll be right back.
Restart. In the meantime, with the caution still out and the cleanup continuing from oil on the track, we'll take a break. Backs are brought to you by Quaker State Motor Oil for a clean running engine.
Ordinarily on an oval track, you want to be the last one to come on the pit road. If you can keep your car on the racetrack and maybe catch a caution flag while everyone else pits, you can come in and everyone else is a lap down. Just the opposite here on a road course. You want to be the first one to pit. It's called short pitting. If you come in first, everyone else comes in behind you because you don't lose a lap in the pits. You're the leader or possibly the winner. But you got a short pit within your fuel window. And right up there, that's Richie Gilmore. He is the guy who calculates fuel for Terry Labonte. Now, what he does is figure out how far they can go on a single tank of fuel. Let me show you what his calculations were. Take a look here. The car number 5, it's a 74-lap race. They can go 32 laps on each tank of fuel. Subtract 32 from 74 means they pit anytime after lap 42. That's their window. They can go the rest of the way and possibly win the race. And let me show you next door, Mark Martin's window. Now, their calculations are this: 74 laps in a race, they can only go 27 laps per tank of fuel. They have to pit at lap 47 or later to make it all the way. Folks, they just pitted on lap 43.
That will be interesting. Now, how much they'll save depending on how many caution laps we have here and how much you'll be able to save on that.
You know, pit stops are very, very important. Watch this as Mark Martin's jacking. First of all, they have some trouble on the right rear. Butch is all done on the front. We're waiting on the right rear. Finally, the jack man comes around. Now, watch as he drops this jack. He's supposed to drop the jack right under the car, but it slips out of his hand. The handle slipped out of his right hand. He still doesn't have it. Now he's got to get the jack under the car. That precious second might have taken him from first to third. In the pits, all it takes is one little slip, one lug nut to fall off, the jack fall out of your hand, and you go from first to third.
And indeed, that is where he will restart. And Terry Labonte did beat Rusty Wallace out of the pit. So at the moment, Terry Labonte is the leader. We're still under caution at Sears Point. Beautiful overhead shot of Sears Point Raceway in the Sonoma Valley, about 45 miles north of San Francisco. Now, for some reason, NASCAR has put the 6 car of Mark Martin ahead of the 5 and the 2.
Well, we showed a replay just a moment ago, and the 5 car crossed the white line. Maybe we were picking up the white line, the wrong white line. Okay. Right there. I guess that's the white line they're going by, and the NASCAR officials have said that Mark Martin crossed that line. What we were going by was the line on up the racetrack right there. Man,
that is really close, isn't it?
Wow. That is close.
Too close to call. Well, we were going green, but we're not now. One more lap of caution.
And that's going to help Mark Martin on that fuel situation. Gives him one more lap at slow speed, not burning a lot of fuel here. So Jerry Punch pointed out that he needed to go to lap 47. Well, they're going to complete lap 45. It still might be a little bit shy, but...
And there's a conversation between Gary Dehart and NASCAR officials regarding the restart positioning.
I don't think Terry Labonte has led this race yet today, has he? He would have if he'd stayed out front there. But that would certainly be a concern that they would have, that 5 bonus points.
Well, the computer here is showing that Terry has led a lap, but it could have been the one that is in contention right now.
Right. I think it was while he was out front going around there, but it should have been Mark Martin's lap.
In any case, while they continue to have their discussion, we will take another break here at Sears Point Raceway. 45 out of 74 laps now completed. Point Raceway under caution, and the question is, who is the leader of the race, and where is the line that they determine who's leading the race?
Well, I guess they're saying that this line just before the bridge is the line that decides who will be leading the race. And these cars are right there. Roll it, and we'll see. There's Labonte's moving. He moves out, and now Mark moves. And it's just so difficult to tell. Let's try a different shot. There goes Mark. Labonte's moving. And it's close.
Yes, it is.
But NASCAR...
This is the white line. Here's the white line we were talking about a moment ago. And obviously, Labonte was in front at that line. And that's what I thought that was the one that decided it, but obviously it's not.
But that's already past pit road.
All right, Jerry.
What they're telling us down here, guys, this line right here to my left, that's the white line that they use to determine who exits the pit first. In fact, who is the lead, instead of the yellow line. The ladies at the end of pit road down here, those two ladies standing there are the ones who made a determination. They're the ones that said that it was 6-5 and then 2.
Well, the green flag is out, and Rusty Wallace was very, very loose as he came up the hill.
Well, that's one reason, because the 24 car got in the back of him, I think. They say that Rusty's on 7 cylinders, so obviously he's underpowered. It doesn't look like he's underpowered there.
No, he comes up that hill pretty good. Moves right up on Terry Labonte.
Now, the 37 car of Jeremy Mayfield is on the lead lap, but just barely.
Just on the tail end of the lead lap. He is in 31st position. You'd like to see another caution flag before they get back to the start-finish line if he can stay out in front.
Mark Martin turned 7 because Jeremy, I don't think, pitted, and Rusty was seeing getting a little sideways. I don't think Jeremy pitted, so his tires are worn. There goes Jeremy. Mark looks like he's on the inside. Yes, he is. There goes Terry Labonte. Now, this could help Mark. Watch him pull away. Watch this acceleration as Mark just pulls away from the 5 car.
And Rusty's going to have to stay behind the 37 car, but 37 pulled away from him, so that was not a problem. Now Rusty moves back.
Okay, I'm back and breathless.
Behind him, at least through the S's. So Mark Martin will get a long way ahead of
I have a bird watching closet habit.
28 laps to go.
And I heard a great flycatcher, and I thought I saw its nest, but it's not. Or it might be. I don't know.
Even now, Rusty Wallace is not going
But
to be
one's
able
calling
to
over
pass
here,
Jeremy
one's
Mayfield.
calling over there. But I'll have to run it through my bird app and see what the sound
So he
is.
has picked up the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps, 4 lead changes, 1 caution period lasted 4 laps. The
I
average
think one
speed
of
is
my
78.4
favorite
miles an
movies
hour.
was Steve
Here are
Martin.
the drivers that have led: Mark Martin,
The
Rusty
great
Wallace, and Dale Jarrett. And as far as cars out of the race, they include Lance Hoover, Gary Bradbury,
Race.
and John
Or
Bodine.
something.
Everybody else is still out there.
Must have got up on the bumps there.
Here's
It cost him, Geoff Gordon, trying to go on the inside.
I got into birds growing up in Massachusetts. I was taken to the Audubon Society Museum, James Audubon Museum in Peabody, Massachusetts, and
Yeah, Bill Elliott had a great pit
got one of them little bird
He's
calls.
running about 8.
Ever since I've been.
And Rusty Wallace moves over and lets Geoff
Yeah.
go by. And he realizes that
I got
he
a
is
cat
holding
too,
up
by the
whole line
way.
of cars. But now he's letting Jarrett go by. There goes Elliott.
A little kid. I've been in.
And we see the smoke coming out of the Miller Lite Ford.
He's got serious problems now. Looks like he may be headed for the pits as smoke pours out of the Miller Lite Ford, and Rusty Wallace is in trouble, Jerry.
Well, Rusty's words are, guys, I just blew it up. He said, let's load it up and go home.
My goodness.
Just try to nurse it back to the pits.
So the driver who has won
I got her
more
cheap food
road
'cause I
course
needed to
races
get
than
gas
any other
too
active driver
this
is
week.
about to retire.
And she's
There we see Rusty Wallace. Look how high that
But
car
she
gets
also
off
gets
the-
milk.
off the ground as he hits those strips.
Tuna
Could have revved
fish.
that thing on
She
up
had
there
tuna fish
when
this
that fluid got
morning.
off the ground, Ben.
And
He
she
could have
wants
revved
her
that engine up.
crunchies. It's this
Pretty high there.
special.
So he's
stupid
got the
food
gloves
that
off, he's taking the helmet off and calling it a day. Rusty
Night
Wallace out
parrot.
of competition.
Watch him drive it with
Wow.
his knee. Hold the steering wheel with his knee.
Although he'd reported earlier that
That
the
is
cylinder
awesome.
had gone away, and so that's probably what caused
That's
the
the
blow.
one that's real close to the one that
We
went,
watched Ernie Urban and
the Carolina
The
Paraquet
battle for 12th position.
went
and Andretti
extinct
has 12th,
because they
and
shot 'em
Ernie
all.
wants it.
And the night parrot I heard was similar.
That somebody else wants.
Yeah,
Real
it's
estate or car or whatever.
Whatever, exactly right.
it's kind of like, I guess, crows in the fields and stuff, and it's against a lot of shoot crows and that type of thing. That's like, yeah, I know in North Carolina. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it.
Musgrave.
Musgrave. Nope.
Kicked my
He's
mic.
having a pretty good run. He's 11th at the moment.
And Darrell didn't get Michael either.
Wow.
Bobby Labonte now has worked his way up to 10.
Uh-oh, that's the wrong way. Somebody's going the wrong way.
I think it's Mike Wallace.
In the spam car.
That's cool. That's kind of like Disney Animal Kingdom is. In some areas, it's just wild. And the birds are there.
He was running 24th and he lost.
And other ones
6
are
or 7 spots
netted.
as
But
those cars eased by him while he was sitting there in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, he's going to be back to about 29th position.
That's
The last
very
car
cool.
he left.
He hustles down through the S's,
I like
and
to
Bill Weber is with
take
Rusty
pictures
Wallace.
of them and video them if I can.
I overrevved the thing about halfway through the race, and
Probably
I must
the
have
one
tagged
I'm
the valve. I
most
started missing
proud
after
of
that.
is the
And it was
one
running on about 7.5
of the
cylinders, which was still okay.
owl
I was able
I
to
have.
keep up and maybe even be a little
was
faster.
just sitting
but,
in the tree at my
that was about
sister's,
2
and I
laps
got
ago. It just
the really
lost
good
the whole
camera
entire
out
cylinder
and
then and started seizing up instead of shutting down.
really
You
got
got really
some
high in one of the turns out there
great
coming off the ripple
shots.
strips. Did that contribute to it?
No, that wouldn't have nothing to do with it. What happened, I just, I got in real deep, real hot, missed a shift, and got the motor way up there.
Cat wouldn't get
My
it.
own fault. That's about it.
Cat's down there
You thought
beating
this was
the
going to be your
crap
day,
out of
didn't you?
Well, the car's fast as lightning. It was just flying, and early in
What?
the race, it took the lead, and got
She's
down to
mad
turn
she
11,
don't have her
turn
favorite
7 too
food.
hot. I mean, I made 2 big mistakes today that I normally don't make. Running off the course right there, and when I had probably the best car out there for sure.
She was raised by Stella. They grew up together. She came from North Wilkesboro,
That was all my fault today.
the county of Wilkesboro, but
Okay,
North
he's got a good
Wilkesboro
qualifying
town.
spot already for Talladega next week.
She came from a little farm, actually.
Just exited the pit area
On the south
from
side of
BGN
it.
because of a right front that was flat.
As we see Mark Martin leading Terry.
A friend of mine had it on the Facebook that he had 2 kittens that they were giving away, and I actually was going to see the other one that was more white. That one was persnickety, and this one here,
Off the turns as the track gets slicker.
and the other one was a boy too. When I wanted to
Traction coming off the turns.
Look how close Terry Labonte
She's
is
crazy.
now to the leader, Mark
She's chasing her tail. She's gorgeous. Oh my God, she's about the prettiest cat you've
Terry
ever
Labonte
seen.
has won 2 road course races, both of them at Riverside.
And she's
One
just
in
so
81,
lovable
one in
too,
85.
but
He
she's
has never won
only lovable for
here
10
at
seconds.
Sears Point.
Hey,
His best finish
ow!
was second back
You
in
little.
92.
But he's a serious contender
She's
here today.
attacking me because I don't have her favorite food. Get up here and don't be naughty.
There's old
No
DW.
picky
Was able
paws.
to
She
get
didn't
by
do
Michael.
picky paws on my
He's
foot,
moved
but she
into
grabbed it
7th
with her
spot
paws.
as you see on the pylon.
How about that?
Great
That's just a reminder for her.
Good battle in front of him there as Geoff Burton and Bill Elliott go at it for the 5th and 6th
Get over
places.
here.
Bill Elliott has
Come
the
get
5th
your
spot
food. I'll
right there,
hand feed
94
you.
to 99. 5th and 6th.
Give me a porch
Here's
inside.
Burton looking inside. He may outbreak Elliott, and I believe he's going to get
not
the position.
gonna leave me alone till I put.
Yep. Yes, he is. How about that?
Yeah.
Bill Weber is down in Hut Strickland's pit area with the tire that just came off Hut's car.
Yeah, you don't want to open your trunk and find this one as your spare. This is what happens when the brake duct rubs against the inside of your tire. It doesn't last too long. You have to come in and get a new one. So disappointment for Hut Strickland. Had to come in and get a tire. And frustrating day. We talked earlier about how you have to have a perfect setup when you come to a road course. There's really no margin for error here, and obviously that cost Hut.
So Mark Martin has about a 5-car length advantage on Terry Labonte. Jeff Gordon is running third, then Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton. Continues to lead here at Sears Point with Terry Labonte running in second position. Mark Martin eligible for $30,400 bonus in Unocal money, and he is looking for his first win since Charlotte in October of 1995. He didn't win a race in 1996. He's in the lead at the moment.
Bodine and Bobby Labonte, Ed Musgrave, John Andretti, Ernie Irvin, Ward Burton, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Earnhardt.
Jimmy Spencer, a good run. He's up in 15th position, and Dale Earnhardt is racing with him, and Jimmy has a very clean race car. Not very many marks
Got
on
her
it.
plan worked out. I can tell. Got an
Started in
attitude.
25th position and has improved himself by 10 with
If you
22
don't let her
laps
out,
to go.
she'll beat the crap out of you.
Dale Earnhardt
There's a lot of former drivers
so he too
in this race. Oh, really? Carl Edwards, Clint Boyer, Jimmy.
Fifth place car is the 99 of Jeff Burton and Bill
Thinking
Weber has a
Midwest,
report from
right?
his pit
They're a
area.
little after my
And you have to be
time in
lucky to
racing.
win here at Sears Point. I want to show you the right front. Check that. The left front tire
Like
that Jeff
within the
Burton
last,
started this
like
race
I
on.
left
The tire looks fine.
working in
Come
racing
around
in
here and look at the
'97, and
rim.
I think
He
my
rubbed
last
with
race
Robbie
I
Gordon, and it
went to
literally
for a
peeled
while
the rim
was
away. You can see what the crew thinks about it. Ouch.
Nazareth
But it did not do
or
any damage
Hickory.
other than peeling the rim away. So Jeff was very lucky in that situation. He's in a brand new car that they brought here. And you can
Jesus,
see
that's
here
as close
that
as
the
you can
valve
get.
stem has been broken away as well. So Jeff was very lucky. Now in that new car that he's driving, there's a lot of Mark Martin in that car because when they came here a year ago, Jeff and Mark worked together. In fact, those cars, the 6 and the 99, are about as similar as they can be.
Yeah, you smell it now too. Now Stelly wants some.
One other similarity they have.
You can get to,
is
you
that
can
Jeff
get
Burton
what
did
she
not reach the
leaves.
finish
She
either.
ain't
He can
gonna
only
eat it
go
all.
about 26 laps on a full load of fuel.
And we have a full course
You
caution.
and me will eat in a minute, okay?
The 81 of Kenny Wallace is up in the tire barrier. We see him moving around.
These
in
guys
there, so
are like real
hopefully he's
kids.
okay.
We also see some damage.
When you get on the phone or you're doing something, the animals take over.
Car is up.
Yeah,
in
I
the
need
tires
a cookie.
on the hill.
There's a crew watching TV trying to figure out what happened to the car. They don't see that. They want to see this.
Wow.
He had quite a ride up there, I would guess.
Gil Martin was still coaching then. My dad will work on the second Sonoma race with Kenny. In fact, I'll probably play that one next. What you doing?
Shot
You
straight
want
up
to
in there. Looks like he might have locked up the rear brakes going in the corner, started the thing wheel hopping, and just had to back off the brakes.
And so for the second time this afternoon, the caution flag comes out. This is going to bunch up the field and allow them to make pit stops. Once again, we'll take a break while they get bunched up and be back in just a moment with more.
I'm gonna have to go get the tuna fish and give Stella some
at
too.
Sears Point because
Losing
Kenny
her grip.
Wallace has run
Oh, no,
up the
you're
hill
gonna
into the
eat
tires. As you
macaroni
can
with
see,
me.
he is okay
With the tuna.
and looking underneath the car.
Well, he's trying to figure out some place to put the hook. See the big hook there? Kenny
You
wants to
just
put the
smell
hook
it.
around there and not hurt anything, so he's the guy trying to figure out.
This occurred as they came into turn number 6.
Right, and they're running about 80 miles per hour as they go in the corner. and he goes in and just locks up. I guess he started hopping the rear wheels. He locks up the brakes. The left front just goes, car goes straight. When the front starts sliding, the car just goes straight. And watch this impact as he goes in the tire barrier. That guy was quick on that yellow flag, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Boom. Heavy
He was
contact.
full send in that.
Ernie Irvin has come into the pit, so has Bill Elliott.
Mark must be going to gamble. Mark must be going to
Oh,
gamble. He's
near
calling
Ace?
He can make it.
I know where
Bill
Ace
Elliott had
is.
slid off the track or something. He had dropped.
I lived in
Place,
Mooresville
back to 14th place.
and Iredale
So he
County,
got off track somewhere, lost a lot of ground, and so once he got that far back, he decided,
a little bit in Alexander County.
Top off the fuel, be sure I got enough to go the rest of the way.
For
Right side work is complete on Ernie
27
Irvin's car.
years.
Now they're in,
When I moved into
Kyle Petty's pit along
Mooresville,
with Bill Elliott.
the corner of 150 and 77 had a Shell station and a Hardee's and a Kmart.
Bill Weber has more on the 94 car.
That's it.
Yeah, Bill Elliott had radioed
Two-lane road.
Something came loose in the drive shaft, so they've got a crew member underneath that car trying to check that out, but he had a vibration, thinks it may be something in the drive shaft.
Okay, so that's what caused him to lose those positions out on the racetrack. That caution was a blessing for him. Kenny Wallace getting back in his car as the wrecker gets hooked up to the
That's awesome.
Ford number 81.
And Jerry
That's
Punch
awesome.
has more on the strategy being employed here by the leaders.
It's always fun to run into drivers that you recognize.
They think now, based on the most recent
Back in the day, we would
caution laps,
run
that they
into
can make it. They had a
sometimes in the
long discussion with Jack
supermarkets or in a
Roush and Steve Bell on top
restaurant.
of that wagon right there
And then
about
there
the
were
possibility
restaurants that
of
the
making a
teams
pit
ate
stop.
lunch
He
at.
said, we sort of wanted to pit, but we wanted to make everyone else think we had to pit, and they did not come on pit road.
And that
However,
was Lancaster's
the car
before
number
it got
5 can make it,
expanded, and
it's
that was
concerned
really
24
cool.
pit. I talked to Michael
They all
Landis,
signed the
Gordon's
wall.
gas
My
man,
dad's
because
name
of
was
some
on the wall,
spillage
but they
on that
removed the
last
wall.
pit
I don't
stop.
even know
Landis's
where it is
calculations
now.
said
It
that the
was
24 car
when
can
you
make
walk
it
to the
lap
restrooms
72.5, folks.
to the
It's a
left. They
74
all
lap
it was
race.
all
that ain't enough.
signatures, all the racing
There's
teams
Gordon,
and
and
all
right
the
behind
drivers
him
that
is
would go there for lunch.
Dale Jarrett.
And
as they continue to clean up here after Kenny Wallace's accident.
then also they would go to this little strip mall up on 150 that was near Hardee's. I guess that was there too
300 from Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma,
for a while, because I remember it having like a mint green color, like the old-fashioned green, color. It was real hometown back then. Mooresville.
The best parts in auto parts. And by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to
Mommy's
your
stretching
car.
her back. Oh, you want to just get some of the juice?
We remain under caution here at Sears Point. Let's take a look at a Radio Shack field summary.
And Mommy
here
and
as the
you
cars
already
continue to
had,
circulate
like, a
at
lot of
reduced speed.
punches.
Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, and Jeff Burton are running in the top 5 with Darrell Waltrip
That's
running
what I
in
mean.
6th
She's like a
position, and
bottomless
his brother
pit.
right behind him in 7th.
And Brett Bodine is 8th. Bobby Labonte up to 9th now. Ted Musgrave 10th. Bill Elliott being shown as 11th. But we understand that they're going to change the transmission on the McDonald's Ford number 94. And John Andretti there being shown in 12th. Ernie Irvin 13th. Ward Burton 14th. And Jimmy Spencer 15th.
16 through 30 this afternoon. Earnhardt's back there in 16th. Morgan Shepherd, Kyle Petty, Mike Skinner, Steve Grissom, Wally Dallenbach, Sterling Marlin, Bobby Hamilton, Dave Marcus, Johnny Benson, Derek Cope, Mike Wallace, Butch Gilliland, Mike Hubert, and Kenny Wallace was credited for 30th for the laps he's run, but I don't think he'll finish that high this afternoon.
Well, a la Dale Earnhardt at Daytona, he got back in the car. We're talking about Kenny Wallace, and he drove the car to pit road. As you can see, the drivers that are currently 31st through 44th with just 4 cars out of the race.
Now, the rundown that we have just shown you was the last full lap under green that they ran. We've had a few cars that have made pit stops since then, so that would jumble them up a little bit. Not any of the leaders, though. All
My
those
puppy
up in
blew
the
her
top
nose
10,
off.
none of them
Admit
made
she
pit stops. In fact, I don't think any in the top 13 or
Wiped
14
her
made
jowls.
pit stops.
Why is
Let's
that?
go down to Jerry Punch, who
She
has
wiped her
a story
jowls
on Jeff
on the
Gordon.
Those of you at home may be wondering
You was
why the
wiping your
calculations
nose.
here in the Gordon pit say they're going to run out of fuel in lap 72 or 72 and a half. Why they wouldn't pit? Well, let me explain why the calculations can sometimes be misleading. Look behind me. There's a puddle area on pit road now. The gas man did his job. When he was
Better
trying
watch
to pack
that
the fuel
blanket
cell,
now.
he got gas back out the dry brakes. And that gas that comes out the dry brake goes onto the ground. Basically, when you bring the can back and weigh it to see how much the car took, the scale doesn't know whether that gas went in the car or on the ground. So the scale says that you took more gas than you really took, which means your fuel mileage is down. They really think the car can make it all the way, but based on calculations, they would only go to 72 and a half. That's why they didn't come on the pit
My
road.
bangs are weird. I took them and just twisted them and then pinned them on the top of my head to sleep last night so they wouldn't be in my eyes.
99 pit. Geoff Opel is their fuel mileage specialist, and he's been working back here with his calculator. He could probably balance my checkbook. Originally, they didn't think they'd be able to make it, but since the caution has come out and they are able to use less fuel under caution, now they think they've got a good possibility to reach lap 74. He may run out after the checkered flag, but these guys have offered to push him to victory lane if that's necessary.
And here, as Ned said, the 94 car of Bill Elliott is back in the garage area, and they're going to try to repair the transmission.
As a matter of fact, the record just pushed that car too.
I've been up since 4.
For the second race
Thinking
in a
it
row,
was
the True
noon.
Value man of the race as a result of his win at Martinsville is Jeff Gordon. He ran his 23rd career NASCAR
They don't have
Winston
many
Cup
cautions
event
in
at
this
that time,
bout.
and registered his 6th top 5 finish of the season. True Value is donating $1,000 to the Leukemia Society of America on behalf of Jeff, whose dedication to that group continued to grow after his car owner Rick Hendrick was diagnosed with leukemia. Well, the lights atop the pace car.
Yeah, they ended up. I think they do now, though, don't they? Oh, you're right. They don't. I remember now. Blake doesn't.
17 laps to go when they take the green flag.
When he's there.
Slow they are going under this caution. The last lap was
Back then they didn't either.
857 miles an
That
hour.
kind of. Well,
So they'll move that up by about 60
let me
here in
say.
just a matter of moments.
I remember Dr. Jerry Punch had the ESPN suit, and so did Kyle about this
To
time.
get all the debris off the tires. Remember this, Jeff Gordon says it
I had to
cost
go
him
get a
victory
towel.
last year.
I think it was on an
those
ad
tires
when
well.
I
That's
was
exactly
saying
right. He
Stelly
was
wiped her
in the
nose
lead and didn't clean the tires, and
on
when
the
the green
bed
flag came out,
and her jowls and
the tires
everything,
got passed.
being a hound dog. And I'm like, why is this big old wet spot on the bed?
Quarter number 11 now.
I
The
realized
pace car will continue straight down
blew
the
her
drag
schnoz on
The
it.
others will take the green flag,
It's
and we
kinda
will be
weird.
back to competition here in the Save Mart Supermarket 300.
Kind of.
And the green is out. Here we go.
Right. Collared shirts and khakis was. Now this is 1997 here, so I had seen some where they were that way. Tell you, if you go to the IMSA garage, I don't know if they still do it, but they had that system with the bladder up above that was filled with fuel, and they shove it in, and it's like pressurized. Holy moly, that's a scare. You don't want to screw that one up. I think that happened at an Indy race recently, or
John Andretti is spun.
something where someone had to get out, or when I watched, sometimes I forget if it's like recent or I was watching a replay.
27 cars still being shown on the lead lap, so it's costing 4 or 5 positions.
We had rules back then. If you watch a recent
Turn number 7 that came off of there. Headed
Kenny
down
Wallace interviewed his brother Rusty, and I think Mike Skinner's wife, and she was saying we weren't allowed open-toe shoes, we weren't allowed sleeveless shirts, we got away with the crop tees, we were not allowed to wear shorts. This is just being in the pit area. To be able to go in the garage area with a pit pass, you had to have all that. And at that time, everybody could go in the hot pit if they wanted or not. Some of us watched from the top of the transporters when the crews were on pit road, or we would watch down by the pits. Mostly I like being in the pits.
see Kyle Petty made some contact with the rear.
Unless I was timing or scoring in the booth.
Trying to be 3 deep there going into that corner and 2 deep.
I always was radioed to the team, but I didn't have a talking back mic because scorers were not allowed to have communication with the team. They could listen and know when they were going to pit, so they could put that on a scoreboard, on the score chart, but they weren't allowed. And like I said, it was strict. We had the college shirts, mostly the campus shirts if I was with a team. Or sometimes I'd wear like a white and blue Western style with silver buttons type Western if I was with Lake, or if I was with, I had also a red and black one that I wore when I was with QVC. But I mostly wear them at like Charlotte for the Winston or something, or the All-Star race. I think it's called All-Star race. We weren't in fireproof, but they were strict about no sandals, no open-toe shoes. And she mentioned that.
Watching from the sidelines as his brother Rusty Wallace is also doing.
Skinner's wife this week on that Kenny Wallace thing mentioned that.
All the cars can't pit on pit road, so some of them got to come out in the infield, and that's called Gilligan's Island.
Well, there's some great racing going on back in the pack for positions from about 10th back through 15th or 20th.
What a view from pit road right there, huh? I wish I went there. I got to go to I think I counted 56 tracks in my life, but a lot of them were as a kid, and a lot of them Dad was working and we'd be in the campers and the outside the track, but still there watching the race, but not in there because we were too young, Mom and us kids, plus 5 people in the family, and Dad's working to make a living, and you can't buy 4 tickets additionally. We bought Dad's, but we didn't buy 4 additional.
Now let's see if Bobby can make a move here on the straightaway headed for turn number 7.
Kitty's talking.
Like Gary Cope got off in the,
I'm telling you, they're like children the minute I get doing
the yellow flag was waving there for the corner worker.
Yeah, that was a corner flag.
But they're babies. They're really good to me.
The spots that Derek is losing. Mike Wallace tries to go by the 91 car.
So good racing indeed going on throughout the pack here, but at the moment, Mark Martin is the leader over Gordon, Labonte, Jarrett, and Burton. To go in the Save Mart Supermarkets 300, the 9th race of the season for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. And another race comes to you this coming Saturday. It's the rescheduled rained-out event at Talladega. We begin it all Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time with NASCAR Today on ESPN2. And then we'll pick up our live coverage of the Winston 500 at 1:30 Eastern Time this coming Saturday here on ESPN. The high banks of Talladega Super Speedway. Well, before we went to break, we saw that Derek Cope had spun, and that's how he did it.
Yeah, Derek Cope goes around, a little help from Ernie Irvin in the back of the skilled Pontiac. And tell you what, Derek does a 360, continues on, but he did lose several positions.
Don't you know how to turn them on? I know it's an OBS, and I gotta probably relink something different.
Jimmy Spencer and Dale Earnhardt, and Boyd Earnhardt has come up through after a 32nd place start.
I can play sounds because I can bring up my soundboard. Just play them. But it won't work online.
There are some Bristol strips in some places.
How about that one car, Morgan Shepherd?
Yep.
Took a provisional, didn't he, to start the race?
Yep, running 15th now.
And there's the 31 car of Mike Skinner also involved in this little battle.
Let me see.
There he is behind Morgan Shepherd, the leading rookie contender in the series this year. And here comes another Radio Shack Field summary, and look at Earnhardt driving the wheels off of it.
So is Jimmy Spencer.
I don't know how to log into it anymore.
That's a shortcut to work. It was a little bit of a long cut that time.
By the way, Bill Elliott has completed repairs on his car and is back on the racetrack.
Unfortunately, it's about 5 laps down.
Yeah.
I think I may
A little bit of damage on the front end of that one car, but Morgan Shepherd is in 14th spot. 27 cars still on the lead lap as we reach the conclusion of this event. And it looks like the John Andretti and another.
Car number 9. Is that Jeff Davis?
I believe it is. In the number 9 car, they have crashed outside of turn number 11, and a fire in Jeff Davis's car.
He's trying to start the car. That was the fire in the exhaust, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to go very well.
It looks like he's rolling, but John Andretti isn't.
This will bring out the caution, no doubt.
Yep.
Helping the fuel mileage on those guys. We're running close.
There is Jeff Davis, who grew up in Carmel, Indiana, but came out here and has been running some Winston West races. Here's how it occurred.
There we see the 98 car. He's on the inside of the 77. And he comes off the corner. And here he's going to come off and boom, he and the 9 are going to make some serious contact. I guess John felt like once he got by the 77, that the racetrack was clean, he could go back up against the outside retaining wall, but unfortunately the 9 car of Jeff Davis was there.
So Jeff Davis comes in as the caution flag once again comes out for the 3rd time this afternoon here at Sears Point. Welcome back to Sears Point. You can see in the distance the Golden Gate Bridge. That's about an hour drive, hour south of here at Sears Point Raceway. And our overhead shots are courtesy again of the Pennzoil Copter Cam.
Tonight it
I'm still trying to figure this alert thing out. I know it's
there's
something.
Going to be a little bit of a traffic jam getting out of here because record attendance here at this race today. We are under caution for the 3rd time because of an accident involving John Andretti and Jeff Davis. Let's take a look at it again.
Well, they come into turn 11. You see the RCA Ford get down on the inside of Bobby Hill in the car number 77. The 9 car is up there, and John Andretti accelerates off the turn, accelerates right out into the 9 car. And Bob, I think their wheels sort of locked together when they came off of that turn, and he couldn't cut the car any further. Let's see. Right there, the wheels get together, and John Andretti couldn't turn the steering wheel.
Pretty serious damage to both of those cars.
John Andretti finally got going and continued around the racetrack. Now he has made it to the pit area. Davis drove to his pits immediately. So, 3rd caution again out. Cleanup is continuing there at turn number 11. We're a little more than 10 laps away from the finish of this race. Under caution, we're going to sneak in another quick break. We want to bring you as much green flag racing as we possibly can, so we'll be right back.
They're going to run an ad.
Timing just as they come out of corner number 11 and look for the green flag. They get it. We're back to racing with 9 laps to go. By the way, Kenny Wallace is back on track. He came into the pits. They sheared away all the broken sheet metal, and he's back out there. Morgan Shepherd a little sideways coming up the hill.
A bit of bumping coming up there. Cars here. Bump a little bit, and that's the place that they'll do that. Is just go down and get around that corner, and somebody coming in there a little bit faster. Ooh, Jeff Gordon got a little loose there, and so did Terry Labonte.
Oh, look at Dale Jarrett go to the inside of Terry Labonte. Tried to get the position, couldn't do it.
But on the carousel, that's not a good place, I don't think, DJ. No, he decided, I got to be back on the inside quick. But he's going to try to get on the inside or the outside, whichever it is.
Look at the 99 and the 17 right there also. Here comes Jarrett to the outside in turn 7. Can't make the pass. Now watch him cross over maybe and get it. Nope, couldn't do it.
Position is everything. Getting off the corner is everything. Right now, Labonte having struggled to keep up with the first 2 cars of Martin and Jeff Gordon.
You know, in the first lap of the last restart, Terry Labonte had problems. Jeff Gordon got by on that restart, but after that, his car seems to come in a little bit. The tires come in a little bit better.
And look at Darrell
who's running in 6 spots. How about that?
Great day. Pretty serious damage to the right front of Darrell's car. He's made contact with something.
Yes, Brett Bodine there running in 7th place. He's
Okay.
having a good day.
I logged into
His
it.
best
Maybe
finish in
that'll
1997 going. His best finish to this point was a 9th at Martinsville. He is now 6th.
Now what?
Good for DW. Yep. He's a good road racer.
Okay, it looks like I can.
5 wins, all at Riverside.
I already did like everything.
Yeah, but 99 has the position going into that left-hand turn.
There's a 3A and down the hill to 4. If Darrell really gets off his corner, maybe he can dive on the inside.
I had a dashboard. Ground control. Oh, that's stuff I need to probably check out.
Pretty close to the leader, Mark Martin, as we watch Darrell. 17th car, following 99.
Let's give a hats off to Brett Bodine also, who's running in 7th position. Good run for him.
He's having a great day. Qualified 5th and just stayed up in the top 10 just about all day.
And he has his best finish going also. His best finish to this point, 10th at Bristol.
And look at Jeff Gordon. He is there. Has he been saving something all day long?
Wouldn't surprise me. That's his style.
Closing in.
Turn 11 seems to be his favorite place to try to overtake the 6 car. This is turn 10. Charge down to 11. Is he going to try to outbrake him? Look at the nose of that car dive, and he slams on the brake. He didn't do it this time.
He's in close. Man, Mark will accelerate off the turn. Didn't pick, well, about a car length he picked up coming off the turn.
Well, Mark Martin has gone 42 races without a win. But during that time, he's had 17 top 5s, 40%. 69% of the time, he's finished in the top 10.
No idea what I'm doing.
50% of the races. And in that time, he has also won 10 Busch Grand National events. 11 Busch Grand National
It's all just so confusing.
And Bobby has won 3 times on
When I logged into it, maybe that'll help.
He has never won at Sears Point. He came so close.
Hey, good morning.
2 laps to go in turn
How are you
6.
doing, Coco? I couldn't see my chat for a minute.
I asked Steve Neal a while ago,
Let's
what
see.
about in the final lap of the season? I can tell you one
I was
thing,
wondering why nothing works.
Mark Martin is going to be hugging that inside group.
So I gave up on that
Carousel.
because the race was under caution, but now it's
The
not.
99 car of Jeff Burton just drove off the course, we understand.
But Darrell Waltrip.
Good morning, you all. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. You've had your wakes and your bakes and your...
To Jeff Burton. He was running in 5th, and there he is. Apparently got in there a little bit.
Oh, we are watching 1997 Sonoma. It's a racetrack in California, Northern California. And this is the Winston Cup at the time. And our team already blew a motor in the beginning. My dad will eventually work with the 81 car, which just crashed. Let me try to clear it up a little. The signal fluctuates. At least I can clean up the numbers, the writing a little bit there for a second. Let me give it a little boost. Now I'll probably get a damn commercial. 6 to go. And then I'm going to play the second Sonoma 97 because this one here was the one I thought I actually was going to play. But the reason I played this one was because it had great footwork of the Ricky Rudd, driving.
They are battling for 12th, 13th, 14th, 11th, 12th.
Good to see everybody. Good morning, y'all. I'm glad you're listening in. I try to listen in when I see you on too. I've started getting more into, I've got to start editing more chapters. And this is refreshing stuff I haven't wrote yet. But it's getting toward the mid to end of my dad's career in full-time racing. He quit full-time racing, I think, in 2000. So this is 97. And then he will
having passed Jimmy Spencer.
I thought he was with the Square D car on this Sonoma race, but this is the early Sonoma race. He went with them to the other Sonoma race, so I'm going to play that one next. And I know it's going to be a long stream, so I may or may not be on the camera. And I've been up since like 4 a.m. and I just got up and I started watching that, and I saw Ricky Rudd's footwork and all that, and it was so cool. Ricky Rudd, like they had the camera, he was going around the track and talking while he was driving. And it was really cool, so I just put on the camera. I haven't, I mean, I got dressed, but I didn't put makeup on or nothing. I was like, screw it.
Yeah, what's the front tire? He's about to run all over Dale Earnhardt. Yes, boy. Got that thing.
He got off him, though.
And he gives a whole new meaning to the term.
He was trying to set up for the next turn right there.
Turn 5. Up and down through the carousel. Turn 6. 75 miles an hour. Now accelerate. Let's go back up to
Santa Cross.
40 miles an hour before you slam on the brakes and start downshifting again.
I've never been to this track in person. My ex-husband's there. He's working with the 7 car. And it was before I started scoring on the cars, so I started scoring after Bristol. I was at Bristol, but I wasn't scoring. I was in the pits. That's a few races after this. When Pat Tryson was there, Pat Tryson's wife scored, and when Pat Tryson quit there on the camera, live, I was there. I was in the pits. We heard about it in the pits. He actually quit at the trailer. I remember seeing, why is his radio laying on the bench? And it didn't dawn on me. Oh, wonderful. I don't blame you. I would have gone back to sleep too. The only reason I'm streaming today is because I exercised yesterday, and when I threw the camera on, that was immediately when the dog and cat wanted every bit of my attention. It's like a fiasco in the beginning. So when I upload it to YouTube, I'll cut some of that out.
Here's a slow car in front of these leaders. Is it going to play into it up at turn 7? No. Get out of the way. John Woodside moves over in the 07 car and lets him go by. There's Kenny Wallace, very, very slow.
Jeff Gordon's best finish here at Sears Point up to now, 3rd in 1995, 2 years ago. This is his 5th race here. And there is the Kenny Wallace car.
He's trying his best not to get in the way.
Looking at Ernie Irvan, I thought he may be able to get to the inside of Jeff Burton there coming off the corner, but couldn't. It's the battle for 10th. Burton is in 10th, Irvan in 11th.
That's an example of how important track position is. When he went off track, he got back there, he was running faster than this pack of cars. He was running as fast as the leaders were. And then he got off track, so he's with this pack of cars, so he's running the same speed that they're running, which is a little bit slower than the leaders are running. But that track position is so important. Here's Ernie going to try it on the outside. I don't think that'll work. No, it didn't. But you got to try everything to get this late in the race.
See that Jeff Gordon lost a half second that time to the leader, Mark Martin.
Yep. And the interval between 1st and 10th is now over 11 seconds.
Yeah, I saw that we're all under some heat advisories. It is warm out here in Florida, though, I mean, but it's expected. But it's a little warmer this year than I normally have seen it. I've been here 5 years after I moved from North Carolina. I only moved here because my family is here. I miss North Carolina so bad. But it's gray as can be. In fact, when I went outside, there were birds I'm going to upload that to my YouTube after. I think I can do it. Not screw up my internet signal because I'm hard-lined on the computer here. Chris is hard-lined on his sim in the other room. He's not racing right now, though. He raced last night.
Last couple of lap run. There's DW coming around. He's out there by himself in 5th place. He likes that spot. Nobody racing him.
There were birds out there I hadn't seen. They just cleared about 100 acres across the street, like flat cut it. I don't even want to get into it. But there's videos on that too. But I've been following the wildlife on my walks, my fitness walks. And they're all the same birds and everything. You know, it's kind of cool. But there was a new one. I'm guessing because of the other. I'm hearing a great flycatcher, I think. Oh, Bobby. Whoa. Took down the shift point signs.
But he's lost a lot of positions.
Meanwhile, the leader is Mark Barton, and there is
not the cones.
Over Geoff Gordon as they go down through turn number 6, the carousel, hit the straightaway.
I wish he would stream. He would be so good at it. He'd be way better than me, and he knows so much about racing. He grew up in it too, on a different level. But he can't stream an iRace well, and I want him to maybe take my tablet and stream with the tablet on the desk while he's racing or something, if it will work. But he's afraid he cusses too much. Is he watching anyone? Oh, he streams. No, he races. He's raced for 5 years. He's sleeping right now. Christopher Stange from Squirrel League, if you race Squirrel League. Moon Carlites in sometimes. He raced the 24. Oh, well, that's nice. Thank you, Kevin. He tries hard. He's got a crappy IR right now. Yeah. He's with Field Up Motorsports, so if they have an endurance race, he'll race that usually and represent them. Jason Blaney is mainly the team guy, started team. Yeah. Yeah, he curses and everything. But, I mean, I think he was driving. He had his road IR up to like 4K, but it was farming this one track, and he didn't want to do that. He does both. He started out in trucks, like almost full send trucks in the C class, whether he was A or not, and he raced like league mostly for the first couple of years. Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah. You go into it saying, I'm not going to lose it. I won't lose it. And then all of a sudden, you get walled on the last lap for the third time. Yeah, it gets you. Reckon's part of racing, but the etiquette thing is like, he has quit so many leagues just because he gets tired of being a target. Like, once they figure out he's good, he pretty much gets wrecked on the last lap or something every race. But once he's competition, once they decide he's competition, they'll eliminate him one way or another from the, from not winning. But he has won.
That's a great race
one
car driver,
year.
and all we've had to do is put a
think
good car
it
under him.
was-
He wins in Iraq. He's won the 24 Hours
It was a
Daytona, he
great
wins all the
league,
Busch
and then
races.
it kind of
All we
got
had to do was
screwy.
get the car
They want him
comfortable.
back.
We were good at Texas and blew up. We came from the backstretch and run fourth at Bristol. We came from the backstretch and
He
finished
won't
third.
tolerate like shenanigans where it, if you're running the league and you have your friends in there and they pull stuff like when you have the lead, they'll self-spin or something. He's 43. 43, yeah.
His 19th career NASCAR Winston Cup victory. And
44 maybe. Wait a minute. 80. Yeah, he's 44. He's born in 81.
Cool down lap. We'll be back in a moment.
I'm gonna be 64 in a couple
Smile
weeks.
is on his face even now, and he isn't a victory
I fight it
lane
every
yet.
day.
It's a long way around here at reduced speed, but Mark Martin has finally
the
found his way
Fitbit.
to victory lane.
Yeah, Gamer
This
Kid is on
the
his team.
19th time in his NASCAR Winston Cup career, and as we said,
He's
the
been
long
working with
drought
Gamer
is
for about three of the last big endurance races to get to where they can finish a race, you know, like to pace yourself and all that. And they did so well. They started Spa. Mark won this one. They started the Spa 24 in 47th position. No, my son isn't Gamer Kid. He races with him, no.
Here's our McDonald's winners interview with Dr.
Christopher Stange, Victory Racing is his handle, I think, when he's in chat.
I asked him, did we win? I couldn't believe it. Arlene, Matt.
But he doesn't like bad etiquette at all. Growing up, we grew up in a New England, Northeast auto racing area, and the etiquette up there has just been different since the modified tour began there. And actually, a great example of racing etiquette. If you saw the modified race this weekend, the Monaco modified race from Stafford, I like Jake Johnson because he won at my home track, Monadnock, with Old Blue. But I did see Priest take him to school. You can't block. Modified drivers always gave their competition the slow lane open and not throw blocks. And for some reason, Johnson threw a block on lap 4. And Wald Priest, it was interesting. I liked how he handled it, and that's exactly how modified drivers handle it with the front bumper.
And believe me, emotions behind those sunglasses.
Yeah,
there are very, very
it was an
low
interesting
ties. Let's go to Bill
first
Weber
5
with
laps
some
of that Monaco race.
Jeff
It
Gordon
was
is here
last
at the
week
gas pumps cooling off a little
in
bit.
real life.
What'd you
It's
say?
on
You didn't have a
YouTube
chance
if
to
you
catch him, but
Google.
what?
I mean,
I remember exactly what I said, but I thought I'd just make it
wonder
look
if
like
I can.
I did.
I could probably play it and get copyright bad. Well, it won't put. You know what? It won't shut me off on Twitch though, because I don't publish for that reason. If you do Twitch to not publish, it won't usually shut you down on stuff.
And hope that he'd make a mistake.
Minimal stuff.
Mark's smooth, he's good, and
Stafford has it up on their channel.
That will let me get by him anyway.
Well, obviously, overall, a great day for you, though. We talked before the race. You'd like to get that win, but this is another good, solid finish for you. It snaps your streak of 2 in a row, though.
Well, this is a great run for us. I tell you what, the DuPont Automotive Finisher Chevrolet was awesome today. The guys in the pits did an excellent
4
job.
days ago.
This was a complete day. We just came up one short, but we're getting one spot closer to that road course win, and we'll go after him in Watkins Glen.
Okay, and we'll see you at Talladega next week.
Okay, we'll see you there.
That's Jeff Gordon. He finishes second.
So, Mark Martin wins, Jeff Gordon second, Terry Labonte, Dale Jarrett, and Darrell Waltrip complete the top 5, and we will be back to Sears Point in a moment to wrap it up. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Save Mart Supermarkets 300 from Sears Point Raceway, Sonoma, California.
See if Stafford had it. I'm looking at the Monaco, but
Motorsports attraction. By Pennzoil, formulated for
oh, this Tyler Owens put it up.
Go Pennzoil. And by Team Monte Carlo, Chevy, the cars more champions trust.
Let's take a quick look at this.
Let's take a look at the unofficial results here this afternoon.
After
Mark
this
Martin
race,
wins the race
we'll
and
look at
collects
quick-
the 5 bonus points for
look at
leading the
this.
most laps. Gordon is second, and Labonte, Jarrett, and Darrell Waltrip.
Brad Bodine, Michael Waltrip, Ernie Irving.
What I mean by the
Burton,
etiquette,
Ward
it's
Burton, and
crazy.
Tim Musgrave, I think, lost about 3 spots on that last lap.
You see Kyle Petty there in 13th, Jimmy Spencer, and Wally Dallenbach came home in 15th place.
16 through 30 included Mike Skinner, Steve Grissom. Now 26 cars finished on the lead lap. Jeremy Mayfield, the first car not on the lead lap, finishes in 27th position. And the attrition wasn't all that bad here this afternoon. Gunselman, Robbie Gordon, Hooper, Bradbury, and Bodine did not finish the race. There are the points. Mark
Bodine
with
blew
the
a
victory,
motor
picked
like
up
on the
one
first
spot into 4th position.
few
Bobby
laps.
Labonte back in
First
5th.
guy out,
Burton,
anyway.
Earnhardt, Ward Burton, Bobby Hamilton, and Ricky Rudd complete the top 10. Next Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern Time on the Deuce.
Okay, we can stop that. I'll get the other 97. I use Austin LaPlante. If you don't follow him on YouTube, you should. He's got the greatest database of lists of all kinds of racing. And the kid's just does a lot. For the sport, let me see. Dover, Pocono, Michigan. California 500. Is that it?
Motor Speedway closed,
Oh,
followed 9 years
no.
later by Riverside Raceway. Our Benny Parsons, the last to win on an oval. And now a new generation of NASCAR stars arrive for their turn to
Oh, that's the California Speedway after they got rid of. That's a good one, too. Not there yet, though. Let me see. Sonoma, Daytona. Oh, that's mid-season. Let's keep going. Pennsylvania. Brickyard. The Vilbs. At Michigan. See, I told you he's got them all, man. Holy crap. We did a lot of racing. No wonder my brain scrambled. There's Suzuka at the end of the season. Napa 500. Oh, Lord. What was it called? You know what? I got to look at the database, but let me just jump through. AC Delco. How long was that race? That race, according to my marker, was a 3-hour race, so it's maybe this one. Oh, that's Phoenix. Looked the same, though, because it's brown. Let me see. Might be this Napa one, because they're out west. Do they stay out west? Atlanta. Nope. That's Atlanta. That's the last race.
In front of more than 150,000 people, 500 more miles will be run to determine who will be
Stop that.
NASCAR.
Stop it. Sorry. Oh, my. Darlington. But at the Glen, the Brickyard. New Hampshire. Daytona. Sorry, guys, I'll cut this out on the... California. You know what? Maybe he went to California, not Sonoma. And he and I talking about that, he got confused. But I don't mind running this California road course either. What time of... No description on that. That's the raw feed. that one was
Motor
full
Speedway
qualified.
closed, followed 9 years later by Riverside Raceway. Our Benny Parsons, the last to win on an oval. And now a new generation of NASCAR stars arrive for their
I thought I was on fast forward for a minute.
Of Southern California. Yes, just east of Hollywood, the sun is shining
And this is Dave W.
This weekend, one of these superstars hopes to race their way into the record book as the first ever winner in the inaugural California
VCR sound there in the beginning.
presented by Napa. The countdown to California.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I got you.
Sunny skies, a great crowd, and finally NASCAR has returned to Southern California.
We can watch that, I guess, because I guess they don't have Sonoma. But this is, I was telling you, if I can play just the beginning of this modified race, Tyler Owen Productions was put up 5 days ago, so it's not historic. But I just want to describe the etiquette. Like in the beginning of the race, you see Ryan Preece is starting with Jake Johnson on the outside. Jake is in the 15. He wasn't driving Old Blue anymore. I think Ripkema is driving Old Blue now. But let me see.
Jake Johnson on. And next door is the
I don't want to get it.
back home and back.
Okay, here we go.
September.
Here's the start.
Here we go.
This was five days ago, this last weekend. This is where I grew up. I went to this track from the age of like 12 to 20. Every Friday.
Near capacity crowd has come out in full force for the running of tonight's event.
That's the tradition. The pace lap, one wave lap after the pace car pulls off.
What a thriller it was.
And now Ryan Preece was on the inside in the now.
Ready to go. Less than one.
I don't want to get copyright.
Ryan Preece.
Ryan's on the inside. Jake Johnson. Good Ale here. These are all people I filmed at New Smyrna like last year. And watch what the etiquette is maybe in the beginning here. I wonder if Ben Dodge, he's an icon.
Off turn number 4, double greens are flying, and Ryan Preece leads the parade to the bottom.
Now modifieds take about 4 laps for the tires to come in. Before that, it's your car is sketch.
Side by side, bid for the 3rd spot.
And you'll see people won't probably make too many crazy moves right off in the beginning. Usually.
Back home and back out front here in a modified over Jake Johnson in second as they.
Now you can immediately tell when Jake's tires come in, because he's sliding all over the place for a minute. His come in a lap before Ryan's. So watch this.
They worked their magic coming back off turn number 4. Single file is the story. Only car pulling out a line was the 00 Michael Christopher, back in the 8th position.
They won't start dicing it until the
top 10. Leader still remains Ryan Preece.
Until the tires come in. Now you can see Jake Johnson's tires are in. He's up on his ass now. See? Watch this. He's doing this to a veteran and a champion of this track and series. I mean, watch. And he's going to get took to school, the youngin'.
Christopher Jr. just went to the inside of Matt Hirschman to pick up the position and is the fastest.
Ryan's tires come in now. See that?
Will make that same move a lap later. Hirschman going
If I probably.
car number 60.
Look up front. John McKennedy sunk it in at a ton, went down underneath Eric Goodale. Meanwhile, Stephen Kopsik gets out of shape.
Okay, see? Ryan's in front. He has the preferred line. But Jake's car wouldn't stick yet. Yeah, there you go. You got to see on the left screen. See, he's tapping him. So Ryan will give him the outside lane all day long. He'll give him the preferred lane all day long. But see? See? Now watch. Watch this. That's how you school a youngin'.
Together, caution is out.
That's how you school a youngin'.
Straightaway have come together as well, and it appears.
Now, the funny thing is, they're both going to get their spot back because caution come out and they go back to the last lap led. And there was caution was for a different. See? Oh, look, he's got balls, that youngin', don't he? Watch this. Watch. See, the caution was for the red car, so it doesn't include these guys. See, he goes in front. He goes like that.
Jake Johnson.
He's gonna go. Oh hell no! See, that's how you school a youngin'. Let the guy run into the pace car. That's how you school a youngin'. That's what I mean by racing etiquette. Anyway, Jake Johnson will go on to win. Yeah, but that's fun. That's how you school them. That's you. Jake's good, but he's getting a little big for his britches too soon doing that. I mean, yeah, he's bent out of shape, this Cup guy comes down, but that car is put together just like everybody else's, and they both put on their racing shoes just like everybody else. When they're behind the wheel, it don't matter what your accolades are. You got a race car, 4 tires, touching the track, and you race to win. But that's how you school a youngin'. Let's watch California. I'll shut up. I don't know if I want to watch the whole qualifying. I'll skip through it if I have to.
It's the newest stop on the NASCAR Winston Cup.
And I need a drink. I talked too much.
The ribbon on this track about 7 hours ago. The California Speedway is the West Coast clone of the Michigan Speedway, where the Winston Cup cars have been racing for years. It looks like Michigan. It's a 2-mile track like Michigan, and a lot of teams have brought their Michigan cars here to Fontana.
Big mistake, because you talk to the drivers, 3 words. This ain't Michigan.
It isn't?
It isn't. That's what they're saying. The guys that have run the Busch Series and been to Las Vegas, they compare it to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Some of the Winston Cup drivers even compare this to the Richmond Raceway.
Why is that?
I guess it's because of the banking. Only 11 degrees banking, about like Las Vegas, about like Richmond. So I guess that's what they're talking about.
But when it comes to speed, it's a lot like Michigan.
Yeah, over 200 miles per hour going down in turn 1. Not quite as fast as Michigan, but just 2 or 3 miles per hour slower. It is fast.
45 guys are going to try and qualify. 1 guy will win. The last guy to win on an oval in Southern California was my partner right here. But before we go to the action on the track, there's some news from off of the track. And for that, we go to our RPM Tonight host, John Kernan, who's standing by with the latest details.
An announcement from Washington, D.C. today could affect Winston's involvement with NASCAR racing. The company has been involved with this sport for nearly 30 years, a huge supporter. But a settlement between the states and the tobacco industry could put that relationship in jeopardy. Earlier, we spoke with T. Wayne Robertson, the president of Sports Marketing Enterprises, which is in charge of R.J. Reynolds' sports marketing arm.
I have not seen the pieces of the settlement yet, so I'm not sure exactly how it affects our motorsports deal. Certainly the Attorney General said it had an impact on that, and I guess it does. So we will have to go back and look at that. We've had 27 years of involvement with NASCAR, a great relationship here. We plan on honoring our contracts, and we got to go back and see what's happened. The settlement talks, we've come to an agreement. As in any agreements, I'm sure that there's issues on our side that we're happy with. There's issues on the other side that they're happy with.
The settlement still requires congressional and presidential approval before it takes effect. We will have more on this breaking story later on RPM Tonight, immediately following qualifying. Now let's go up to the booth and Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you very much, John. I am here along with Ned Jarrett. Ned, it would be indeed very, very sad if R.J. Reynolds had to pull away from motorsports.
Well, it certainly would, Jerry, because they've done so much for the sport over the years and helped to bring it where it is today. But because of what they have done, the sport is very healthy and very appealing. I think that there would be any number of major corporations out there that would be interested if the opportunity ever presented itself.
And if it weren't for R.J. Reynolds, we wouldn't be here today, probably back in Southern California at a brand new racetrack, California Speedway, where Busch Pole qualifying is coming up next. Under sunny skies, 45 of the world's finest stock car chauffeurs are set to qualify their way into the record books. They want to be the next entry in the Busch Clash of 1998. There are 9 drivers who have already entered the clash, including 3 first-time pole winners. Rookie Mike Skinner, rookie Robbie Gordon, and veteran Kenny Wallace join 6 others in the clash of 1998. It is a tough 2-mile D-shaped oval. Front stretch 3,100 feet, back straightaway, a lot like Michigan, 2,500 feet. The banking 4 degrees less than Michigan in the corners, 14 degrees. 1 degree less than the straightaways, 11. And the backstretch bank almost flat, just 3 degrees. How do they qualify here in California? Well, the top 25 today, 1 lap for starting spots 1 through 25. Tomorrow, 26 through 38. 4 provisionals based on 1997 owner points, and 1 possible past champion provisional in the inaugural event. And our defending Winston Cup champion, Ned Jarrett, will be the first car to roll off.
Terry Labonte. And he was very fast in practice, we might add, Jerry, so he might set a standard here.
And of course, Ned, coming off that disappointing run last week, my goodness, Terry Labonte has not had a finish as bad, as poor as he had at Michigan, where he finished 39th since July of 1991.
He is one of the most consistent drivers in all of NASCAR Winston Cup racing. That's why he's a 2-time champion, as he rolls off now in a different colored car. Had this color last week at Michigan, but not what fans are accustomed to seeing the Kellogg Chevrolet out on the racetrack.
And how appropriate, the reigning Winston Cup champion, Terry Labonte, Texas Terry, is the first car. Folks, the records are being written as we speak. You are seeing history made as NASCAR has come back to Southern California.
And, Jerry, in case the fans might wonder, it's sort of by chance that he's the first driver. It wasn't planned that way. It worked out that way. They draw for the qualifying positions in NASCAR Winston Cup racing, and Terry happened to draw number 1.
Rodney Wise waves the green flag for Texas Terry, Kellogg Chevrolet.
We're going to be looking for lap times of somewhere in the 39-second bracket. It's possible that someone might get in the 38-second bracket, as they do sometimes. The record at Michigan is in the 38-second bracket. They didn't qualify there that fast last week because it was a little warm, but most everyone expects it to be in the low 39-second bracket, which is 183.5 miles an hour.
You heard Benny and Bill talking about these drivers. Thought he was going to be down to Michigan when they came here, but how different it is. This track is no more similar to Michigan than Texas is to Charlotte, although they are the same distance and owned by the same folks.
It looks a lot like it, but it is different, as Terry Labonte now has completed his qualifying run. I don't think he's going to be quite as fast as he might have practiced a little bit earlier today. They had a couple of practice sessions yesterday, and also three different practice sessions today.
39.579 seconds, 181.915 miles an hour for Texan Terry Labonte. Now, as the first car to qualify earlier today, this incident involving Robbie Gordon's Coors Chevrolet heavy impact. Gordon extricated from the car. Significant left side impact. Robbie Gordon taken to an area hospital for an MRI. You can't really see the damage on the right side, but the car spun around and looped around this morning in turn 2 and struck driver's side into the wall. They pulled the backup Coors car, actually a short track car, and Greg Sachs got in that car. Here's Greg Sachs, who was standing by because Robbie Gordon was still somewhat iffy with that full thickness burn in the right side of his thigh. Sachs set to qualify that car here later today. Let's go to Benny Parsons.
Jerry, I talked to Marty Snyder, one of the producers for NASCAR today. He just talked to Felix Sabates. In the hospital, Robbie Gordon was given some motor skills, some tests, and you might know exactly what we're talking about, and he failed those tests. So the doctors is not going to release him to drive this weekend. Greg Sachs will drive the car. He'll be out of the IROC series, and it will be at least a week, maybe 30 days before Robbie Gordon can drive again.
All right, Benny, thanks for that update. As the checkered flag waves for Rick Mast in qualifying. He's the second car to qualify. The Remington Arms Ford, Butch Mock-owned machine.
And Jerry, his lap here is not going to be up to the practice speeds. Now, we might mention the fact that the track is set here under the sun for about an hour, and sometimes that can be a disadvantage to the drivers who got early. 40.342 seconds, 178.474 for Rick Mast, and he had run considerably faster than that in practice.
Let's check in down with Bill Weber. Bill?
Well, Dale Earnhardt threw 6th in qualifying. He was 7th last week at Michigan and 24th in the final practice before qualifying here. But Dale is not feeling very well. He has a severe case of the flu, very congested, sore throat. He's not feeling well at all, but is going to go ahead and qualify the car. In fact, he just told one of his crewmen after Terry Labonte went by, his crewman goes, "Man, Terry went fast." And Dale said, "Don't worry, I can drive it in a little deeper than that." So Earnhardt looking for a pole here with the 6th car, Mark Martin, on the track right now.
And Mark Martin was one of the fastest ones in practice yesterday and again this morning.
You see right there, 8 straight top 5 finishes. That 3rd place finish last week at Michigan put him 2nd in the points, 46 behind Geoff Gordon. He is now in front of Terry Labonte, who's been shuffled back to 3rd in the points.
He has, what, like 8 top 5s in a row?
8 top 5 in a row. 25th top 10 finish in his last 29 starts. And the Valvoline Ford for Jack Roush. How about Team Roush coming on strong? We talk about Team Hendrick, what a great operation Rick Hendrick has. Jack Roush's team, his 3 cars getting stronger and stronger. Musgrave, who led the most laps at Michigan a week ago. Let's clock Mark Martin's lap.
Track is considerably slower than what it was the last time they were out to practice, Jerry. He's going to be right there with Terry Labonte. Time flashes up here, 39.636, 181.653 miles an hour, 2nd fastest.
Well, 3 of the 45 cars that are set to qualify have run, and thus far it is Texas Terry on the pole. We'll be right back. Speedway being brought to you by Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. And by Leatherman, one tool, a couple thousand uses. Just qualifying David Green, who's our pole sitter for the Winston West race tomorrow. And that pretty good run for David.
40.089 seconds, 179.600 miles per hour, Jerry. But that's about a half a second slower than he had practiced in the last practice, which was a little over an hour ago.
Let's go down to Benny Parsons standing by with our provisional pole sitter. BP?
Okay, Labonte, tell us all about it.
Well, gosh, I don't know. You know, it's...
Oh, come on, you do know.
Well, I messed up a little bit in turn 1 and 2. I got through 3 and 4 real good. I told him about that part first, but we've slowed down a little bit from practice. But I don't know. You know, Mark did too, and he was really fast in practice. So I don't know if the track might be a little bit slower now.
You going to be on the pole?
We are for at least 4 cars.
Here comes another car. Let's see. Did Derek Cope beat him, guys?
No, he just took the green flag, then.
Oh, he just took the green flag. He didn't beat him.
He's got about 30 seconds yet to sweat him out. Derek Cope from the Skittles Pontiac.
Derek Cope from 42nd to 8th last week at Michigan. His first top 10 of the season in the Skittles car. Ryan Pemberton, Pete Wright, the crew working on that Skittles car. They get their engines from Hendrick Motorsports. This car, a former Hendrick Motorsports machine. For DC, Derek Cope, former winner of the Daytona 500 and former Winston West Rookie of the Year back in 1984 from Spanaway, Washington.
He's turned himself a pretty good lap. I believe he's going to be about 3rd fastest. We'll have that time here for you in just a moment.
You see that water that was coming out of the right rear net. I guess they take these cars up, and in this heat, 1 lap, and they will heat up in a hurry.
Yes, and as soon as they turn the switch off, we'll hear them stop when they come cut the engine off as they come across the start-finish line. 39.781 seconds, 180.991. Let's go to the pits and Bill Weber.
And new colors for Morgan Shepherd as he sits in the Jasper Ford, being pushed up on the line here, getting the times from some of his crew. Morgan, a new ride for you. I know you'd like to qualify well here. How's your car?
Well, this is a new car, and we've had some problems with it being loose, so we've had our work cut out for us. We're working hard on the Jasper Federal Mobile car to get it in the field.
Okay, Morgan Shepherd in a new ride. Dale Earnhardt on the track and about to be on the clock.
Bill, as you said, an ailing Earnhardt, 7-time Winston Cup champion, sore throat flu, has the hammer down. The Intimidator takes on California Speedway. Left side of your screen, you see how they've qualified at the top 5 thus far with Texas Terry At the top, Mark Martin in second, then Cope. Then comes David Green and Rick Mast, the 5 cars that have qualified. Earnhardt coming off a 7th place finish at Michigan last Sunday.
He practiced at 39.71 seconds in the last practice. He had turned a lap faster than that just before lunch today. So we'll see what he can do here now under the official clocks. Got himself a pretty good lap. Don't think he'll beat Terry Labonte, but he's going to be right up there close to Mark Martin at least.
Same car they ran at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where he had a great run, a top 10 finish. 3rd quickest, Ned. You were right.
39.671 seconds, 181.493 miles an hour for Dale Earnhardt. And let's go to the pits and Benny Parsons.
Hey, Mark, where's that 1/4 of a second we practiced and qualified?
It must have fell out of my pocket, I tell you. You know, I'm so disappointed. This Valvoline team is really focused on qualifying. We've been qualifying 14th and 12th everywhere, and we really want to do better here. And we worked really hard. And I ran that lap, and it felt really nice. And I thought, man, he's going to tell me a 39.25. But it's slow. It's slow, and that stinks. You know, I'm just disappointed. We're going to be 14th again, you know. But, you know, it's been working in the race. What we've done to the race cars to make them race really good has made them qualify an average of 12th or 14th. And I'll take that any day and be a contender in these things.
All right, Bill Weber, what's Bobby Labonte got to say?
Well, let's find out. A top 10 last week, top 15 in the final practice today. First thing I want to know is if you have the California Speedway on your video game. Have you been able to do that yet?
They didn't make this on the video game.
So you're on your own, huh? So how's your car?
I think I needed to practice.
Well, your brother's on the pole, you know.
Yeah, that was a good lap, I guess, you know. So we'll, I tell you, we just need to do like we did in practice and run the same speed without going any slower. That'd be great. So, you know, hey, the Interstate Pontiac, we haven't been quite as good as we want to, but one for black effort. These guys work real hard. We just got to see if we can make it a little bit better here.
Okay, that's Bobby Labonte waiting while Jimmy Spencer on the track.
You just saw his best start of the year, 7th at Daytona. He qualified 10th last week at Michigan.
He's in the 39-second bracket. 180.900 miles an hour, 39.801. Currently 5th fastest for Jimmy Spencer.
There you see the pole speed. Over 181 miles an hour, 181.915 for Terry Labonte. It's Labonte, Martin, Earnhardt, Derek Cope, and Jimmy Spencer. And Benny Parsons is caught up with an ailing Dale Earnhardt. BP?
Well, I'm trying to catch him. You feeling any better, champ?
Nah, I'm not any better. Feels still cold, sick.
How's about the qualifying lap? A little slower than you practice.
Well, we run a real good qualifying practice lap, but it wasn't there for the end. I don't know. Every lap we run's been different. I don't know.
Okay, Dale. Good luck on Sunday.
You can tell he doesn't feel well, and there has to be a lot of frustration. 41 races without a win, and that's got to eat away at someone who is a competitor like that man right there. Red Bodine on the track for qualifying. The close call. Ford trying to improve. His best qualifying effort came in California. On a road course, though, at Sears Point, up in Northern California in the wine country.
Jerry, looking down over the practice speeds here in the last practice, Brett was down pretty far. He practiced at 40 seconds flat, as a matter of fact, which put him down about 34th position. But I'm sure that they talked to he and Donnie Richardson, his crew chief, and see if they can pick up a little bit of speed, and we'll find out. Nope, he didn't. He slowed down like most everyone else has done. 178.138 miles an hour, 40.418 seconds for Brett Bodine. That makes him 8th fastest of the 8 cars that have qualified so far.
8 of 45 have qualified. Still some cars to come, including, how about this logo? The Mighty Ducks of Anaheim riding along with Ward Burton, whose Pontiac was awfully potent at Pocono. Early, he has a lot of P's. Back at this Penske track in a moment. We are here in California, this beautiful new facility. The Penske facility here, California Speedway. And folks, you will not find a more neatly manicured place. There we are in the foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains. Great crowd on hand. Just qualifying a moment ago, the Haynes Ford of Billy Standridge.
He's currently 8th fastest, Jerry. 40.371 seconds, 178.346 miles an hour. So that puts him in 8th. Move Brett Bodine down to 9th.
And here's Morgan Shepherd. You heard Bill Weber talk to him a little bit earlier. Morgan
climbed in this car last week in Michigan. On the very first practice, they lost a car. They had an accident. Morgan rarely ever breaks up a car, and he's the first one to tell you that he's awfully careful when it comes to cars. They had to go to a backup car and did not qualify in that race at Michigan. So Morgan desperately would like to be able to get this car solidly in the field in the top 25 for the Jasper Engines Federal Mogul people.
Got a pretty good lap, Jerry. He's going to be close to 40 seconds flat in that area. 39.976 as a matter of fact, 180.108. That makes him 6th fastest of the 10 cars that have qualified so far.
Good run for Morgan Shepherd. See a little wisp of water coming out the overflow. A lot of these cars, as we said, are taped off, and in this heat, not much humidity, but considerable heat here. In one lap, it will bring up the temperature.
There's Darrell Waltrip.
There's the silver-tongued driver, DW. 25th year in racing. Boy, talk about what he has done for this sport. Bill Weber?
Well, in 25 years, you certainly have some fond memories of races in Southern California. How do you like this place, Darrell?
Well, this is like paradise. Of all the places we've been, you know, new tracks I've seen that have been built in the last year or so, they did a great job here. Everything's perfect. I like coming here because when we got here, they wasn't working on the place. They wasn't fixing the track. They wasn't building fences. They wasn't doing. I mean, it was done. It's ready to go, and it's really nice. And my hat's off to these folks. They've done a wonderful job.
How about this Parts America Chevy?
We've been quick. We've been in the top 15 or so all weekend here, last couple of days. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Qualifying's tough on a guy like me.
That's Darrell Waltrip. To Benny Parsons.
Well, I mean, you're talking to Mr. Jimmy Spencer. Pretty good run.
Well, Benny, I don't think it's what we wanted, you know, but there's a lot of guys haven't gone as fast as they wanted, so we really thought we could run about a 40. And I think the track slowed down 3/4 tenths. And I don't know if it's a track or the driver's maybe just driving a little bit too hard, you know, but hopefully it'll be the top 25.
What about, have you talked to Travis? Have you talked to T. Wayne about what the ruling today by the government on the settlement with the tobacco companies? Will that mean anything as far as the Camel sponsorship?
I don't know, Benny. As of now, I think Camel's going to be on our car the rest of this year. And I heard there is an agreement between government and the tobacco industry, but I think that's awful quick to make a decision. You know, I mean, I don't know any more than that. The fight is not over with. There's a lot of things going to happen. But all in all, I hope the Camel brand still stays on our race car, because if it doesn't, we'll be out of a job.
That's pretty bad, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty severe.
Real severe, Benny. Hopefully something will come out of this that will be a benefit to the whole Winston Cup Series and the Camel brand. I mean, I don't really know, but I guess I'm speaking way out of terms maybe, you know. So that's up to T. Wayne and his whole staff.
All right. Hoyt Musgrave was 6th. What was his time, Ned?
Well, they ran 180.814 miles an hour, 39.820 seconds, and Bobby Labonte is on the green flag now in the Interstate Batteries Pontiac.
Bobby Labonte 7th right now on Winston Cup points. Finished 9th last week at Michigan. His first top 10 finish in 3 weeks at a 40th and 31st at Pocono and Dover. Trying to rebound with the Interstate Batteries team.
His practice, pardon me, Jerry, his practice lap was 39.61 here just about a little over an hour ago. You see how those cars dip down, run down the hill as they come down here to the start-finish line. And he has come close to equaling his practice time. That's the first one that we've seen that's come close to equaling their practice time.
That should easily put him in the top 5. It does. 3rd quickest, 181.493 miles an hour. And you're exactly right, Ned. 39.671 seconds for Bobby Labonte, 3rd overall. And Bill Weber is standing by with a guy who's still going to be smiling from last week. Right, Bill?
Well, Ernie Irvin's right hand is probably sore from shaking hands all weekend. Again, congratulations on last Sunday, Ernie. A big, big win for all you guys.
Yeah, it really was. This Texaco Avalon Ford race team has done a great job. You know, now we're in Southern California. We got to do it again.
How about your car here?
It's really good. It's the same car we had last week, and this racetrack's somewhat similar to Michigan, and you know, shapes more like Las Vegas. So you know, hopefully we'll be able to get a good run in.
Ernie Irvin looking for 2 in a row, and on the track right now, Ward Burton and his Mighty Ducks.
All right, MB&A Pontiac. Bill Davis owns the car. MB&A is a sponsor. Ward Burton, the driver. He led the most laps at Pocono. Still looking for that first Winston Cup win of the season, carrying the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim. Remember, on the hood of that car will have some Mighty Ducks as honorary pit crew members, a team mascot, Wild Wing, also be an honorary crew member on race day.
practice, Jerry, he was like 36th fastest at 40.02 seconds. But if he can duplicate that, it'll put him up about the middle of the pack here at this point, at least.
The crew worked to repair this car from Michigan. They worked all night, got it fixed at 2 a.m. Tuesday morning in time to hustle to California. We'll see if it paid off with some speed in qualifying.
He's about a quarter of a second slower than what he practiced, 40.267, 178.806 miles an hour. Currently 10th of the 13 cars that have qualified.
13 cars have taken time of the 45 that are here. The top 25 will be set in qualifying today. 26 through 38 in round 2 of qualifying here on Saturday.
Coming up now, Bill Elliott in the McDonald's Ford, and what a run he had last week. Let's go to the pits and Benny and Bobby.
All right, Mr. Labonte, not bad lap.
It's about like we run a practice, but after, Terry kind of, he ran a little bit better than that in practice, but maybe the track's done a little different, or, people trying too hard. I didn't want to try too hard, and I might not have tried hard enough in turn 1, but that's about what we run in practice, so maybe it'll be somewhere in the first day.
There's a rumor floating around you're going to replace Robbie Gordon's or drive Robbie Gordon's IROC cars. Any truth to that?
Yeah, that's what we talked about a while ago, so I guess I'll have to go practice here shortly.
You haven't practiced yet in the car?
No, not yet.
I gotta go check you out.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Bill Elliott's out there.
All right, 11-time most popular driver, Bill Elliott, 6 in a row. What about that run last week? He started to mention that. He finished second last week at Michigan, coming all the way from 26th spot. His best finish since, right there, Darlington, September of '94.
Yeah, he and Mike Beam, the crew chief, and all of that McDonald's team are really feeling good now. Their confidence level has increased, and the way they've been running recently, and particularly last week. Let's see what he can do here on the clocks and qualifying. Got himself a pretty good run here, Jerry. Mike put him up in the top 5 here for the moment.
Lots of horsepower under the hood. Brother Ernie builds the motors, and Ned, you called it, 5th overall.
181.410 miles an hour, 39.689 for Bill Elliott.
14 cars have qualified. Elliott now puts his big M machine, McDonald's, the top 5, but they're still chasing Terry Labonte. Back with more in a moment. Look at California. You're looking at
I'll be back in the chat. I'm in the chat. I will be back on the camera in just a minute.
Put a lap on them, 39.515 seconds, 182.209 miles an hour, and we'll talk to DW in just a moment. But tomorrow,
that car in person was amazing.
3 o'clock Eastern time, the Winston West 200 miles, 100 laps of racing action. David Green on the pole for the Auto Club 200. Then later today on ESPN2, our coverage continues with happy hour at 6:30 p.m. That final wild scramble when the drivers and crew members try to dial the cars in. Winston Cup happy hour, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time on the Deuce.
And Ricky Rudd is on the track in the Tide Ford. And Ricky has been struggling here as far as speed is concerned, Jerry. Just really has not been able to get that Ford up to speed, and his qualifying run here is going to reflect that. 40.392, 178.253, 15th fastest for Ricky of the 16 cars that have qualified so far.
We talked about some of the confusion. A lot of the teams trying to decide if this is a Michigan track, a Pocono track, or Richmond, exactly what it is, and Ricky's still looking for the clues. That qualifying lap puts him in the top 15. Let's go down to Benny Parsons with Bill Elliott.
Hey, Bill, will you go walk in there and congratulate Darrell?
Well, for right now, yes,
Wow.
but we don't know for the whole deal yet.
You ran a pretty good lap.
Now that's a
It wasn't
wow.
bad, but it wasn't,
I think the Iggy Shuffle is
we were
done
good with
here.
that lap. That's about been where I've been running the whole practice. I really didn't change that much. I was tickled with it.
Okay, you gonna run like you did at Michigan?
I think the McDonald's Ford will be good.
How's this track compare to Michigan?
It don't compare. It's a lot the same, but until we get a race under our belt, I'll let you know more Sunday afternoon.
All right, let's see if we can find Darrell. Look at it. Hey, DW, look out. Hey, who you talking to there, D? You talking to everybody? Look at all this crowd around you.
Hey, come on, y'all gang in. Don't go away. Stay here with me. Yeah, I'm the man. I'm the man.
For right now, you are.
I set a track record. Brand new track record, Benny.
I know it is.
Yeah, I'm on pole, man. I'm on pole. I mean, what do you think?
I'm impressed. Here comes Ernie Everett. Let's see what he did.
Oh, Ernie. Oh, don't slip.
Uh-oh, Benny. Tell him, uh-oh.
He beat me.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm sorry, Daryl. It's your old news. I gotta go catch up with Ernie. See you later, buddy.
No, where's everybody going? Wait, come on, I'll go with you.
Good run, buddy.
All right, we congratulate DW. What a showman and what a show for what he's meant to this sport. And the Parsons curse continues.
Oh man, he got knocked off. Oh well. He did good though.
Critical, coming off the win at Michigan, 39.360 seconds. And Ernie on the pole thus far, 182.927. Schrader yet to run.
Now that guy still races today.
Speedway qualifying continues. Just a moment ago, Wally Dallenbach shuffled DW from second to third. What a great run for the first Union Chevrolet, the Felix Sabates-owned car. There is Dallenbach's speed, 182.755 miles an hour. The time, 39.397 seconds. But our pole sitter is Ernie Irvin, and Benny's with him.
What?
Hurry up before somebody bumps me off.
Oh, no, they already tried. He just second.
Oh, they're gonna, so trust me.
You've heard about the BP curse, huh?
Yep.
You've heard about that a lot.
Yeah, as soon as you interview them, then you get bumped.
That's right. But anyway, good lap, good run.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's you know, tribute. I mean, I really biffed up turn one. I went in real high, and you know, Doug got me a lot of motor, and you know, it really helped.
How come you didn't practice that last hour?
I did.
But
one time.
One time?
Man, I don't want to hold my breath so long.
All right, let's see if Skinner beat you. He might beat you. Let's watch up here and see.
No, I don't think so, Benny.
Ned said he don't think so.
That's my stopwatch messed up. He's way down. He's the slowest of all, 173.044 miles an hour.
Up bad.
Yeah, 41.608.
I mean, that's still a good run. You know, there's going to be some more. I mean, DJ's been running really good. He's been beating us by about a tenth and a half in practice, but this is a good run for us anyway. You know, I outrun the king, Mark Martin, and that's not often I get to do that.
Good run.
Thanks.
Hey, Weber, who's this Nadeau cat?
This is Jerry Nadeau, a fresh face here driving for Richard Jackson in the one car. How about your car this week? You had a fast car last week. You lost it and had a tough day, but you're fast on the sheet today.
Yeah, I tell you, this is pretty exciting. Yesterday and this morning we weren't up front, and we made some
I think
changes to
he
the car.
might iRace, or at least maybe one of his
I'm pretty
kids
excited
do. I
just to be
seen the
here.
last name on
I
there.
got to thank Arnell Carriers, Pontiac,
Just
and the whole
wondering.
team. The whole team's been doing a tremendous job. They've been working their butts off, and if we could just get him in the first round, we'll all be happy.
That's Jerry Nadeau. Sterling Marlin's on the track. Just a moment ago, they pushed the Kodak Chevy up here to the qualifying line. A late afternoon engine change for Sterling Marlin, who also has a new crew
For
chief
those
this
that
week
don't
because
know, he
Tim
got in a
Brewer and the
bad
Kodak
wreck,
team parted
and
company.
it
That would be Robert
ended
Larkin,
his
who's been
career
with the Morgan McClure team since 1989.
for a while.
Exeter Tim Brewer, they mutually decide to separate.
He was on a Dale Jr. interview
Sterling
recently.
Marlin. This is
It was exciting to see.
Qualified well at
I
Michigan,
posted it in
qualified
my
fourth, but finished
Facebook.
17th. So he had a bad push all afternoon.
But
He doesn't have a very good time.
it's
here,
on
Jerry.
YouTube.
Put that engine in. Didn't have much time to tune it, I guess. 178.417, 40.355 seconds for Sterling Marlin, making him 16th
I won't
fastest.
be in
20 cars have
the
qualified.
chat.
5
Well, I mean,
more will
I'm in
begin
the
the
chat, but I will
bumping.
have my camera on
Sterling
shortly.
Marlin
I just
currently
trying to
16th quickest.
fix this thing. I'll be
Still
right
some of the names
there.
yet to come include this guy. Rusty Wallace, the last time a NASCAR driver won in Southern California, it was him. Race show, it's live on ESPN2. And then Sunday on ABC Sports at 2 Eastern, 1 Central, 11 Pacific. It's the California
I could tell you the
500
truth, or I
presented by
could tell you
Napa
a lie,
from the
but
brand new California Speedway
got a
here
mouthful of
in
bone water.
Fontana. Our live flag-to-flag coverage starts on ABC Sunday at 2 Eastern Time.
It's not clogged
And having just
anymore.
qualified, Bobby Hamilton puts his car in the top 15.
12th fastest at 39.892, 180.487 miles an hour as we see the top 15 at the moment, headed up by Ernie Irvin. And on the racetrack right now is Ken Schrader, who was among the fastest in practice.
And 21 cars have gone. You see Mike Skinner at 173.044, the slowest of the 21 thus far to make an attempt to qualify. As Ned Jarrett said, here is the Skoll Chevrolet, the Andy Petrie-owned car of Kenny Schrader.
Got himself a good lap, Jerry. He's going to be about third fastest. Possibly second. Third fastest, 182.593 for Kenny Schrader. 39.432 seconds. Good lap for him.
Well, Benny Parsons is standing by with the guy right now who's second quickest, Benny.
Dialing back, where's all this qualifying coming from?
Don't those things hurt your ears?
Oh, you mean the ear? Yeah,
that hurts. It looks like it hurts.
It does, and all this sweat and everything. We're talking about your qualifying run, though.
Well, we're pretty happy. I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm not. I mean, we felt we had a good shot at the pole, and we're a little bit off. So, you know, we think we got a better car here. This is a brand new car. We didn't have this car at Michigan or Pocono, the different car. The other car was fast, but it
His
wouldn't run all day
wife
fast.
is Robin
We think this car's gonna be
McCall.
better
She was
car.
a
So
heck
we
of a
start
road
in the
racer
top 5 or
with him.
6. We're gonna have a good day Sunday.
He came
Well,
over
you only
from
missed
that
about
side.
36 thousandths of a second, 37 thousandths. Which corner did you leave it in?
All of them. I mean, you know, that's the thing. When you make a good qualifying lap and you think you're doing a good job, then you start wondering where the heck you lost it. And I mean, I can think of a million places I lost that. So it's the wind's picked up real bad, and the track's a little bit slippery. So I called it awesome the whole time. So heck, I don't know where I lost it. I wish I did know.
We'll go look for it. Jerry Nadeau's out there. He was 8th fastest this morning.
Yeah, he was, Benny. He's driving the car number 1 for Richard Jackson. The young man was very impressive in his debut. Well, he was second quickest at Michigan and then suddenly went out to qualify and had problems with the car in practice. Had to go to a backup car. Still made the race at Michigan and impressed a lot of people.
Yes, he certainly impressed me, Jerry. I was very impressed with him. He's a real nice young guy, too. And he's got himself a pretty good qualifying run here today. Won't be up near the front, but it'll get him in the race, I believe. 180.370 miles an hour. Currently 14th fastest, 39.918 seconds. Not a bad effort.
And if you're asking yourself, who is Jerry Nadeau? Well, a lot of folks were asking themselves that at Michigan last week. The young man who had run some Busch Series races, had run some ARCA. You see his first Winston Cup start last week at Michigan. He finished 32nd. That is not reflective, though, of how well the young man ran. 2 ARCA races this season, 4th and 2nd at Charlotte. Busch Series, he was very impressive in the Formula Opel European Series and the Barber Pro Series. A lot of folks in Europe said he ran against some of the Formula
He
1
would have
test
been
drivers
a
and some
hell of
Formula
a
3000
racer if
folks,
he didn't get
and was
hurt. He would have been one of the
extremely impressive. In fact,
greatest. That's what
quite
they
a
were
few of
saying.
And
Even
Rusty
Dale
Wallace
Jr.
is
was
about to
saying
take the
that.
green flag. Of course, Rusty's car owner, Roger Penske, is the man who put this all together here, this beautiful California Speedway.
They mentioned the last time NASCAR was in Southern California, 87 and 88. It was Rusty Wallace who won back-to-back at Riverside, California.
Boy, he would love to put that Miller Ford on the pole here for his boss man's inaugural race. But in practice, he hasn't been that strong, Jerry. He was pretty far down the list in the practice session. Well, I say pretty far down. He was fastest here in the last practice session, so that was a big improvement over what he had run earlier in the day.
The engine builder Mike Egge grew up right here in Fontana, California. Went to Eisenhower High School down the street in Rialto. Loved to be able to have his car, his engines, and his driver in victory lane. Not a bad qualifying effort.
Not bad. He's 10th fastest, 39.695, 181.383 miles an hour. Boy, there are a lot of cars that are right in there in that same category as Rusty. Mark Martin and a lot of them run very close. Bill Elliott, all of those.
Well, 24 cars have qualified. One more, and we'll start the bumping. Still some awfully good chauffeurs left to run. Back with more from Southern California in a moment. The California Speedway, our live Busch Pole qualifying ongoing. I'd like to welcome the viewers joining us now from ESPN News. That is Geoff Bodine's QVC Ford Thunderbird, just qualified a moment ago, 4th quickest. There you see where Bodine fits in. Ernie Irvin, last week's winner at Michigan, as our pole sitter thus far in qualifying. Wally Dallenbach, Ken Schrader, Bodine, and Darrell Waltrip in the top 5. 25 cars have run thus far. Next car, we will begin the bumping. Let's check into the pits with Benny Parsons.
I'm watching Ernie Irvin and Kenny Schrader. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, a long time ago, he was going to get a real job and not race. You know, just race for a hobby. And I talked him out of it. And damn, I've kicked myself ever since for talking him out of it. He'd have made a hell of a welder.
Is that what you're going to be, a welder?
I was going to do something and sell hamburgers at McDonald's or something. Didn't know if I could make a living driving a race car. So Schrader, I owe it all to him because he's the one that talked me into, like, you know, making sure I shot after my dreams.
So are you going to beat him on Sunday?
I tell you what, we're going to try awful hard. I mean, he'll obviously be real good. He ran real good last week, but we're happy with where we're starting. It's the best we've been. We're at qualified 3rd, Ernie. But we're going to try like hell, yeah.
Okay, I was going to have you guys give him thumbs up, but that's okay. He left already.
Yeah, he left. He makes fun of me. He kind of goes like that.
Hey, Bill Weber.
Well, the guy that's fastest on the magic sheet here is the guy that's leading the points, Jeff Gordon. How is your DuPont Chevy here at California?
Well, it was good the last time I went out, but this wind has really picked up. So, it looks like some of the times have dropped off. But a couple guys have run in the 30s, so, we ran in the teens and 20s, so I don't know. I hope I can back it up, and we think we did all the right things to the DuPont Chevrolet, and we'll just find out here in about 3 or 4 cars.
Well, with all the success you've had, I'm sure winning the pole here are doing well here.
I saw my mic was muted. I got it.
Hey, anytime you come to a
I'm
facility
back.
like this, an inaugural race, you want to do well, and, this whole team's really putting out a big effort, and we'd love to win the first one here, and I know it put a smile on Rick's face, because he'll be watching at home also.
And he'll probably be listening to the radio throughout the race, too, on Sunday.
All right,
That's like speed.
It's almost hard to believe he did not lead a lap at Michigan last week. Of course,
I worked with that team the year before, and we were Spam, the yellow, and then they ended up painting some cars red, so they had all this Nebraska Huskers red. And then they ended up getting sponsored by people like Ace Hardware and stuff, so it was good, but
top 25, we'll see where speed fits in.
And he fits in at 15th, 180.764
after Spam
miles
went
an hour,
to Mike
39.31
Wallace,
seconds, and
which
that
was
will
really
Brett
strange. I
Bodine
think it
from
was
the top
because
15, and
Lake
we'll put
was
Ricky
actually
Rudd on the hot seat.
retiring-ish,
27 cars
we
are
thought,
running.
but
The cart, Winston
I don't
Cup
know.
point leader, Jeff Gordon,
Anyway,
because runs
Spam
could
went
possibly
to
shove Irvin off the pole. Back to
Mike
home.
Wallace
Brought to you by
in
Daytona
97.
USA.
In 1996, we had a party for 4th of July, the team party Lake had at Bill Venturini's house and stuff like that. Mike Wallace was there, and Lake and everybody. So
That bumps the car number 78, Billy Standrich.
the
and
following
Ricky Rudd had
year,
already been bumped from the top 25. Let's go to the pits and Benny.
Spam had been on the 91, I think.
Well, this
My
is
dad
my
worked on
theory
that team
it.
for like
Jeff
2
Gordon
weeks.
won the inaugural Brickyard. Jeff Burton won the inaugural Texas. I'm the only Jeff that hasn't won an inaugural. So I guess I should won the inaugural Fontana. But this was a great effort by this team. We've been running good in practice. We had a plan, stuck to it, and it worked. The car was great. I mean, absolutely perfect. And we even have Bob Glidden here tuning the engines, and it helped. The engine ran great, but this whole team, the whole QVC team, even on the East Coast, has put a big effort into this race, and it's paying off right now.
Okay, time's up. Bill Weber.
30 seconds.
With Jeremy Mayfield, 12th last week at Michigan, 11th in points. You are coming on strong.
Man, I tell you, this whole Kmart RC Cola team has really worked good here in the last 4 or 5 weeks. And, what I always say is we're going to get better, and if we can keep doing that, we're going to be okay.
He told me it's communication. You guys are getting the lingo down, and you're being able to tell them, and they're being able to handle the car.
Yeah, that's everything. Them understanding me and knowing what I'm talking about and what to do to the car to make it better. And just our whole team right now has just come together as a race team. We're not just a bunch of guys working on race cars. We're a race team right now.
So how's this car?
Good. I don't know how good we'll qualify. We've been
don't hedge on me, Jeremy.
Really down on qualifying, but it don't matter. If we can get to top 25, we're going to be happy, and we know we got a good race car, and that's what we've had every week.
Go get them.
Thank you.
All right, Dave Marcus, the car number 71, qualifying 20th. He makes the top 25, 40.001 seconds, 179.996. Talking about inaugural race winners, Ned, in career wins, the 5 racetracks that have been added to NASCAR since 1988. Take a look. First-time winners, Alan Kulwicki, Jeff Burton at Texas. Ricky Rudd won the first one at Sears Point, Rusty Wallace at New Hampshire, and Jeff Gordon won the inaugural Brickyard 400.
And on the racetrack is Ricky Craven in the Budweiser Chevrolet, one of the other Hendrick Motorsports cars. And Ricky is a good qualifier. I'm not sure, Jerry, that we gave Dick Trickle's time. At least arguably we didn't. He's currently in 22nd position, 179.158 miles an hour. And on the hot seat right now is Sterling Marlin with a speed of 178.17 miles an hour. So that's what they're shooting to get in the top.
Ricky came from up north. We were really glad that he started running. He was from Maine, and there was this broadcast channel in Concord, New Hampshire,
as Craven takes the
And we would
flag.
drive from Massachusetts up to the New Hampshire border to listen to the... We'd go to this little picnic area in Jaffrey, New Hampshire. We could get a signal on the radio for MRN and listen to the race every week.
Ricky Craven coming on that great run at Daytona.
My kids were young and everything
in the
then,
Daytona
so.
500. Well, Geoff Green,
And I say we, it would be myself and my other sister that was still in Massachusetts. They all moved here. I moved. They all moved to. Well, my parents moved to North Carolina.
The wind has really picked up here.
Several drivers have
In Florida. Well, they moved to Florida and I followed them, and then they moved to North Carolina and I followed them to North Carolina, and then they moved to Florida, but I loved North Carolina so much I stayed. But there's a lot of things, you know, our family does and like to do together, so it's better to be near family. And writing this book, it helps to be nearby.
Miles per hour for Chad Little. The 81 car on the racetrack, that is Kenny Wallace,
still like
who already has one Busch pole to his credit.
North Carolina a lot.
Speedway. In the Phil
And I may move this RV up there if I find a lot. Less expensive at some point, but at least not for another year.
That is currently 25th. That puts him on the bubble. It bumps Ward Burton out of the top 25, but puts
My
Kenny
son
right
has
on
health
the hot seat.
issues that
Ward Burton has been
we're
bumped. We might mention the
taking
75
care
car.
of.
Rick
And
Mast has been bumped, and has Sterling Marlin been bumped. Lots of racing action coming your way tonight. Our Bristol coverage begins. The NASCAR Goodies Dash 150
with all his
live,
doctors
8:30
here.
p.m. Eastern time on the Deuce.
Mostly
Thunder
follow-up
Valley in
stuff.
Bristol, Tennessee tomorrow.
It's in
The
my
NASCAR
about
Craftsman
on
Truck
my
Series
Twitch.
Load Handler 200 live 8 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. And then the NASCAR All Pro Pep Boys 200 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. Lots of action to come your way from Bristol, Tennessee. Benny.
And the expert
That's
analyst
another
of
thing I
Bristol,
could do a
Tennessee for the
stream
Dash
about.
Series, the All-Pro, and the NASCAR
With his
Craftsman
little
Truck
picture of
Series.
the mini-me.
Phil Parsons, young Phil Parsons looks so young. Tomorrow,
Just kidding.
on Saturday, the 21st of
probably
June,
not
Phil
like
Parsons will be 40 years old. Happy birthday, Lord.
All right.
I already made my cardio load.
Take a look
Didn't
at
do
the
crap
practice times today. This
because
is
they
the guy to
want
beat
me
in
to
practice
rest.
yesterday and today, Ned Jarrett.
do
Jeff
too
Gordon.
much.
Yeah, he's been right at the top of the list of every practice session, or near the top of each list, Jerry. And he was in the last practice, which was the track conditions were the closest to qualifying that they've been since they've been here. So that's the one that's the more meaningful, and he was on top. His elapsed time in that practice session was 39.1.
Oh, the museum I worked was across the street from Moroso, which is now Roush Motors, I believe. And it's across from where Rusty Wallace's shop used to be that Penske owned it. I think they do still own it, and that's where Logano's at. But that was across the street from the little museum we started in the beginning. Like, I worked there from before the opening all the way across, like, till they poured the floor in the back with the big Winston. I watched that be done.
Compares to Las Vegas. You won at Las
And
Vegas,
a little
Jeff.
bit of that
How are you
setup.
doing
Then
here?
I had to work full time in the real life.
Really good this morning. We kind of struggled
That
this
happens.
afternoon in practice because of the wind or the tracks, you know, the heat on the track or whatever. But just see if we can't get this Cartoon Network around here a good lap and get us in the top 25. I like watching cartoons on Saturday morning instead of requalifying, so hopefully we can do that.
Okay, that's Jeff Green. He's waiting. Dale Jarrett on the track.
All right, last week's pole sitter at Michigan, one of only 2 drivers this year to repeat as a pole sitter. Jarrett has won poles at Darlington and Michigan. Mark Martin, the other driver, they won at Rockingham and Sears Point. 3rd quickest in practice.
Now his lap time was 39.221 in practice. That, as you say, was the 3rd fastest, but a little bit slower than did Jeff Gordon and Joe Nemechek. But we've had very few cars to duplicate their practice speed. Bobby Labonte, I think, came the closest to it.
Top of the pylon, you see the pole sitter, Ernie Irvin. At the bottom, you see the bubble. That's the car number 90 of Dick Trickle. They have bumped Kenny Wallace from the top 25. Trickle 25th quickest.
No, Jarrett won't get there. He's got a good lap, but nothing close to the pole. 7th fastest, 182.163 miles an hour for Dale Jarrett, 39.525 seconds.
A lot of teams opting to bring their Michigan cars, but Jared decided he wanted to go back and get the car that ran so well at Atlanta this year. That's the car they have here, and he qualifies at 7th. Let's check in down with Benny Parsons.
Hey, Jeffrey, walk over here. I can't get close to that car because I might cheat for you.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Would you?
Yeah, a little bit. How's it run?
Oh, Benny, I drove way too deep into one. I tell you that you got a big tailwind going down the front straightaway here, and I tried to pick it up a little bit qualifying. I looked at my tack after I turned like 8,900 going into turn 1. Most I turned all day is about 87, you know. So I just overdrove it, and I had to correct the car, get it back to the bottom, and that cost us a couple tenths. But it's a great car. We'll look forward to the race.
A couple of tenths? You mean you would have run about a 39 flat had it not been for that?
Well, I think we could have run what we ran.
He was
in
windsurfing.
practice, which was around 15. So, you know, I mean, I'm disappointed that lap is still a good lap, though.
You won't be on the inside or outside?
Inside. I won't be on the inside, definitely.
So you're pulling for Joe Nemechek, who was the second fastest car in practice.
Come on, Joe.
Come on, Joe, he's saying.
And he will be the last qualifier, Benny. So stick around, folks. Joe Nemechek, who sat on the outside front row at Martinsville, was the second fastest car in practice. You're watching Jeremy Mayfield had those great runs back-to-back at Dover and Pocono, where he finished 4th and 5th. You heard Bill Weber tell you he finished 12th last week at Michigan and now sits 11th in the point standings.
And Jeremy qualifies at 39.824, 180.796, 18th fastest. And that will bump David Green from the top 25. Dick Trickle was bumped just a moment ago.
And Bill Weber standing by with a driver who is yet to run. Right, Bill?
That's right, Doc. That would be Michael Waltrip, 9th in points. How's your trip to California? Actually, how's your car on the track is what I want to know.
Yeah, the car's not been that fast, but this is one of those situations of why you get paid the big bucks. We changed everything, and they want me to go out there and either put her in the show or don't leave anything on the table. So I have my instructions, and I will go carry them out, and but we're kind of wondering how it's going to turn out.
Well, Jeff Burton won his first race at Texas, so maybe you can get your first win here at California.
Well, I'm real happy with this car. It seems to drive great, and I think the way we've got it handling is going to be good for racing, but we got to speed it up some because it's amazing. These races are 500 miles long, but the sit-go forward starts in the back. Makes it a lot harder to get the sit-go forward to the front. So this is an important lap right here.
I think I understand all that. Have a good lap. That's Michael Waltrip.
I will watch for Michael's run in just a moment. We're watching Steve Grissom's Kodiak Chevrolet. Larry Hedrick on machine. Charlie Presley, the chief mechanic. They sit on the outside of row 1 at Daytona. Season opener.
Comes down the track. Go downhill there as much as he can. Steve won't be pleased with that lap there, I don't think. That 40.15 or somewhere in that neighborhood. 40.22. 227 as a matter of fact. 178.984. And that's currently 29th. So Dave Marcus is on the bubble in 25th place.
And we're talking about some of the young guys coming on the series, the circuit. This young man here stepped in a Winston Cup ride at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the World 600. Was impressive in qualifying for Gary Bechtel. Got Shaggy and Scooby-Doo and all the guys riding along on the hood.
Dad worked for Gary Bechtel with Grissom in '95.
Is on the bubble. He is 25th quickest right now. Ernie Irvin is our pole sitter at 30.
I believe it was the Channel Lock car.
182.927 miles an hour. Ernie trying to get his first pole.
And the 41 somewhere there. When they go to Cup races. I didn't know that till I saw my dad out on pit road one day with that car and the outfit on. I knew he worked for the Busch side, but then I didn't realize he worked both. That's where a lot of my confusion comes in because I didn't know he ran both at the same time. And he did that with Grissom, and he did that with Kenny Wallace, and he did that with Joe. In the last year, he was with Joe as 94, and he did the part-time Busch side when Joe went full-time Cup. And I believe that was the Bell South year, and I think that was the year that John Hunter was born. Yeah, 95-ish.
Great effort for Jeffrey at 39.499, 182.283.
No, Yeah,
6th
95.
overall. And just yesterday
Well,
afternoon in the last
thought John
practice
Hunter was
session, there was a
born in
problem
96,
with this
but-
car, the RCA Ford for John Andretti. He took a
Oh,
spin and got
God.
both the front and rear of the car. And now this car sits ready to qualify with John
Ow.
Andretti aboard the Cale Yarborough machine. We'll see that and more when we come back.
These guys at that time, they put their heart
Colors of
and
Circuit City
soul
Ford of Hut Strickland slowing
into
down. He
these-
just clocked a lap, Ned, good enough for the top 25.
23rd fastest.
into these cars. You know, they weren't built like a kit like they are nowadays, where you don't have a personal relationship with your car.
Well, a moment ago, Michael Waltrip told Bill Weber.
I
that's
don't
why
think
they
they
paid me
do
the big
anyway. I
bucks.
don't
We
know.
just changed everything.
I think
We could
it's
change
pretty
but the number and the sponsor on this Citgo Ford. And then they told me to go out and put it in the top
milquetoast
25
now.
and possibly the top 10.
Because they're all just
That's what
stamped
they
out of the
do.
same
What they call a bonsai run. Waltrip has the hammer
3D
down the
printer.
back straightaway
I don't
here
know.
at Michigan,
Just
trying
a
to get in the
thought.
top 25. Trying to knock Jared Hayden off the bubble. He is 25th quickest.
Thought
and
from
possibly
a
get the car maybe even in the top 10.
lifelong chassis builder
The
daughter.
reason they changed all of those things on the car, he was like 29th fastest in the last practice session, so naturally they wanted to improve on that. And I think he did. He improved on it. I think he's definitely got it in the top 25 right now. Maybe up in the top 20.
Not a bad lap for Michael Waltrip. Indeed, he does get it in the top 20, 17th quickest. And that's indeed why they pay him the big bucks. 39.775 seconds, 181.018 miles per hour for the Citgo.
The race is
driver,
right
Michael
after
Waltrip,
this.
who is right now sitting in the top 10 overall in the points. Let's check in with Benny.
I tell you what, Jerry, catching up with Dale Jarrett was the best thing I've done all day because he was sitting on the back of his truck, and guess what? I'm sitting alongside of him. Tell him about the run.
Exciting. A little more exciting than I would have wanted it to be. I really got in one good, but a little too far probably. And I don't know if the wind had anything to do, but I got loose in the center of the corner and thought I was going to bust my tail, but I managed to get out of there somehow. And so we completed the lap, which was pretty good after that.
Do you have visions of that 98 car running through your head?
Man, I didn't know what to think when it got down there like that because the track has so much grip that I hadn't been in that position before. So, yeah, I don't know, it just loosened up some. I think I probably overdrove it a little bit trying to get the pole.
Car's back. They had a couple of engine problems at Dover and Charlotte, but everything's back.
We're okay, yeah. I think we'll be in good shape here.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, Dale Jarrett, last week's pole sitter. You're watching the car number 98, the RCA Ford of John Andretti. You saw the misfortune in that final practice yesterday. They had been among the quicker cars in practice on Wednesday, that open day of practice they had here for NASCAR. They were about the 7th or 8th quickest car overall in practice. Tony Furr, the crew chief. Tony Santana Cola, the engine builder. Already has a pole this year, that coming at Talladega.
Well, he got himself in the top 25, Jerry, just barely. 39.877 seconds, 180.555 miles an hour for John Andretti, and that does put him 25th, and it bumps Bobby Hamilton. Jared Nadeau was bumped by the previous car that qualified, so that puts John Andretti on the bubble.
Well, we got a lot of racing activity coming your way this weekend. We're going to go to PPG kart competition in Portland. The Budweiser G.I. Joes to ABC Sports are live. Hot Wheels Pontiac on the racetrack trying to qualify Kyle Petty.
I think we're getting some misinformation that we're showing John Andretti now as the 24th fastest car, and Bobby Hamilton still 25th fastest. And Kyle Petty's going to be right in there real close. I don't think he's going to make the top 25.
Kyle Petty, who will join us as an analyst this weekend on our coverage of Winston West competition. Trying to get his Hot Wheels Pontiac in the top 25.
We'll have his time for you here in just a moment. It's a little bit under 40 seconds. We'll have here it is. 28th fastest for Kyle, 39.966, 180.153 miles an hour.
Well, next car to make an attempt to qualify will be the car number 40. That is Greg Sack subbing for Robbie Gordon, who was injured again this morning in an incident just early morning out of turn 2. We showed you some of that wreck footage as we check in the pits once again with Bill Weber.
And with the crew chief for Robbie Gordon, Mike Homan, obviously we've talked about how you've lost your car and you've lost your driver. He won't get clearance to race this weekend. You put Sacks in the car and you have a different car here now.
Yeah, we unloaded our backup car, which is the car we had at Michigan, and you know, Joe Nemechek qualified at second at Martinsville for us. So we've been thrashing the last hour of practice, and we really picked up a lot of time with, you know, Greg has really adjusted well to the racetrack, and we're just shooting to get in the top 25 and, you know, get it set up and have a real good race for Coors tomorrow.
That'd be huge. Explain to the fans, that's huge if Greg can get you in the top 25.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's immense, you know. It's so tough and so competitive, you know, and yesterday everybody had about 4 hours of practice time, you know, and they did really well, you know.
But Bill, it didn't quite make it in the top 25.
You know, we're just doing all we can, and hopefully it'll all turn out for the best.
Okay, don't think you made it top 25, but our fingers are crossed for you. Good luck, Mike.
Thank you.
That was Mike Hillman, 39-year-old crew chief, and you got to give that crew a call. They worked so hard to get this car even ready to go out to qualify. They are 31st quickest. Greg Sachs, 40.081, 179.636. But stick around, folks. The second fastest car in practice, owned by Felix Sabates, Joe Nemechek, will run when we come back. Back in Michigan Speedway, Mike
Okay,
Wallace
this is the year I think that John Hunter was born. That's right, because John lost his life earlier in a truck race at Homestead. And then, I'm sorry, my back was hurt.
Was on the outside of the front row at Martinville. Was on the outside of the front row.
But yeah,
Bell South Chevrolet for Joe
John
Nemechek.
Hunter was born about this time.
Nemechek, those are the times this morning. He was second quickest, so many believe he certainly has a good shot at, if not the front row, possibly the pole.
He has been fast at all of the big tracks recently, Jerry, and he wants a pole so bad. Almost had it last week, thought he had it. Garrett sneaked in there and beat him.
And perpetually smiling since he and wife Andrea had their first child last Wednesday a week ago. John Hunter, their newest addition, their first child. They will call him Hunter. Checkered flag for Joe Nemechek.
It's going to be close. In fact, I think he's got it according to my unofficial stopwatch.
NASCAR clocks and computer timing, and Nemechek is the pole sitter. Joe Nemechek, and listen to this crowd in California.
Well, that's awesome, huh? He always could qualify well. But now the car ain't going to be set up good for the race, maybe. I don't know.
Remember at Martinsville,
but if it's set up loose and it goes to tight, it might work on these intermediates.
Car that went out bumped him off the pole. That car was Kenny Wallace.
They needed some good
for that Busch pole to come
they needed
way.
Some
and Kenny Wallace was the last car to qualify.
Good
you're about to see
look.
The final car qualify, and it is a good one.
It was a rough year for that whole deal, us and everything.
And Joe Nemechek is on the provisional pole. Burton, the final guy with a shot to knock him off.
Now, Jeff Burton was not among the fastest ones in practice, Jerry. He was like 23rd or something like that in practice.
And remember, he is ailing also, Ned. Remember, he had that accident Saturday morning before Michigan Saturday. He's been getting some treatment for some low back pain and very uncomfortable all week long. We're talking about Jeff Burton driving the 99 Exide Ford.
Well, Joe Nemechek hadn't even had time to take his helmet off to see what's happening out here, and he can breathe because Jeff Burton did not beat him. Jeff Burton got into the top 25, I believe. He's pretty close. He's going to be down there somewhere barely top 25. In fact, it looks like it is 25th fastest. 39.864. 180.614 miles an hour.
And the man who was on the pole was Ernie Irvin, and Benny Parsons is standing by with Ernie.
Ernie, you really think it's my fault?
It's your fault, Benny.
No, come on.
Everybody said that if you do an interview with Benny, you'll not get the pole.
Did they say that?
Everybody has. It proved it again.
I'm sorry, man.
It's all right. Then it's like Doug was happy, but not happy because he's not to shave that head.
His hair's safe, right?
Yeah, his hair's safe. That's about it.
Bill Weber?
Well, it's certainly been an emotional season for Joe Nemechek. He got a pole earlier this year at Talladega in the Busch Series when he was the last car to go out. Today, he was the next to last car to go out, and it certainly held up for a Winston Cup pole. And as you can see back here in the garage area, he's being swarmed with reporters and photographers, and I'm sure he wants to share this with his wife, Andrea, and in just a second, we'll jump in there and congratulate him firsthand. But a big, big, big day for Joe Nemechek. They just had the birth of their son about 10 days ago, as Dr. Punch was talking about.
John
and he's had some
Hunter.
great runs, and now
Okay.
he's on the pole here.
I knew
for
it
the
was about
first
this
race
time.
here at California, and we'll talk to him in just a second, Jerry.
Well, thanks,
The
Bill.
Bell
Joe
South
Nemechek
time, I
racing
remember.
himself, qualifying himself into the record.
Funny how
books
you
as the
know
first ever
time by
pole
your
sitter at
sponsors.
NASCAR's California 500 here at California Speedway. Air at the top 15. Ned,
You'll
Nemechek,
see
Urban,
when you
Gordon,
get old.
Dallenbach, and Schrader in the top 5.
Big
That's how
variety
you-
of Fords and Chevrolets. Only one.
You
two
didn't
Pontiacs
remember what
was-
year,
one
but you
Pontiac
remembered,
body
oh, we
up there in the
raced
top
this
15.
this
You saw Dale Earnhardt was
sponsor.
15th quickest. Bill Elliott and
Like I believe my dad's with Lance right now in Busch.
So all of those from 26 on
At
back
this
will can
point
either
in
stand on their
time.
time tomorrow or
Or he could be working
Let's
with
go down and talk to the pole sitter now. Here's Bill
Newt
Weber.
Moore on
Well,
Kenny
you've been
Wallace's
smiling a
car.
lot lately, but I really want to see you smile now.
Aw.
Here's his crew. Hey, all right.
That guy is so
Tony,
cool.
come over.
He's still in
Come on here,
racing.
Tony. Tony's kind of shy. You're not shy,
I
are
tell
you?
you what, this is awesome. I wish my wife and John Hunter was here. We'll be home soon, but we got an awesome race car. I gotta say hello to mom and dad, my brother and sister. Gotta thank God. I mean, he's watching out for us. We've been awesome since we unloaded. You know, our Bell South Chevrolet Monte Carlo is just awesome. All I had to do was do what I did in practice because we were right on the top of the list the whole time, and it just feels so good. You know, Felix Sabatis has just put a team together that's really awesome. Wally Dallenbach, you know, he contributed a bunch. He tested out here.
You know this guy? Oh, here's his car owner, Felix Sabatis.
I went that way. Went the wrong way, but it just feels awesome. My first Winston Cup pole, I did it for Felix. Here at the new California racetrack, what a facility. You're going to see a great race Sunday.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It will be a great race, and Joe Nemechek will start on the pole Sunday in the California 500.
And 33-year-old Joe Nemechek, the 11th driver to win a pole in 1997. We'll wrap up our coverage of Busch pole qualifying, the fourth first-time pole sitter for the season. We'll have more when we come back to California in a moment.
Your wait is over. It's big. It's fast. It's here. California Speedway. Now racing has a new home. Where will you be when a new era dawns and racing history is made? California Speedway. Racing's future starts here.
7:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
I was putting this bird video on that I took when I was walking outside. My phone, I mean, not my phone, my Fitbit buzzes every 10 minutes before the hour. Because I'm supposed to put in 250 steps every hour. I'm not good at that. It's my biggest downfall.
Let's go down to Benny Parsons.
You know, guys, folks, when NASCAR, after practice is over, they run a sheet because now they have the computerized score and the cars have a transponder on them. And today, it says Jeff Gordon was the fastest car, Joe Nemechek was second, Dale Jarrett was third, Kenny Schrader, Mark Martin, Jeff Bodine. Normally you say, well, that stuff don't mean anything, but today it did mean something because all the cars on the front of this lift will start on the front of the grid on Sunday afternoon for the California 500. Bill Weber?
Benny, nobody's ever raced here at the California Speedway, so the guys that have qualified inside the top 25 should have a huge advantage tomorrow when we all come back to this track. They can work strictly on the race setup. Sure, they had an extra day on Thursday, but it doesn't mean anything till you're locked in. 25 guys are. Tomorrow morning, they practice for the race. For the other 20 cars, some big questions that will be settled in second round. If they stand or will they run?
Well, Joe Nemechek becomes the 10th entrant in the Busch Clash of 1998. He gets his first Busch pole in his 105th NASCAR Winston Cup start. We'll come back to wrap it all up from California Speedway in a moment. Has been brought to you by
Very cool, but now I'm going to play the race, okay? Oops, let me... shoot.
And by Purolator. To protect your engine, remember, pure oil now, pure oil later, Purolator. Our California coverage continues. Coming up next, RPM tonight with John Curtin. Tomorrow, live 3 p.m. Eastern, ABC Sports, the Auto Club 200. Then happy hour, 6:30 p.m. on the Deuce at Final Hour Scramble, followed by RPM tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern on the Deuce. And of course, coming up on Sunday, RPM Today, Kenny Mayne is the main man, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. NASCAR Today, a 1-hour pre-race show with Dave Despain. Then our live flag-to-flag coverage of the NASCAR Winston Cup California 500 presented by Napa at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Then it's all wrapped up on RPM tonight at 8 Eastern time.
Alrighty.
Stick around. RPM coming up next. For Bill Weber, Dave Parsons, Ned Jarrett, and Jerry Punch, we congratulate
You want to see the race next time?
It's been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
It's going to jump right to the race. Now, there's several copies of it. And if it's Iki, I'll just, like, let me see. One of these started was really scratchy. Now, this one, I guess, is pretty good. Who's playing this? Okay, Dave W. Thank you, Dave W. I'm going to like his stream so you guys find it. I don't know. It's 7 years ago he uploaded, so I don't even know if he's active anymore. But it's good stuff. I like the old original broadcasts. They might be not as clear, but they're real. Oh, God, my shoulder is sore.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins, along with
I was
Benny
doing the
Parsons,
back
and
crawl
this is
and the
kind of
front
neat being
crawl
part of an
and
inaugural event.
breaststroke,
This
side
is so
stroke.
neat. This year I've seen 2 racetracks open up.
I didn't
It's
do
great to be
the
part of
butterfly.
NASCAR
That one's a
and Winston
little
Cup
too
racing
much on
today.
my arms.
You know, this track is like several others on the circuit, but the drivers
Got my
will
neck
tell you
stiff
it's
now.
really a track of its own.
Yeah, we keep comparing this racetrack to Michigan because they look exactly the same. The drivers keep saying it's not Michigan, drives completely different than Michigan.
This
is
part of
California
boat visited in the
Speedway.
park pool is
And a
like
young
it's
man
not
who
real
was
busy
born
this
in the
time of
state
year
of
because it's off
California is
season.
atop the point
So I'm
standings
pretty
as we
much
head
like
for
alone,
the 15th race
and
of the
I can
1997
just
season.
float,
That, of course,
like,
is Jeff
and
Gordon.
just float,
Strong recent
like dead
performances
man's
by
float,
Mark
so
Marquez
comfortably
moved him up
I
to
caught
within
myself
46
almost falling
points of the
asleep.
lead.
Like,
Seven-time NASCAR champion Dale Earnhardt has quietly moved to 6th. The top 10 drivers separated by less than 500 points. All are chasing Gordon, who has been flexing his muscles.
I do love the wildlife around here as far as the animals and everything. It's really cool.
He quickly captured both, becoming one of NASCAR's brightest stars. Today, this charismatic kid comes home, no longer chasing rainbows, but driving one, painted on his magical Monte Carlo. Getting heavy in my Chevy, ain't no slowing us down. Put the pedal to the metal, let it take us out of town. There's this great big world that we just got to see. Girl, it's rocking with you. Baby, start rocking and rolling with me. It has been fireworks and fast cars since Flash Gordon left California a decade ago. Today, his Chevy is ready and poised to pounce from third starting spot. It's his favorite race car, nicknamed Blacker. It's carried him to 11 wins over the last 3 years, and he hopes today will make it an even dozen.
41 races, no wins. This sport's most intimidating figure is fighting his most frightening opponent. This was to be a season of celebration, returning number 3 to number 1. But Daytona turned the season upside down.
Oops, I don't know what happened to the sound. I'm here, but I think it's kind of the song. Sometimes it's copywritten where it was not NASCAR that did that. You get the option when you upload them from Twitch to there. I don't broadcast to Twitch or that might shut me down, but I upload it to YouTube private, and it says copyright, and you go through, and if it's not monetized, that's I don't care, because I'm not even anywhere near subscribers to monetize or even think about it. And the other options are to mute it or override it with music, And if it's
Musgrave and Burton.
something I really care about,
And youth. Mark Martin,
I'll just
second
leave
for points
it.
chase.
If it's
Ted
something
Musgrave led the most laps last week. Geoff Burton, the winner at Texas.
that you have to
This
accolade or whatever,
led by
a
Mark
comment,
Martin, is red hot.
I'll put that on or whatever. Like, I always like to shout out the list, Austin LaPlante and Dave W, Ms. Smith, and different ones. We're actually going to be uploading some that don't exist, that my sister took as home video. And she's done it once, and it didn't come out to quality she wanted, and she got more equipment, and as soon as she gets a chance, she'll be doing that. One of them's going to be Lime Rock GTO 86. I know for sure. So that's the one she's practicing with.
He has not gotten a victory lane in the points race. He has 5 top 10s this season. He's looking for that first win, and he's hoping it comes in the first race at this track.
Colorado's Wally Dallenbach posts his best starting position in 4th spot today. His best finish, 15th at Sears Point, but that was a road course. This is a 2-mile speedway. Dallenbach looks to do better.
Ricky Craven missed all the magic at the new track at Texas when he was hurt in practice. He'd like to make up for that here in California. A strong start to the season with a 3rd place finish at Daytona, then a 5th place finish at The Rock. But since then, Ricky Craven's new team has struggled. This was supposed to be his magical season. He's hoping for a little magic near the Magic Kingdom today.
1997 has been both the best of times and the worst of times for Joe Nemechek. Losing his brother, gaining a son, and now he scores his first career pole position here at the California Speedway. With a pole down, he wants to go to victory lane.
My son and John were really tight. John took my time. My son was a teenager then, and he would have him work on the car with him and everything, to a point my dad would get mad because he had him out on pit road one day. But yeah, that was a pretty devastating thing for all of us as a family.
A trip to the sand at Sonoma was just the beginning as Rusty and Team Penske started to search.
Again, I think that there's some muted copywritten music or something that they're playing in the background, and I'm sure Dave W. wants to be monetized. He has enough followers. Let's see, I'll roll it down. 16.5 thousand. 16,500. I got like 150. You can subscribe, that'd be good. I don't ever see 1,000 to even matter. So I don't copyright anything of mine. I could care less. I'd rather people like it.
California Speedway.
I never even check if anything's copyrighted.
It's a
or
gorgeous
used.
day in Southern
I could care
California
less.
as we await now the
It's my
command to start
immortality.
engines and the beginning of the California 500 presented by Napa. There's the
Countdown.
to gentlemen, start your engines.
I introduce to you Mr. Wayne Wells, Western Division Vice President of Napa.
On behalf of the over 6,200 Napa Auto Parts stores,
I am monetized on Twitch, but just the minimal. I snooze and snooze and snooze. Probably lose icons for doing that, the emotes, whatever. I ain't figured out how to use them too good anyway. I use emotes. Well, I'm pretty good with emotes. Pretty good with the emotes. Oh, for those that have never saw my channel, starting on that side upper corner, this side,
Of the California 500 presented by Napa.
that side, that side. You see me in the white shirt. There's 3 little girls above. Well, one of them little girls is me on the right.
Okay.
And that was
Billboards.
around 1970. one. When we were going to go to Stafford with the Camaro, red and white movers. And that's pictured above, under the word, and I don't know, above the red buildings. But going around in a clockwise manner pretty much is in order, pretty much, except for when you get to the bottom, you get this IMSA stuff that goes up the side. You know,
all right, everybody psyched. You ready, Brian?
This way.
Atta baby.
Goes up that way.
How about you, slob? You ready?
Am I pointing?
Okay. Just wondering. How about you, Carter?
Can you see?
He's
Can't
hanging
see
in.
my finger. That way. Wrong hand. I'm looking in the, yeah, that way. That's the beginning. Like, when you go around and then there's some IMSA on the bottom. And the middle of the bottom, there's a dirt race track, dirt mod. That's Hunter Gustafson, and he races at Volusia sometimes, and he's very fast. Oh my God, he's such a good driver. So he worked with him too, and then to the left is an IMSA car that he's built shocks for, and then goes old IMSA around. Up to the top back. That picture of me in the white shirt, I was on pit road at New Hampshire. That was 1990.
529 acres in Fontana, California, within the shadows of the San Bernardino Mountains. 16 million people live within 150 miles of this brand new speedway that is opening here this afternoon with NASCAR Winston Cup competition. December 7th,
I've never seen
1941, the day that will live in infamy. In the
this
wake
race.
of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the U.S. was involved in World War II.
Except for when it ran the first.
Shut down. Even tracks
Because
like
I
the
wasn't in
Indianapolis Motor
California,
Speedway
Geoff
were
was.
closed for racing and opened as airfields.
Gone, you jammer.
Drivers joined the war effort. And even
That's the
Detroit
best way
car
to say it.
makers shifted their emphasis from automobile production
That was
to
his-
tank, airplane, and other wartime
I know, right?
equipment.
I agree.
Today we are setting up this
Oops.
Chick-fil-A employee for anything she wants.
You can
Oops.
pick any item you want.
I haven't
I'll
seen
go
an
get it
ad
for
in
you.
forever.
Whatever you always wanted.
On the West Coast, just east of Los Angeles, a steel mill was constructed within a year. A plant capable of producing enough steel for factories up and down the West Coast to launch a Liberty ship per day. After the armistice, the need for such a plant diminished. And by 1983, the factory was ready for demolition. What was once a proud employer in this area came tumbling down. Through the vision of Roger Penske
Yeah,
and the guidance of Les
I'm not a
Richter,
fan of
the
losing any
529
speedways.
acres on which the Kaiser Steel Mill
they've got
once
such a
sat now has
history.
become a racetrack, and only the water tower survived the transition. Absolutely incredible that within 2 years, this facility has gone from dream to reality. And the water tower marks the exact center of this great facility in the infield. And there it is today. Now 142,800 pounds of steel in the form of 42 race cars are about to christen California Speedway.
I want to see Nazareth come back too. Oh, Riverside too. Gosh, my dad's last
And Ford leads the manufacturers championship with 106 points.
IMSA, not last IMSA race, but I know my dad ran Riverside with Alan's a senior. I think he said out. My dad did an interview on the beach about last May. I should play that afterwards. He said that Al was probably the best driver he ever worked for. For that, just that one race, they were running 8th. Like the easiest driver, I guess. He just was so professional.
The current points leader, Jeff Gordon, starts 3rd, and Wally Dallenbach 4th, his best career start. In the 3rd row, Ken Schrader, who won the Winston West race yesterday, and Jeff Bodine. Row number 4, Jeff Green in his 5th NASCAR Winston Cup start
see, I
in this
live near
car,
Daytona,
Darrell Waltrip
and
was qualified 8th in 3 of the last 5 races.
They have a Friday at noon show every Friday at noon, and if you're into road racing, that's a main focus of it. In fact, they had Preston Pardus live last Friday, and it's from the North Turn restaurant, which was the North Turn of the Beach Speedway. And they have somebody every Friday at noon, and it's on YouTube Live, and then they put it on other places, maybe Facebook or something, but it's YouTube Live, and it's called Legends of Racing Radio. Legends of Racing Radio. And I'll play a clip of Dad in that. But their focus is a lot of old-time road racing. A lot of these people know a lot about the mechanics of the cars and that they interview, and his co-interviewer is Buzz McKim, and you've probably seen him if you follow any racing stuff. His name pops up now and then, Buzz McKim. He's the one that does the interviews. And like I said, it's at that restaurant. And anybody can go to the restaurant and watch be filmed. You can ask questions or whatever. And I mean, it's old school road racing and all kinds of stuff. Like I said, Preston Pardus, they interviewed this weekend, and it was really cool. He's pretty good friends with Connor Zilic, so yeah. So anyway, that's one thing I can dig up.
3 drivers came here but were unable to make the field for this event. Billy Standridge, also Mike Wallace, and Kenny Wallace misses his first race of 1997. Now let's take a look at the race analysis. This track is 2 miles.
Not sure which race my dad started with Kenny for sure. I know for sure he was at Charlotte, but I don't know if that was the first one. I know my dad said he went to Vegas with Kenny, so that's why I got that queued up to go at some point. I want to try to do as long a stream as I can today, and I probably won't get to the Vegas race today. Or I might. Depends. We've got some bad weather around here. That's what I'm a little thinking about. I mean, it's been dark as pitch out here with cloud cover, but even my AC unit shut off 3 or 4 times this morning. Never shuts off.
It's a beautiful Southern California afternoon.
And we're going green. Joe's on the pole. Running his line. Wow, we got some crisscross in the back there by Darrell. It was a little bit scary for a minute. Still, that Western Auto car is so pretty in person. Oh my God. The wraps, I don't know. I've seen some show cars. They're alright, I guess. These things were bigger than life, though. Jesus, they were something. They'd roll that car through the pit area, and it was like the same feeling that someone was a jockey on their best stallion, you know? It was that same feeling.
Now a challenge for the lead as Wally Dallenbach goes to the inside of Joe Nemechek and passes him. Entering turn number 3, Jeff Gordon tried to stick his nose under Nemechek, couldn't get the job done. Let's see if Wally Dallenbach will lead the lap.
Yikes. Oh wow, we got to turn 1 without wrecking again. It's a miracle. Oh wait.
NASCAR Winston Cup race that Wally Dallenbach has led since Watkins Glen in 1995.
To the 5th place car is Geoff Bodine on the left of your screen. Running order. Top 10 cars.
It's a hell of a bank there.
Is moving up from his starting position.
Started 14th, currently in 9th spot.
Oh yeah, 1997. It was brand new. It was just built, I think.
But Craven battles back, and as you can see from Rusty Wallace's
I think it was a Humpy Wheeler track. It had the same logo Charlotte had back when it come out.
And now Wallace pulls
Yeah, that's what I thought. They led up to that.
He was going to look on the inside of Rusty Wallace. Rusty said, no, let's don't make it free aggressive. He moved down to block.
Yeah.
By Jerry.
Johnny Benson is in the yellow car on the high side of the racetrack. Off of the fourth corner they
Yeah.
come once again. Jared and Rusty Wallace to the inside, and Benson and Mark Martin to the outside.
I know Humpy Wheeler was conservative with his money, and he used the same pattern, basically the same architect for each track he built. So if you look, you'll see the similarity. And back in the 90s, they had that oval globe kind of with the lines in the Charlotte. Well, that logo was carried to all of his tracks. And that's how you knew it was one he built. Like Texas was the same. This one, it's another one they had to kind of tweak the edge for a development too. I forget which one that was. But like I said, I didn't follow NASCAR too much after 1997. What happened? Oh, another ad. 1997, I didn't follow NASCAR too much anymore because it was the, my life went in a different direction. I moved into the country and became a gardener and a beekeeper. And then I went even further in the country and bought a cabin off the grid, down a mile down a dirt road. I didn't even have cell phone communications, so I would walk to the top of the mountain every day at about noon to get my messages. Such a different way of life. No internet, no phone. I had a beautiful creek. I sluiced in the creek for little gems, and man, I'll tell you what, that was the days. Really was. Like, I love living like that. And I hope to put this RV on a piece of property someday, maybe the same one. I've been trying to track a situation with that property that I used to lease. Because I pay taxes on it, they can't sell it without my signature, and the people trying to sell it aren't the people that own it. So I'm trying to research that and trying to get a hold of people, and I think it's one of these land grab type things where people go into land they think's abandoned and pay taxes and try to sell it. It's called Connect the Dots Realty type of situation, and when I Google it, I don't find out much good about it. I know, right? I mean, this is like a mile out of dirt road on a creek. I had 82 feet on a creek in a mile, and I had an acre and a half. And I got talked out of not continuing the lease. My family and all that thought it would be better. Plus, my boyfriend was sick, he got epilepsy, and I moved back to his parents' property and built a little cabin with him and gave up the other one. But all of a sudden, I get this, express mail. They want me to sign off on this property. So I'm taking my time. I'm signing anything till I know more. Investigating it. Running a lot of dead ends, but talk to the realtor and let her know I'm pretty on to it. The ball's in my court, and I told her that this is something that is a scam. You go in abandoned houses or whatever, which I thought it sold. But all the paperwork shows the owner that I was leasing it from. And she's selling it for $0, and she sells nothing. She does not even sell a pair of boots for $0. I know this lady. I took her on all her grocery shopping and everything, but she's in her 90s, and I can't get a hold of her or her family. So I have a feeling they're schnooking her. Because I know she wanted her kids to have it. Her grandsons.
California Speedway.
She has twin grandsons that rode rodeo. It was really kind of cool. Cool story. I loved that little town before it got all corrupted and crap.
Happened last week at Michigan. Neither of the four drivers, Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, Dale Jarrett, or Dale Earnhardt, led a lap last week at Michigan, and that's the first time that one of those drivers had not.
The owner of the town passed away, and they put it into the hands of the county. And it was a horse town, and it was a. We lived in a town where we, as
This is turn 4 down the front
residents, were almost like
comes along, helps him out with drafting.
players, like not players, actors. We were almost like actors and actresses in this little western town that was in the east. It was crazy cool when I moved there in 2013. It just all changed now, but you know, like when the town was taken over by the county, then nothing's up to building code, and it caused a lot of devastation to businesses, and it just sunk the little town. It was a little incorporated town, had its own little jail, had its own little post office. It had like 4 bars, so you needed a little sleep it off jail, just like in Andy Griffith's show where they put the town drunk in the thing in the tank. I mean, it was a really cool little town. I was a beer tender at one of the local pubs. I knew everybody. It was like more like a bar and grill. We did pizza and this and that, and it was more family oriented up until 9 o'clock because it's a tourist town. You can look it up. It's a tourist town. And because we lived there and tended the horses, we were the show. Oh my God, we had so much freaking fun there. Oh my God, we had fun. When the tour horses, I worked for this guy that was the horse rentals. So people would come and they'd go in the rent the hotel and stay at this, the saloons, and he would have his 8 or 10 horses. My son and I and my son's friend, we all helped him with this business. Me more, I towed his horses, from one field to another or something when he was swapping out different ones for different groups. If it was a group of children and this and that, he'd have his tender horses and junk like that. It was fun, and my son's a tour guide on a horse with a cowboy hat and the boots and the chaps. Never rode a horse in his life, but he could drive cars. It was hilarious. And we had so much fun, man. That was such a... And then when the horses ended up at the saloon, and the people that rented them, we picked them up there at the saloon, so they were all right, or they could bring them back, but they're at the saloon, and we'd all, ride all the horses back to the stall at night. It was just fun. I never rode horses, and I ended up taking care of horses, lots of them, and cleaning stalls, and cleaning their feet, and picking up, putting medicine on one. I'd give one a Epsom salt bath on one of her feet every day. Yeah, man, it was wicked cool. It was wicked cool. But it just didn't cost much to live there, and it was really fun. I even lived in one of the little old original places too for an apartment for a while, and then it sold. I still got a little cabin up there behind a friend's house that I built after my ex got really, really sick, and he's died. last year in February. But he, that's the last person I dated. I was done. But anyway, yeah, that's when I moved to my friend's house, and I built the cabin out behind her house with these hands, a bow saw, and a drill, you know, like a DeWalt set of drills you get in a little bag for $169 and at $10.99 bow saw. I got all the videos on building that thing too. I have got like so much on building my cabins. I built 2 different types of cabins. One around an RV and one right off the ground. I have this little design I have made with, I put a tea house in a Zen garden in another place. It's just using landscape timbers or 4x4s or 6x6s. And
are you feeling stuck with
you use
in debt
nails,
that comes with it?
You use
Try
spikes
National
and a
Debt
drill.
Relief, as seen on the
I use galvanized spikes and I pin them like a timber peg house. That's how I built the cabin. And like I said, I got all the videos. I need to do that stuff.
Look, let's don't go 3 abreast this early in the race. Let's get through this corner.
But that was in 2019 I built that. And then in 2020 I came here to be with my parents while COVID was on. Everyone was getting sick and we didn't know if we could cross state lines. And it was like my parents were begging me to come down, and so I came down. But the little cabin's still there. So this could go there too. But I have options, but I like Florida right now, so it works.
Only the second race for the driver of the 1 car, Jerry Nadeau.
It's good to be near this kind of racing, but I really like the short track North Carolina racing a lot. So it's a dilemma. I need to clone myself.
Is in 5th position.
So I can live the best of both worlds.
Our ABC stations.
I have Pioneer Ingenuity. Yes, you should. You're on the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, Liz. And I'll look at that arthritis stuff when I get offline. I'm going to stay online as long as the back can handle sitting up straight.
Okay.
She stood up and bumped the shade and spooked herself. Oh, it's a live feed, so they must be testing. What I do sometimes for these races, as they are long, I'll kind of like do this until we see something's up. Like that, they're showing the order, we'll stop there and play there.
Indicate the starting position for that particular driver.
Last time by, Kenny Schrader, the third place car, wasn't turned the fastest lap, faster than the first two cars, I should say. He was 179.3, and Jeff Gordon, the leader, 179.0.
My husband at the time was working with the 7 this year, and my dad would be over at the which track? I think probably with the 43.
Elliott is in 94. Greg Sachs, who was the fastest overall qualifier, way back in 35th position. Bobby Hamilton is in the last position at the moment after having started in 30th spot. We look back from Michael Waltrip's car to Jeff Burton, who looked to the inside.
That's a battle for the 21st spot. Jeff Burton, the 99 car, Exide car, crashed hard with Jeff Gordon last Saturday morning at the Michigan Speedway. And we've got a crash car in the wall. It's like Hudson Strickland has backed it instead. Left side is flattened out on the Circuit City car.
Hud Strickland had made a big move in the field. He had picked up 11 spots, was running in 24th, up in the teens, but now the car is heavily damaged, having struck the wall in corner number 4. The car has slid to the inside of the racetrack. So Hud Strickland has the distinction of bringing out the first caution flag in a NASCAR Winston Cup event in California.
And thank goodness we see that window net coming down.
That's the indication that the driver is okay. And here's how it happened. Already in the wall when our cameras caught it up in turn 4.
And all the cars going by here, cars going on the outside.
Sometimes when you get up above that dark area there on the turn, which is the groove, it's pretty sandy up there, and it has what we call marbles in racing, and it just doesn't make for very good traction.
No, down the hill he comes, and comes to a stop. And we see Hutt now starting to get out of the car. The rescue workers run over, make sure he's okay.
So we should now be seeing pit stops with 30 laps completed.
And a lot of these guys are really looking forward to these pit stops. The cars would run long enough, we'd run 30 laps. The tires had gotten hot. They want to go in and make some adjustments because a lot of cars are not right currently.
The average speed for the first 30 laps was 178.217 miles an hour, but now that momentum has been slowed down because of the pit stops. Let's go down to Bill Weber.
Well, Jeff Gordon leads the parade down pit road here at California. Wally Dallenbach will be the first guy to hit his mark. Here comes the first Union Monte Carlo, swings it into the pit stall. It's through dodges Darrell Waltrip. We're expecting to change just 2 tires here. They think that could be a key. We go around to the right side. Wally getting plenty of fuel, so it's 2 tires for Dallenbach to Jerry Punch.
All right, triple splits down here. Ernie Irvin, Jeff Gordon pitting as they nose to tail, and Kenny Schrader on the bottom. Right side tires now being completed on the top 2. Schrader down to 11 seconds. Only right side car case for Schrader. Irvin 18.5 and Gordon 20.2. They made an adjustment on Jeff Gordon's car. Some tape on the front to try to make it tight. With Jack.
Ladies, mix pink salt, lemon, and 2 fridge door ingredients and get ready to turn heads with your summer body. Today, I'm
Wallace and Dale learned how to complete their rounds. Both guys were trying to take a little bit of push out of the car, so they adjusted air pressure only, and by only 1 pound.
And that was the problem that the drivers complained about yesterday in the happy hour, was the fact that their cars were pushing.
We see that car with the hood up. That is Bill Elliott on pit road with the hood up.
And another car with the hood up, but that's because of the crash. Jack?
Well, what they're saying, guys, is Bill feels like the car may have lost a cylinder. It's not running like it should. The temperatures look good, so what they were doing was working on the carburetor because they felt maybe that was where the area was. If the temperature showed right, then maybe they hadn't lost a cylinder. They're going to probably bring him back in to continue the work.
Second place finisher at Michigan last week, Bill Elliott.
What that means is one of the pipes be cold.
Hut Strickland, who is out of his crash car, walking around and appears to be in good shape.
Meaning no
But
spark
it also
or
appears that
something.
perhaps his day is over. He'll have to ride to the infield care center for the mandatory checkup. We'll take another break and be back with more of our live coverage from the California Speedway.
Martin by Irving for second spot.
As a Napa field summary, we'll show you where everybody is running. And we mentioned earlier also that Greg Sachs was the fastest qualifier. Actually, there were 4 second-day qualifiers who were
It's a
faster
4-hour
than
race.
Nemechek,
I've got to
and
shorten
again,
it up
that
a little
related to
bit.
weather because first-round qualifying was held in the afternoon when the track was hot and slick, and the second-round qualifying was held in the morning when it was cooler. There is Jimmy Spencer, who has moved up well from his starting position, and right behind him is Terry Labonte. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Dale Jarrett.
And he is on the move. And you're right, Labonte's car and Dale Jarrett's car look awfully similar since he's got the Tiger on the hood, but Dale Jarrett, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now.
That's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Spencer 5th. Uh-oh, and this is not good news for Bill Elliott.
Left rear tire is flat. We see where some damage is torn up the quarter panel on the left side.
Well, the thrill of almost victory last weekend at Michigan for Bill Elliott. Now he's experiencing the defeat here this weekend.
That motor don't sound
A
right.
couple of problems have beset him in the early going. He's making his way toward the pit, though, with that flat left rear tire. And Jack Arute, he is headed toward you.
It seems as if after such a great run to the runner-up spot now, Bill Elliott has got a left rear tire that's gone down. Remember, he already lost the lap when he lost his carburetor and had to make the change. The crew is waiting. He is limping down. And you know, guys, the biggest problem is when you have a tire go flat, he's literally lost the brakes on the back of the car. He couldn't even stop in his pit stall. We were just going to mention
Holy
that.
crap.
He just slid right through. That probably accounts for why he was so slow coming down pit road, well below the speed limit. They're going to have to push him back to the box. It's going to be a long stay for Bill Elliott on pit road.
Busted the rear brake line or something.
To work on the car.
Now they're going to check and see exactly what's wrong. I guess that the left rear tire knocked one of the hoses, brake hoses, off the left rear. They'll probably have to repair that before he go back out. And you know, Bill Elliott had a brake problem in the last 2 or 3 races. Remember, he stopped on pit road, had to change a brake caliper and rotor.
I'm gonna give my back a break and stretch.
To see what's happening, and Jeff Gordon has lengthened his lead over. Now second place, Mark Martin.
That time by, though, the 88 car, Dale Jarrett, ran the fastest lap of the first 6 cars. He was faster than Gordon or Mark Martin.
Caught a glimpse of my wallpaper. That was me at Daytona. Thought it was Talladega till I looked it up. I forgot. We went to both. And that was another scorer. She scored for Bobby Labonte in that green 18.
Came in, as many other guys did, and decided that they would only go for right side tires. He changed those right sides, and now the left sides are beginning to give up. His crew chief and Geoff agree they should have changed all 4. So they're
But I'll be right
up.
back. I gotta stretch. Get my neck all
Now let me show you on Bill
unkinked.
Elliott's tire. We were talking about, Benny, how they can cut the brake lines. Look
I'll
at
be in the
rubber on
chat.
the outer liner of the double line tire. That stuff turning around and around and around. It may be soft here, but when you get up about 60 or 70 miles an hour, it cuts just like a knife.
That is what they're trying to repair now on the Bill Elliott car as he sits helplessly on pit road while the race continues. We're up past the 50 lap mark already.
That time by, Dale Jarrett ran over 180 miles per hour. The first time today I've seen car run that speed. And here they come. There's Greg Sachs, the Coors Light car. That is the car that ran the fastest time in qualifying. He did start 26th.
Robbie Gordon, the regular driver of that car, was trying to come back here this weekend from burns suffered in the Indianapolis 500 and crashed on Friday, and so Greg Sachs has taken over this car for the next few races.
Bodine, the 18 car, took a look back to the lead. We see that Mark Martin continues to run just a little bit faster than Jeff Gordon. He's gaining on Jeff Gordon.
The interval is 82 hundredths of a second, or that much. The 28 car of Ernie Irvan is about 2.3 seconds behind. Mark Martin, we timed the interval between Mark and Jeff, 5 laps, lap 51 through 54, and the interval stayed about the same for the first 3 laps, and then Jeff began to cut into it.
Mark continues to cut into it, and you can see he's getting closer and closer, and those 3 cars right behind him, the very end of that is, in the middle of that is Dale Jarrett. The end of it, I should say, Dale Jarrett, and I think once he gets rid by these 2 cars, he will be as fast as Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon.
Jerry Punch has more on Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett did not bring the car that finished 6th at Michigan last week, but what he did bring here is the engine that won the race in Ernie Irvan's car. Now, Doug Yates, who runs the engine program for his dad, Robert, said it's the motor they've been alternating back and forth. He said DJ Dale Jarrett ran this engine at Pocono and finished 3rd. They put it in Ernie's car last week at Michigan. He won the race. It goes back to DJ today, and DJ is making a move and showing a lot of muscle with this motor that's already won 1 week ago.
Schrader and Irvan are having quite a battle too, just ahead of Dale Jarrett. Schrader moves ahead as they come off the corner, and now we'll see if Dale Jarrett can also move around Ernie.
We can see that he's drafting along with Schrader. He will go by Ernie Irvan, put him up to 4th spot.
Now let's check an AutoZone on-track interval relating to the leader of the race, Jeff Gordon, and 5th place Dale Jarrett, laps 52 to 55. Jeff Gordon pretty consistent with laps of 40.1 and 40.2, but Dale Jarrett had the best lap of that, 39.9, and has clipped the interval by a half second.
And with 39.9, that's just a little over 180 miles per hour.
And since the restart, Dale Jarrett has moved from 13th position up to 4th.
Back off in the corner, will ride up on the back bumper, and look as he tries to go by Schrader on the outside.
He got a run off the corner and tried to move to the outside, but Schrader held off the advance. These turns are banked at 14 degrees. We're on 11 degrees of banking right here in the tri-oval, but into the corner, the banking is at 14 degrees right here, and it looks like it's completely flat at these speeds. Pretty close to 200 miles an hour at the end of the straightaways, don't they?
Yes, they do. Around 201, 202, going in turn 1 at the California Speedway. Jarrett takes that high line into the corner, and then we can see how far they've got to go to catch the leaders, Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin.
So Jeff Gordon continues to lead. Mark Martin running in 2nd position, then Schrader, Jarrett, and Ernie Irvan. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our ABC stations.
Sure looks like it, doesn't it? Back it up.
Yeah, run it again. Run it forward. Yeah. Yes, it could. I'd say broke a valve spring, inner valve spring.
Jeff Gordon continues to lead Mark Martin as you rejoin us with 63 laps completed in the California 500 presented by Napa. And on Saturday, August 2nd here on ABC Sports, that will be our next NASCAR Winston Cup telecast, and it will be one of the premier events in stock car racing, the Brickyard 400 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where, of course, the defending champion is Dale Jarrett, and where the first inaugural champion was Jeff Gordon. So there are the first two. Here comes third place Ken Schrader, fourth place Dale Jarrett, and fifth Ernie Irvin. Moments ago, we noticed this from Schrader.
Watch this as Schrader comes off the corner in front of Dale Jarrett. And watch for the puff there. You see that puff of smoke, folks?
That could possibly be a broken valve spring.
Now, how would you know that?
Well, because that's what happened to the three-car Steve Park when we did the Nazareth Bush race. We saw that one puff of smoke, and later on, that's what it proved to be, a broken valve spring.
All right, Dale Jarrett moved up quickly, went as far as fourth, and has not been able to get around the third-place car of Schrader.
Here's the problem. These race cars, they watch Jarrett, he goes in the corner right behind the 33 car of Kenny Schrader. When they get up right there, the draft of that other car blocks the air so the 88 car doesn't get the wind on the nose of the car that he needs to plant that nose. He turns the wheel and the car pushes across the racetrack. You can catch these cars easily, but it's so difficult to turn the car when you don't have the air to plant the nose on it.
And Jerry is with Andy Petrie of the 31 team. 33 team, sorry.
Bob, let's see if we can solve some of the mystery on the smoke from Kenny Schrader's. Andy, your car, a puff of smoke, why?
Well, I don't know what it is about our engine combination. For some reason, they do that. No explanation. They just smoke like that, just puff of smoke. Every now and then, I've been telling our engine builder about it every week. They can't find anything, but this time he got to see it firsthand back home, so now his heart feels like mine does every time it does that.
But all it does is puff and keep right on churning, huh?
Yeah, it does that a lot. I hope that's all it is, but that's been what it's been doing the last few weeks. Actually, all year it's been doing that.
All right, a harmless puff of smoke is all they say it is.
Well, the car is certainly continuing to run well, and here, as Benny would explain, is a mess.
That is a genuine mess as the 40 car of Sachs dove on the outside, past Nadeau, past Morgan Chipper, the 77 car. There's David Green as he joins this group. Brett Bodine's in there. There's Brett, the black car, number 11.
And another Napa field summary will show you where everybody is running at the moment. And we will also report to you that Hut Strickland has been released from the infield medical center. He has minor abrasions, but otherwise is okay. And we're glad to report that after Hut had a hard wall contact up in turn number 4. Ricky Rudd now beginning to make a move. He is up to 13th position, right behind our pole sitter Joe Nemechek.
Tell you what, that's pretty impressive to start where he did back in the 40th spot and got to 13th. He got a great pit stop, which enabled him to get some of those positions, but he's been able to maintain. We saw Geoff Bodine made a move in the pits, but only changing 2 tires, he was not able to maintain that position.
Riding with Rusty Wallace now as he goes to the high side of Jeff Burton, or tries to.
See, by moving out there, Rusty's able to get some air on the nose of the car and hopes to plant it and pass these guys on the outside. Watch again as he tries that high line. See, he's getting some air back there. And Mark Martin going to take a look for the lead. Not able to make it.
And here's Jeff Burton inside of Ricky Rudd now. Rusty Wallace will fall in behind Jeff and try to pick up a position. It's going to move the 99 car of Burton up to 13th spot.
Here comes Ricky Rudd back on the outside. He's got the momentum. Looks like he's going to maintain in front of Rusty Wallace. Yes, he does.
An amazing statistic regarding Ricky Rudd. He has been in the top 10 in points since the Rockingham race back in 1995. Wow.
Look like they're going by that speed shot at 50, 60 miles per hour. Trust me, folks, that's 180, 190 miles per hour. Once again, Rusty trying that high line, the outside line. Good work. And Martin once again, here he comes, taking a look on the inside.
Making a serious bid for the lead this time. They're side by side at the start-finish line, and they race down into turn 1, and Martin gets the lead. Down to Jackaroo.
Well, guys, what you just saw there is Jeff Gordon tries to look to the inside of Mark Martin. It's a direct combination between two cars. The car on the outside, Mark Martin's car, is slightly loose. But the man on the inside, his car's got a slight push to it. It's tight. So take a look, decide, which would you rather have here in California? A tight car or a loose car? First and second, they traded back and forth, Gary.
Jeff Gordon, remember, changed 4 tires. Mark Martin changed only 2 tires. But now the conversation is this. Gordon saying to Ray Evernham, his crew chief, you know, Martin may have had the right ticket because we have a push, meaning you can't turn the car. If you only change right side tires, then the left side tires being worn make the car free up a little bit and make it faster. But that didn't help Mark Martin a moment ago as Gordon just scooted right on back by.
And we see the speeds there. Those 2 cars the last time running side. We keep talking about what he does when cars run side by side. Normally they're running 180 miles per hour. The last lap side by side they slowed down to 175 miles per hour.
You can see the fastest lap of that particular lap was turned in by Terry Labonte at almost 180 miles an hour. Well, Roush Racing drivers are doing pretty good. Martin started 12th, is now 2nd. Musgrave from 20th to 11th, and Jeff Burton from 25th to 12th.
Now we see Bobby Hamilton, the STV car, in danger of going a lap down.
Right now he's in 39th position. We have Mike Skinner and Bill Elliott, 2 cars that are not on the lead lap that are still out there. Well, we told you that at the beginning of the broadcast to be on the lookout for the Roush team because they are red hot. The 3 drivers that make up this team, owned by Jack Roush from Livonia, Michigan, have been on a tear recently. "74 laps completed in the California 500 presented by Napa. The leader is Jeff Gordon. How we doing, BP?
Well, it's all right to me.
Oh, okay. And we got that pit stop.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go off that corner.
Yep. Uh-huh. All right.
And that race still continues.
Mm-hmm. Rusty's coming in.
Just in time for green flag pit stops.
Back in California Speedway, Rusty Wallace already in and out. Here's Geoff Gordon on pit road, right and left side tires. Trouble with the left rear. Now the car is down and away. They did an adjustment in the right rear. Kenny Schrader is in. Wally Dallenbach is in. And Bill Weber is there.
And Wally Dallenbach had trouble with the right front. They had the right rear on, and they had trouble with the right front. Had to take the jack back around to the right side. Now they swing around to the left side. And 4 tires got plenty of fuel already in for Wally Dallenbach, but an extremely long pit stop. It's going to hurt his chances here in California. Now they're waiting to clear the grill, and he's away. Jackaroo.
Well, Dale Jarrett now pulls onto pit road for service from his team. They are going to the outside tires, taking on 22 gallons of fuel. We'll look to see if they're going to make any changes on the car. They're going to go for 4 tires all the way around. In the meantime, Dale Earnhardt pulls right beyond him, and he goes to work with his Larry McReynolds-led team. Let's see if they elect to go for 4 or for just 2. They continue to work on Dale Jarrett's car. They're done, but they're still having a problem on the right front. They finish their work. And Terry Labonte goes by, and Dale Jarrett, but meanwhile, they're going to change 4 tires on Dale Earnhardt's car as well. This is a smart move for both these cars. They pull away in 19 seconds even. So the only car we've yet to see in the front runner is Mark Martin. He's scheduled to come in the next lap.
Riding with him as several others come down now. Jeremy Mayfield is on pit road. So is Johnny Vincent. And now Mark Martin enters pit road. So the leader coming in, Jackarooni's headed toward you.
And Bob Jenkins, what they want to do to try and solve that loose condition is they're going to work on the track bar. So watch for one of the crew members to take the track bar adjuster, stick it down through the windshield, and make the adjustment. Boy, Martin comes in hot, almost misses the stop, but gets on the brake.
Pit road's the best seat in the house, no joke. You can't see the rest of the track, but if you listening in your ear, you know, like the crew or hearing the race, you can totally tell what's going on. Like just by the rhythm of the cars, you know what your car sounds like even sometimes.
Bobby Labonte comes in, and so does Jimmy Spencer. The 23 car was in the lead, but gave it up to make the pit stop. And here comes Jimmy Spencer. Jerry?
And Jimmy Spencer brings the Travis Carter Ford Thunderbird down pit road very deliberately, 65 miles an hour. Right side tires. They're cleaning the windshield. Got to get it full of fuel. These guys want to go 50 laps. Ernie Irvin just went 50 laps, as did Dale Jarrett a moment ago. Now left side tires on the car number 23 of Jimmy Spencer. Left front, left rear, second can of fuel in. No chassis adjustment whatsoever on the car, and Spencer is down, puts it back in gear, and drives away.
Also coming out of the pits just ahead of Spencer is the 71 car of Dave Marcus. The 25 car of Ricky Craven is shown as the leader of the race.
He has not pitted yet, Bob. And there's Schrader right in front of him, almost a lap down. And we see the 23 car Spencer coming back out. He, in fact, will be a lap down from the leader. And that's critical in case the caution flag were to wave right now. Let's see if what Craven's going to be able to do with these worn tires. And here he comes down pit road.
Well, he was on those worn tires and still able to pass some cars, but now he slows it down to the speed limit on pit road of 65 miles an hour. And Craven comes in for his pit stop, and that will take care of the drivers that have come in. We cycle back to Jeff Gordon. Here's Jack.
Well, Bob, Ricky Craven, it looks as if they're going to put a rubber in the car as they go to work. He's going to go in the right rear. Now remember, they're underneath all of these crew members' fire suits is a T-shirt that says "On a Mission." They want to give Ricky Craven his first victory ever. They're working now, finishing the work. They're only going to go with the right side tires. He's off and away in 15.8 seconds. Good stop.
A great stop, but you saw only 2 tires, and the rear guy had a little problem on that right rear tire.
So Craven builds up to speed as he goes off of corner number 2 down the backstretch. Well, Jeff Gordon made a sudden move off of the racetrack onto pit road, and we're going to show you that.
Watch this, folks, as Jeff Gordon decides to come to pits. Watch when he almost spun out, and he's got to slam on the brakes right now. That's when they start measuring the speed. Those white lines, it's a NASCAR type system. He has to be at about a 60-mile-per-hour speed, and how fast he had to slam the brakes on to do that. But by coming in the pits that fast, he has gained a 6-second lead on Mark Martin.
So Gordon is first, Mark Martin is second, Ernie Irvin third, followed by Terry Labonte and Dale Jarrett. Those are your top 5 at the moment. Well, Saturday here on ABC Sports at 3:30 Eastern and 2:30 Central Time. The next stop on the Women's Professional Volleyball Association Tour, the Evian Open from Atlantic City, New Jersey. And then Saturday at 4:30 Eastern and Pacific, 3:30 Central, ABC's Wide World of Sports presents the Valvoline Professional Boxing Series from November 1996. Take a look back at the heavyweight championship bout featuring Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson. Plus the Advil Mini Marathon from New York City. That's Saturday on ABC's Wide World of Sports. 71,000 plus.
Kick the tires and light the fires, big boy.
With 86 laps to go, Major League Stock Car Racing NASCAR style is back in Southern California. There are the top 5 with 86 of 250 laps completed. Back in
Hi. Thank you for following. I'm coming on the camera in just a second. I was just sitting down and saw the sound alerts finally is working a little. At least I'm getting notifications. I don't think I'm getting all my, like, emojis flying around and stuff.
If he makes a pit stop on the green, we could probably show what it's...
Lucille Ball with the whiskey, with not whiskey, with the champagne bottle. Oh, I'm a product of the Flower Child era. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Gotta just remember which program I do that with. Grabbing all the wrong crap.
Yeah.
Hey, sound alerts. They don't work because they don't get no sound. I don't want to turn it all the way up if they do start. That really suck. Okay, there am I. Hi, welcome. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. I don't think I have any chat rules. Just don't be a idiot. You know what that is. I don't need to explain. We all grown-ups. I think I have the you must press 18 to be in. Because I might occasionally cuss. I grew up in the pit area. I'm trying not to. Believe it or not, I cuss way too much. Way too much. There's a few videos I cuss way too much. So I'm trying to be a little bit more family friendly. No, that ain't even close.
Welcome back to the California 500.
Yeah,
California Speedway in Fontana, California. Well, Kyle Petty was running so well.
Taking down the turd wheel.
Things have gone all bad for him. He was in 14th position. You just heard him say that he felt the car just quit running.
That's bad oil pressure.
Sit on the box. Try that and see if it runs.
That's bad oil pressure. Said yes, it did. Just quit running off turn 2. And it's running now.
Yep.
switch the ignition.
Kyle goes back into the chase, but it's 2 laps down.
Ignition box. I would have thought that'd be what he'd like do himself on driving, but that's where a spotter comes in. Those are the types of things like you can tell your driver when I've talked to drivers, they've said.
Yeah, I think so.
Actually, I'll wait.
But yeah, I'm the best I can. I tell you, we hit the wall pretty hard with that Circuit City Ford today. We felt like we had a good car. It just wasn't a good race for us today. We had some problems.
What happened, Hut?
Well, I don't know. I guess about 2 or 3 laps before we actually crashed there, the car just got a little bit loose. And I thought maybe I had an oil leak or something, but can't seem to. Don't really know what happened, I guess you'd say, but it's just one of them deals. So we just have to go back and kind of do some research and find out what happened.
Okay, he gets ready for Daytona. The first time he has crashed out of a race this season.
And you saw Dale Jarrett take 4th position away from Ernie Irvin while we were talking to Hutt. So Dale up to 4th.
Right now he's about 9 seconds behind the leader of the race, Geoff Gordon.
We have had 8 drivers and 11 lead changes so far. Jerry Punch, why did that pass just happen?
Well, we told you Ernie Irvin doesn't have a cool suit working. Well, during that pit stop, they put a hose in the window to try to ventilate some air into Ernie's helmet. But
I know the ads run often, but they're only 30 seconds, and when I get it, like right now it says snooze 1 of 3, I always try to hit snooze if I can. So that it does, like, it's not about the monetization, it's just about being able to have the emotes and all the little bells and whistles you are when you're an affiliate. That helps. So I appreciate you sticking around for the 30 seconds. I know it's annoying. If I had a skip button, I'd use it. And I used to have Turbo and I used to have YouTube, but they, didn't coincide with the bills of late, so.
And caution flag is out. I guess NASCAR thinks there might be some oil on the racetrack, some fluid.
I just try to be Johnny on the spot and skip them.
We just saw some green flag pit stops. That was just no more than 5-10 laps ago.
But they'll be back in to change 4 tires and make some of them badly needed adjustments.
Meanwhile, it provides the opportunity for the crowd to stand
What's
up
the
and stretch
yellow
its legs
for? Oh, that oil on the track for sure. What a pretty racetrack that was for real, though. Probably, I would say, one of Bruton's best. I really didn't understand. But different times.
A major stock car and auto racing facility for Southern California.
We saw Jeff Gordon racing with Jeremy Mayfield, the 37 car. Jeremy Mayfield able to.
But it didn't have the legacy, I guess, like Indy does or something like that. Or Nazareth, and man, I know everyone says Nazareth's too far gone and they dug up a little bit of the track. And I'm telling you, man, Wilkesboro is in way worse shape. Like, all that Nazareth needs is a big-ass bunch of dumpsters and put all the crap, everything that's broken,
which hangs over the crowd
away.
And we see Rick Mask coasting down pit road.
Hose everything down with a good amount of bleach.
Right in there. Hi, folks.
All right,
Cut trees down in the middle of the track.
Now we'll watch everybody come in for some more adjustments.
All the cars that have been lapped.
Get a concrete company, come get the root out.
Laps down, cannot pit.
It's not in bad a shape. Not like Wilkesboro was. It's just a lot bigger. And it just, there's so much meaning if you go over the history of Wilkesboro, of Nazareth, for the Indy Racing Leagues, kart leagues. They had both. It was an important legacy. You hear the stories of the Andretti's and stuff and how it became a family thing to do it. And it just, my dad won there, I think maybe twice. I know for sure he won it with Fedewa once, because I was there. I don't remember what year that was. I have to look at that. I know when we do that tape, my husband at the time was helping, like, hand the second gas can. My dad was always so cool about involving someone, and that was now 2002, so it was a different one from the one at the 7. So he was a firefighter, so I went a totally different direction in life. But anyway, we did go to the track, and like one of them shots like that where they're cleaning up the pit, you could see him like in the tape. But he's since passed away. He had a lot of health issues. But we weren't together when he passed away. He had remarried a nurse and everything.
Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
This is a really cool race. I have not really remembered seeing this. I saw the 7 pit there, and that would have been Gagne or Jammer on that one.
Sure.
Was the truck driver. He didn't
Okay.
go over the wall, I don't think, yet. The Bodine. Because they had all the people from Kawicki and stuff. I don't think they went over the wall. I'll tell you what, I love Disney. That's all I got to say. I'll probably get... This will have to be muted out, but... Special content. But I have so much fun at Disney. I went for a 4-day, 3 nights, twice, and I've been for 8 days, 7 nights once. It's just the most relaxing vacation you could ever have, for real. You park your car at one of the resorts. You got to stay in the resort and get the package and all. And you get all these gifts. You get all kinds of. Once you park your car, you just take park travel all around, whether it be buses or trains or trams or ferries or boats. It was just just great. I had a routine. I'd go for breakfast in a certain place and get lunch at a certain place and dinner at a certain place. And dinner at a certain place was always Pleasure Island. And these are all things that come with the package. You get all these vouchers to do stuff. That's how I learned about the different things. But yeah, it's gotten way expensive now.
Yes, he did.
It is the funnest place on earth, in
Yeah,
my
he
opinion.
looked
Those are the Power
confused
Rangers.
The other shot I saw, it was from a
I
different
went
camera.
to Disney here in Florida when they had the Power Rangers. They'd just be all over the park, like doing the animated and then freezing in the positions and stuff. It was pretty funny.
Boy, some different strategy that time, huh?
It kind of be freaky because they wouldn't talk or nothing. They just run around. Get my tea. You got ginger tea, and I put some mint in it and some Kool-Aid lemonade sprinkles.
Back at the California Speedway under caution because of some oil on the track put down by Rick Mast. Pit stops have been accomplished. The field is assembling behind the pace car. Well, this facility here at the California Speed was actually inspired by the Disney people, Disneyland and Disney
Excuse
World.
me.
So what do
Went
you
the
do
wrong
when
way
you come
with
to
that,
Southern
mute.
California for the first time in 10 years? Well, you visit Disneyland and some of the other sites, and found a couple of race drivers there last Wednesday, namely Kyle Petty and White.
I have asthma. Oh, they already played this, so we're going to skip ahead so we don't get all...
So what does a race driver do
It takes
when he comes
forever.
to Disneyland?
Okay, we'll go where that is.
And
Got a
the
field
leader of the
summary.
most laps has won 4 of the 14 events, and right now the driver who has led the most laps is Jeff Gordon, with Jarrett having led 29 at this point and Gordon 71. 25 cars are still on the lead lap at the halfway point, and 2 cars are officially listed as out of the race, Rick Mast and Hud Strickland, who has been the only driver to hit the retaining wall.
And we see Terry Labonte not that far behind Dale Jarrett. Just 0.3 of a second separating the first and second place.
Tony
car.
the Tiger
Gordon
car,
now a
that's
little
pretty
over 5
epic right
seconds
there.
behind. And we'll keep that in mind on lap 127 because in a few laps we'll see if
I
he's
didn't
able
see
to
that
close
one because
in.
I didn't go to California. I don't know if he ran it elsewhere.
So there's Jarrett and Terry Labonte, and here comes third place, Jeff Gordon.
That's Dave Marcus in front of him. Dave had to go and change the transmission. Back on the racetrack, he's 21 laps down.
And in fourth position is another member of the Rick Hendrick stable, Ricky Craven. So we have the Hendrick cars running third, fourth, and second. And all three Roush cars are also right together.
The fifth, sixth, and seventh. FC 1699. Right behind them is Mark Martin.
He's in seventh.
The next car on the racetrack is Dale Earnhardt. Goodwrench Chevrolet, there he is as he comes off the corner right in front of Ricky Rudd. There's Mike Skinner in front. He's had a problem as well. Jackaroo.
Well, Betty, let's update you on the problems, and there are a litany of them for Dale Earnhardt. He has been fighting a tight condition coming out of each corner. It exacerbates the problem he has coming down the straightaway. According to Larry McReynolds, the car just won't run free down the straightaway as well. I asked Larry if he thought he could cure it. He said, yeah, if this is the California 3000.
Right behind Dale Earnhardt, now looking to the inside of Earnhardt as they enter the corner, is Ricky Rudd. And remember, Rudd took a provisional to get into this starting lineup, but he has moved up to 9th position at the moment. And comes in 8th in the points. And Rusty Wallace is in 10th position as we ride along with him, and the shot from the Miller Lite cam.
Next car in line will be Kenny Schrader. Remember how well he ran earlier on. He's currently back in 11th spot, a little over 15 seconds behind the leader, Dale Jarrett. There we see they're closely followed by Wally Dallenbach, who is in 12th spot.
Schrader has led 8 laps, and Dallenbach has led 6 laps of this race. Both of those drivers leading in the early stages of the event. Back in 13th position is the pole sitter of the race, Joe Nemechek.
Bobby Labonte follows him. Labonte is in 14th spot. He is 17 seconds behind the leader. All these cars are racing for position. Jeff Green, good run for him. Cartoon Network car, 29. And then Ernie Irvin trying to find his way back after that long pit stop last time.
And Ernie hasn't met with as much success as Jeff Gordon has.
And there we see the Jimmy Spencer go by, who had that unscheduled pit stop.
There's the 17th place car of Michael Walter. Sitco Ford. Only being 1 position from his start. And right behind him is Steve Grissom.
Steve Grissom currently in 18th spot. Good work for Grissom today. The Larry Hendrick-owned automobile.
And another guy who had an outstanding performance at Michigan. Next, the 36 car of Derek Cope.
Finished 8th last week. We saw the 9 car, the Melling car in front of him. Late speed, he is now a lap down in 28th spot. Cope's trying his best to get in front of Lake Speed.
Johnny Benson drives the bright yellow Pennzoil machine. He is in 20th position.
Sterling Marlin, the Kodak Film Chevrolet comes off the corner. This week he's absent Tim Brewer. Brewer and Larry Brewer agreed to part ways over the week with Robert Larkins, the active crew chief for the 4-car.
I was looking at where I wanted to start the clip of the
next. He's running in 22nd
little
position, about 26 seconds behind the leader.
bit so you can see that interview Dad did. That's what I was looking at. When I can get a break in between, this won't run automatic or ads.
Started in 40 seconds, so he's taking the Halleck Myers
So I can give you like a minute or 2.
Next car, we saw Jeremy Mayfield almost lapped by Jeff Gordon.
Trying to break up the monotony.
He's able to save being lapped. At that point, he was about 40 seconds behind the leader. Right now, he is just 28 seconds behind the leader.
And the last car on the lead lap is Darrell Walter, who started this.
I'll still run it,
but now is
but I'll play the interview of my dad like in the lower corner.
And about a half a straightaway behind Darrell.
I won't play all of it, just a little clip of it so you can see where it's going. Then I'll post the link on the YouTube side when I publish it on YouTube to the entire interview. That's an hour long.
135 out of 250 laps completed in the California 500 presented by Napa. We'll be back.
So this is a little bit past, just about halfway. So I'm going to pause. Let me see. I'm going to keep running that with no sound and just the... Oh, I don't have closed caption, so that's that. But I'll run it and I'll play the quick clip of my dad's interview for the other side of what he did in California. Better over here. There we go. I gotta be able to hit the button, so. Let's see, I had it muted, didn't I?
I've been there 23.
Was the head of timing and scoring for a number of years, and they.
Oh, wait, they're talking about somebody else.
NASCAR. Geoff was the head of timing and. Are you still with Bobby?
Yes.
Is he treating you right?
Well, why not? I've been there 23 years. So.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Yeah, gotta put out those games.
Yeah, Bob Space Racer is the greatest in arcade games. It's the Whack-A-Mole. If you know about Whack-A-Mole, they're the folks who do that.
Oh, yeah.
They've done.
My dad works for the company that does a lot of amusement park games with pneumatics and hydraulics. And that's where Whack-A-Mole was originated as well. I like to go there sometimes and play with the games. He shows me what's going on. It's fun.
Done real good. He started out in his garage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's quite a guy, and a lot of it is thanks
Oh,
to
for
you.
those that don't know, my dad's in the middle.
Well,
this is Buzz
me and
McKim.
a lot of others.
And this is his, he'll say it.
Before we get too far, let
I
me
forget.
introduce this
But
guy
he
to
road
these
raced.
other people, because a lot of folks don't know who you are. And I'm just floored being here. This says Legends of Racing. You're it. You're the sign. We don't even need this back here. You're Legends of Racing. Just to think about the people he's worked with. Al Unser Sr., Greg Sachs, Tommy Riggins, Steve Millen, Gene Felton, Ray Hendricks, Ron Bouchard, Elliott Ford Robinson, Joe Nemechek, and the list goes on. Those are just the guys I know. This is a guy turned wrenches. These guys won a lot of championships. Thank you. He has numerous.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not even to the good stuff yet, folks. I'm telling you, we got a guy here. He's got multiple track championships. At some places, multiple for that same track. Northeast All-Star Racing League, they won that championship.
I'm going to pause that for now. I'll put the link to the rest of it. I know you all want to hear all of that, but I don't want to, like, copyright, on Buzz and stuff, but he wouldn't probably mind me sharing it out at all. It's on my YouTube page for sure. I've shared it in my Discord. I've put it in the... in my YouTube, on my dad's latest playlist. So it's on my YouTube front page, in fact. So, yeah. Anyway, I think I buried it a second. There it is. Again, it's, let me make this big, there we go, real quick, just a second. Okay, it's the Legends of Racing radio show, like I said, and Vic Kangas is show 310. It's in their playlist, but I will take this, copy this, put it in the chat, and I'll also paste it below when I upload this to YouTube. But that's the whole interview if you want to see it. It was done in May this year, so it's pretty recent. I was there with him when he taped that, so that was awesome too. So that really made my day. So, yeah. If you're interested in that, check it out. Back to this race.
Here today, around to the right side, putting the right side tires on. First counter fuel is in. Now they'll change left sides. Jackaroo.
However, they're going to take a roundabout out of the car, and they're also going to put a half pound out of the right front. We're watching some of the other action. Jeff Gordon is away at 19 and a half, and then Bernie Urban is away as well, as is Terry Labonte. Good stops, but the biggest problem was the 16 of Ted Musgrave. He almost hit the tire left by Jarrett's crew.
Big trouble for Jeff Burton on the left rear. They tried to put the new wheel on, and it wouldn't sit on the studs. So now, Tony Liberace is underneath there trying to clear out the stud. Liberati looking underneath. They're getting a tool now. They've got a hammer out there. Frank Stoddard has the hammer. He's going to get underneath there and looks like they're trying to bang the stud back into place. The wheel would not sit on the stud. Meanwhile, the 40 car sits behind him on pit road as they work on Sachs. Now he pulls away, and they continue to try and fix the left rear hub on the X-Side Batteries Ford.
And right now, the pace car is coming off turn 4, Bill. They're in jeopardy of going a lap down. Here comes the tire. Maybe they can make it.
Here comes the pace car as Burton pulls out. It looks like that he is going to be able to stay on the lead lap, but boy, was it close. Man, oh man. So Jeff Burton was running in 7th position and has trouble on the pit stop with the left rear.
Ever see the right side? Frankie Stoddard comes around on the left side. Tony Liberati on the right rear. The Jackman has some problems. Tony's jerking the tire, jerking. He finally gets the tire off. 6 yelling back on. He picks up the gun. But said, oh, we got a problem. Frankie's there waiting for Frankie Stoddard's waiting to tell him to go. That's when they run around, scramble, trying to get the hammer.
And finally, they get the tire on and go back out there. Joe Nemechek has some damage on the front end of his car. Wonder what that's all about.
I don't know. Maybe he hit a tire rolling around on pit road.
That apparently is what happened.
I really like this track. Like I said, I've never been there. It's too bad they got rid of it. It really looks like a raceable track.
He comes off pit road.
Looks like it's exciting for the guys.
We'll try to find Nemechek. We see it pulling out. There's a tire. We see him hitting the tire. Let's lay it right in front of him. Let me make sure you folks can understand. It's this car back here. Watch as he takes off, hits the tire, knocks it on the middle pit road. And that does some damage to the front of his car.
And Jerry has a report on Ernie Irvan, who's going to be in 2nd position here as we go back to green.
Well, Bob, miraculously, Ernie is going to be in the 2nd spot. But, you know, look at the problem he's had today. They had a problem with the cool suit inside the car. They had a problem getting a rubber out of the left rear. And now, apparently, they've got a radio problem. They don't know if Ernie can hear him or not. They just asked his teammate, Dale Jarrett. They're working on the sideboard out there flashing to Ernie. Ernie, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Talk to us, Ernie. In fact, Dale Jarrett, his teammate, pulled up beside the car a moment ago to try to signal Ernie to switch the radio to a different channel. They are trying to communicate with Ernie Irvan. Why is it important? Because they're working on fuel mileage calculations to see if they can possibly make it on just one more stop.
Wow, one more stop. Right now we're 143 laps. We see him the calculator.
I thought we were at Daytona 1972 for a minute. I thought he had chalk and a chalkboard.
All right, while we await the green flag, we'll take another break and be right back to California Speedway in Fontana.
Hey,
guys in the pits, Jerry or Phil?
Yeah.
Did the stud go back in?
No, they're still trying to get it back in. It's the stud that holds the hub in, Benny.
I mean, the stud that holds the wheel on one.
In order to get the tire to seal up, but that was not the case. It was this silver cap here, the dust cap inside that holds the axle assembly in place. That was the problem for Geoff Burton.
And the field comes down for a restart.
And Jimmy Spencer on the inside.
Green flag.
Ricky Craven trying to keep him back there. Meanwhile, Ernie Irvin and Dale Jarrett, the Robert Yates cars, running second and third.
This is the second time this afternoon that Ricky Craven has led and some contact with
I mentioned earlier we worked for Jimmy Spencer at Moroso. Not me, but my dad was crew chief for a little while. They ran really well. Him and Jimmy was great, you know, like to get along with outside the car, I'm sure. But at every track, they all had to, like, pit crew had to surround him because he was so controversial, doing stuff like that. And he did that back in the modifieds. I was never allowed to boo as a child. I think one of us booed, one of my sisters or me. I don't know. Oh, Jerry.
The caution is out, but Nadeau did save it. He's got some damage on the car, but he saves it. It comes down pit road. Wow, good job.
But yeah, like I was saying, I was never really, as a child, allowed to boo because my mom would say that your dad could be working for him next week because he's more like a consultant and a chassis guy. Once you, like, fix all the, you know, shock mounts and the A-frame mounts and everything, and get everything, the cast camber all right, you know, they pretty much, my dad, you know, would go to another team and help them, and sometimes he'd have a contract for a full season, sometimes. But he did a lot of different style of racing because he just loved motorsports. Like, ever since he was a little kid, he was crawling around underneath. I wrote on my Substack some of the really early days. I got the first 5 chapters of the early times on Substack up to 1971. From 57 to 71 is on my Substack, which the link is on my YouTube. And it's just where I put my chapters.
Tough break for the young man. I think Jerry Nadeau has a tremendous amount of talent, as witnessed last week at Michigan when he qualified so well.
Yeah, I definitely need to put some heat to the
a couple of laps down here this afternoon before the incident that he had up in the 4th turn. So
now
I definitely got to put some hot water in my tea. I won't go off camera though. I don't know how long I was muted.
These cars might be able to make it on
anyway,
one more stop. It's getting very, very critical on the fuel situation.
Yep.
Here, Ernie takes a look. No, he decides not to pit. How many of these cars will pit? Several of the cars that were a lap down pitted on the 1 lap to go, trying to get all the fuel in the car they possibly could.
So the cleanup is going on in turn number 4. In the meantime, we'll take a break. We didn't have Nadeau.
Yeah. The 23 car, the 25 car has run 53 laps today. 25 car.
That's good.
Is this a long break, Neil? Yeah.
It's interesting seeing all them do that stuff. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, we just
got hot.
That's what we explained it enough.
Yeah.
The only thing we should have said that Jerry would show him a front hub, and they were working on the rear. That's the only difference. But I mean, I think it worked very well.
Jarrett and takes the lead.
And behind them, Jeff Gordon going by Ernie Irvin, are trying to go by Irvin. That's about
if you're the lead car, you can stay in your groove. It's up to the passing car to go have that 3/10 go around you back in the day. that doesn't apply now because they're all too close. You don't get that 3/10 from Innovation. But that's why the blocks are thrown and teaches bad habits. That's why I like short track racing where you build your own cars. And I could shout out a chassis and company in North Carolina that's proven for late models. Holy crap, Reynolds race cars, man. Reynolds chassis.
We talked about how terrible his weekend has been.
I've never seen a car from an in-car camera be so how do you want to say, balanced. I mean, when a car goes in the when a car goes down the straightaway, all the weights are pretty well equalized until you lift, right? Everything goes forward or brake, and everything wants to go forward fast, and you got less weight on your rear. And then the minute you turn the wheel, every bit of the weight wants to go to the right front, and your job is to take that weight and distribute it back to the left rear, right rear, as quick as possible so the car is balanced again so you can get on the gas. And the quickest you can get your car balanced again with the shocks and springs and stuff and your frame heights. Those are the basics. All the downforce and all that was stuff we added extra when we invented the spoilers and stuff. I know how we invented the spoiler. It was in the back of a pickup truck with a piece of plywood, and it was Kenny and Ronnie holding a piece of plywood and a protractor to see what's the best angle for the most downforce. So those are the types of things I remember growing up as a kid when we innovated a lot of the things they take for granted now in the sport. So we always wanted more spoiler. They ended up putting them on the roofs and just, you know, they look like wing sprints except full-size cars. And at C-Car, they said, Anthony said, that's enough of that. Calm down. We had to make a spoiler rule then.
I've got one. Okay.
That car with the spoiler is in the top left-hand corner, just above the black bar. You see the spoiler on it. Got two uprights and a piece in the middle. I've slept on the trunk of that race car as a baby. We were all in like snowsuits, and the three of us were so little. They just piled us up in the line, and the spoiler held us on the back of the car so we could lay down.
Grissom's looking pretty good too, isn't he?
Let me skippity-boo ahead. Getting near lunchtime, people. I really appreciate people that have hung out all day. It's been awesome. And I know, like, when I upload to YouTube, I get a lot of people that watch the VOD, and I appreciate that more than anything. And I'm going to skip ahead.
Grissom trying again on Earnhardt. This is going in the third turn. This time Earnhardt falls back. Now will he try to dive under Grissom? He wanted to, but Grissom is going just a little bit too fast for him.
So Steve Grissom up to 11th, and Dale Earnhardt back to 12th. Has a report on Dale Earnhardt.
There we go. Hello, everybody. We had to find the right switch. My problem. Listen, you know, we told you about Dale Earnhardt's recurring problems. Well, they continue. They are still chasing the handle on the race car. Larry McReynolds, I said to him, I said, hey, relax, things will get better. He says, hey, it hasn't been my year all year. They know it weighs heavy on every streak that Dale Earnhardt has. It's the longest in his career.
Indeed, it was at 41 races last weekend, and we could be looking at a 42 race winless streak for Dale Earnhardt, the longest of his NASCAR Winston Cup career.
That's seat time.
That car right on that white line, like Steve was doing, like we see Geoff Gordon, Dale Jarrett do, and there goes Dallenbach and Labonte. Good battle. That is for the 14th spot. You see Mark Martin's been able to get by Rusty Wallace. Currently in 5th spot.
Meanwhile, back up front, it is still Terry Labonte showing the way. There he is.
One of those cars looks similar or what?
Yeah, they sure do. From a distance, it's almost impossible
Still
to tell
gloomy
them apart.
outside, no sun.
Red numbers, a little white on the car.
And those two guys don't look
Wonder
right behind them, but they're
I should
Geoff
check
Gordon.
the weather.
Appears to me, though, as Geoff Gordon is gaining all the leaders. Let's see, that time.
Mark
Dale
Sutter,
Jarrett was the fastest car that
13
time. Let's see if someone else back in the field was able to run
Got
faster.
come.
No, everybody at 178 and 177 past third position.
That's the speed as they cross the start finish line. Michael Waltrip back there, 176 mile per hour. They, in fact, did change batteries on that car we talked about earlier. And there we see got the battle for the 4th spot. And put Mark Martin in there, Ernie back to 5th.
That's fast little Tony the Tiger car.
On Ernie Irvin.
Well, the problems keep on cropping up for Ernie Irvin. About 25 laps ago, he radiated in and said, I've got a vibration. Just a moment ago, he said, now the vibration is getting worse. He just told Robert Yates that when I back out of the engine, the vibration doesn't go away. He just also said just now, I don't think it's a tire or a wheel. I think it might be in the drivetrain somewhere. So the vibration getting worse on the car number 28. Meanwhile, Wally Dallenbach in for an unscheduled pit stop.
Boy, this kid has driven a sensational race and has stayed on the lead lap. In fact, been right up there in at least the top 15, but now the hood goes up on the car.
That is definitely not a good sign as they scramble around.
Good morning to you. Mark
What might be wrong.
Track here.
And we can see that the leaders come by.
Checking the weather, sorry. I'm trying to mute it. There we go.
Dale Earnhardt and Jimmy Spencer are running 12th and 13th. There they are.
Oh, geez, no wonder.
Steve Grissom.
A very, very good run today.
Yes, he does. Remember, he restarted back in 25th position, the last car on the lead lap, and has come up to 13th. Let's take a look at our Bud Race recap. Terry Labonte has led 17 of the first 173 laps. We've had 16 lead changes, 4 cautions, total of 22 laps, and the average speed of the race, 145.6. Here are the drivers that have picked up 5 bonus points for leading a race, and you can see the number there on the right indicating how many laps they have led. So Jeff Gordon at the moment has led the most laps. Brett Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, both leading one single circuit. And also Joe Nemechek led the very first lap of the race from the pole position. Off track are Jerry Nadeau and Wally Dallenbach. And we have 2 cars that are out of the race, Hut Strickland and Rick Mast. Strickland, the only driver to have a crash here this afternoon, and he is okay.
So after that update,
So it's Labonte
I pulled this up.
As the California
That's what
500
was
by
posted
Napa
20 hours ago. So I live where it's red, right below the O and more, kind of, where it's red almost on the East Coast, where the one little cloudy spot is. So yeah, we must have all that over us right now. So yeah, this doesn't look too good. I remember this was a scary time of year.
Oh, that's a very good question.
But we will pretty much do what we are supposed to. We've been through it a million
Mark can
times.
run as fast as that time 179.5. Mark Martin's as fast as he can just get there.
Let me know the next time we have a long break, Neil.
Let me fast forward this again.
He did with with his
63 to go. Want to get to the Vegas
There
race.
is Jarrett and Gordon running second and third right behind him. The first three are separated by
Tiger's
less
still out front
than
with
1
Dale
second,
Jarrett
and
second,
now
and
Gordon looks like
Gordon, Martin, Ernie,
Pretty
Rusty.
racy, doesn't he?
Who's in the 10? Hope.
At the line, let's check the speeds. And Mark Martin was the
I might be
fastest car.
old school
Once
in that.
again.
Oh, Ricky Rudd probably.
everybody else in the 170
Schrader
mile an hour bracket.
in the 33. Craven in the 25.
Mark Martin.
Musgrave in the 16. Jimmy in the 23. Dale in the 3.
Now he's going to take a look on the outside.
Those are from mashing the buttons when we're scoring. That gives you that lineup. Thank you very much. The unsung heroes, the NASCAR scorers are back in the day before transponders.
Over 180 miles per hour. Gordon on the inside of Jarrett.
Because it says at the line, and when they would come at the line, we would write our number down, but we don't, not our number, but the number on the clock in front of us. Nothing to do with the time, but we'd mash a button like a game show.
Precious time to the leader.
Let's see what it did in terms of speed, though, at the line as Gordon and Jarrett both go high on the racetrack to pass us up a couple of slower cars.
That's another thing that's going to slow them dramatically is passing these other cars.
Bobby Hamilton and David Green, the cars that they are passing, and Mark Martin continues to be the quickest, but look at Jarrett, 177.2, and Ernie Irvan is in. Jerry Punch.
And just now, Ernie radios that he thinks he may have lost a cylinder. Apparently, he is on 7 cylinders, and the crew's shoulders all dropped. They had planned to come in and make this final pit stop. Yes, I said final pit stop. They think they would be only about 2 or 3 laps shy. And they traded some sticker tires with Bill Elliott's crew for scuffs. They're going to put on 2 right side scuffs and actually just change 2 right sides only. Down to you, Jack.
Well, Jerry, they're going to work on Kenny Schrader's car. They work on the track bar. Ernie Irvan killed the motor for a second, but he goes by Kenny Schrader. Schrader goes to the right sides as well.
And you see Kyle Petty also coming down pit road and going back out onto the racetrack.
11:50, my watch is saying move.
5 laps down.
I wonder. The 88 car just a moment ago, we saw him let Jeff Gordon go by.
Right.
And we see there Jeff Gordon's closing on the back bumper of Terry Labonte. Could 88 be trying to save a
Right
little
back.
gasoline,
I gotta
maybe?
walk,
Could be.
get 250 steps.
Oh, here comes Jarrett down pit road. Jarrett coming down pit road, and Mark Martin right behind him.
We've got 58 laps to go in this race.
They can't run that. Can they run 58 laps?
It would be difficult. About 53 is the most we've seen, Jackaroo.
Here's the deal you're wondering about Dale Jarrett. His car was tight, and he was indeed trying to conserve fuel through that entire run. Conversely, with Mark Martin, they feel like they can go the distance. They had the best set of tires on Mark Martin's car. Rusty Wallace comes in. Now Wallace borrowed some tires as Martin pulls away from Dale Jarrett of all people. Now Dale Earnhardt comes on to pit road, still having problems with his car, but Larry McReynolds and the crew chasing a tight condition all afternoon. The crew goes to work on the right sides. In the meantime, Rusty Wallace is done. He took on a full load of fuel. All of these drivers and teams said, we are done in terms of pit stops. We're going the distance.
Man, oh man, 57 laps.
That's going to be interesting to see if everybody can make it that far, Jerry.
Well, Jeff Gordon cannot make it that far. He can only go, the most he's gone today is 47 laps because they aren't getting good fuel mileage. I asked Ray Evernham, maybe the jets we have in the carburetor, but we don't know why, so we have to try to stretch it. Here's what Ray Evernham just told Jeff. He said, Jeff, we have no choice but to try to stretch it. Watch the fuel pressure gauge. When it fluctuates a couple of times, you got to come, my friend. Watch the gauge, but stay out there and you can see the needle move. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, Jerry, Ricky Rudd has been hidden at the far end of pit road all afternoon. The furthest he's gone on a fuel load is 51 laps, but there was still fuel left in the car. They are going to make one more stop, and that's it. The philosophy down here is we did not come here to finish second. So Rudd will push it as far as he can. Now Gordon on pit road, headed your way. Jerry Punch, pick it up.
All right, they wanted to try to get it to lap 196. It's lap 195. They are going to be about 6 laps shy based on their prior calculations, making it on fuel. But Gordon had no choice. Apparently, the fuel and the car was skipping when he came by. Apparently, the fuel is almost out. Now they have the right side tires going on. They're only going to change 2 tires, 1 can of fuel going in. They have got to get it completely full of fuel. And now the car sits and revs and watch the smoke out of the brakes. And now Gordon is down and away.
In 15.3 seconds, the pit stop for Geoff Gordon. Teammate Terry Labonte continues to stay out there and is in the lead. Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd gives up his 3rd position to come in for his stop. Bill Weber.
Well, this is hopefully it for this team. Ricky Rudd has his tied Ford on pit road. It'll be right sides, and the goal here will be to get every drop of Unical fuel into the rear of this car. Only 2 tires, still going. Now he's got it, runs away. It's win or bust for Ricky Rudd here in California.
14.5-second pit stop, and Terry Labonte drops down off the banking and heads for pit road as he relinquishes the lead. It's lap 196. We've got 54 to go, and Labonte is on pit road.
David Green also follows him on pit road. Jackaroo.
And Benny, this is just 2 laps sooner than Gary Dehart had hoped for. They felt that they needed to go to 52 laps to go the distance. Bonnie comes in tight, runs over the arrow on the car. Now they're going to the right side. They're going to take on as much fuel as they can. They're going for 4 tires, guys, and they are on the air hose. There's no problem. When they jack the car up, they'll pull the hose out from underneath. They do so on the left front. Good work, and he's off and away in 15.9.
The 25 car of Ricky Craven is also in. He has a pit stall right down at the end of pit road, and work just about to be completed. They're getting as much gas as they possibly can. There goes Ricky Craven, and here comes Ted Musgrave. Musgrave was running in 2nd position when he came in for the stop. Here he is moving slowly down pit road, Jack.
We talked about Roush Racing being on a red-hot streak. Remember, Ted Musgrave led the most laps last week. Well, this week he pulls on a pit road, going wide. Now, normally, that's an indicator that the crew will be going for 4 tires. We'll have to wait and see. They're working on the right side. The first can is in. Yes, they're definitely going for 4 because you can see the second gas man waited for the second can until the crew went to the left side tires. They're completing their work. Ted Musgrave, a former short track ace, still looking for his first win. 23.7 seconds, and the crew's upset about that. They thought they could have been done in 25.
Jimmy Spencer has taken the lead of this race with the pit stops being made. There he is on the racetrack.
I want to show you something on the 24 car. When he made that pit stop just a moment ago, just watch this as he comes down. He stops, they're going to change right side. This is Barry Muse, the jack man. Watch him as he jacks the car. Now, when they get the tires changed, watch how slowly he lets the jack down. Tires are on. He knows they got to wait for fuel. He lets the jack down. They're going to tell him on the other side of the... Ray Evernham's going to tell him when to go on the radio. That way, they got a better shot, able to roll the car off a little bit better, not having to come down off the jack. Might have saved a 1/10 of a second.
Jerry Punch. Here comes Jimmy Spencer. He gives up the lead.
And by virtue of that cut left rear tire, remember, he was out of sequence, so that's why he could come in later than others. He's now back on the lead lap, and as you said, Bob was the leader. 2 right side tires only. He should have no trouble whatsoever making it all the way on fuel. Now, the final pit stops have taken place, and now it is set. The final laps of the inaugural California 500 presented by Napa when we come back to NASCAR racing in Southern California.
24 car coming to pits or what? Yeah, exactly. Amazing. About 2 seconds, maybe. It's hard to believe.
That was interesting. I exchanged my position in the urinal line for an autograph. Just moved right up there.
Here comes the leader of the race into the pits.
Yep. Okay. The California 500 presented by Napa is 203 laps old, and Darrell Waltrip just came into the pits, but he led a lap, and that means that he has led his 5th straight race in the 97 season. As far as wins in NASCAR Winston Cup competition in the Golden State, Darrell Waltrip's at the top of the list with 5 victories. Rusty Wallace with 4, Bodine and Rudd with 3, Urban Labonte have 2, and Earnhardt, Elliott, and Martin have 1 each. Here in California, that includes the road courses at California, or rather at Sonoma, also the road course at Riverside, and the oval at Ontario Motor Speedway.
And guess who's leading the race, folks? Jeff Gordon. I know you knew that. You cheated. Jeff Gordon. He was not leading the race when all his pit signals started. He was running in 2nd spot. As a matter of fact, Mark Martin didn't change any tires. Jeff Gordon changed the 2 right side tires, but he still is in the lead.
And Sterling Marlin drops down off the banking onto the that was smoke pouring from the 4 car, and Ernie Irvan has pulled behind the wall. Jerry?
Well, Bob, a moment ago, he came down pit road. They raised the hood to see if they could determine what the problem was. I told you, remember, he was down on 7 cylinders. I talked to Doug Yates, who basically runs the engine department for his dad, Robert Yates, and Doug looked around and told me, he said, Doc, we are down now 2 cylinders, so we have only 6 cylinders working in this V8. They think they have broken the rocker arm. They were going to try to milk this car the final 47 laps to the finish, but it got worse and worse, and they were losing more and more time, so they decided to come in, take the valve cover off, and see if they could possibly disarm a cylinder or fix something to get him back out and let him finish the race. And of course, Sterling Marlin also having a problem that could be terminal for his shot here today.
The Kodak film Chevy continues to smoke, and it looks like it may be all over for Sterling Marlin soon. And here comes Jeff Gordon trying to get around Dick Trickle, and he's been trying to do this for several laps, BP.
And Dick Trickle in 19th spot. He's the last car on the lead lap, and there's the 2nd place car of Mark Martin. And look at Trickle drive on the outside. He's going to be able to stay in front of, and look at Mark Martin closing right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon.
Wow, Mark has really closed down on the leader. And he's still having trouble getting by Dick Trickle.
That's the 90 car spotter saying, good job, Dick, stay in front of that 24 car.
Not going to be able to do it, though, as they go into turn 3. Gordon comes up. Wow, that was close.
And he does put Trickle a lap down, but here comes Mark Martin, and he will easily put Dick Trickle a lap down, but he's now right on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. And remember, folks, before this last pit stop, Mark Martin was the fastest car on the racetrack.
And now Jeff Gordon encounters some more traffic ahead. That's the 77 car, I believe, of Morgan Shepherd and Darrell Waltrip. And Waltrip goes from leading the race about 7 circuits ago to about to go a lap down.
Morgan Shepherd is running right now currently in 23rd spot. Now 2 laps down for the leader.
see Terry Labonte right at the back end of this group as he closes in on those leaders.
0.2 of a second lead for Martin, a 1.7 second lead over Terry Labonte, and the interval back to 4th position is 3.8, and back to 5th is 14.2 seconds, 02.
That's from the leader. That's the distance from the leader, Jeff Gordon. So Jimmy Spencer is 21 seconds behind the 24 car.
Now Gordon heads to the high side of the racetrack to try to pass Darrell Waltrip. Can't do it up there, so he comes down now. Still can't get around Darrell Waltrip.
He tried inside, outside. Come on, DW, let me go. DW says, kid, I want to stay in the lead lap. As they come off their corner, Gordon gets a good run. He and Martin trying to make it 3 abreast. He's trying to find a way by Gordon. Can't find it.
But a terrific battle up front between Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin, separated by just a few car lengths or 0.18 of a second.
As we watch as Greg Sachs is coming down pit road.
So it's anybody's race here as we continue to bring you live coverage of this race. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna not do Vegas this time because my back isn't gonna hold up that long. I won't be able to do it today. I'll fast forward this a little.
3.5 gallons. That means the fuel cell holds 22 gallons.
Let me see.
You know, just here lately, Terry Labonte's been awful tough. Also Jeff Gordon, but, you know, my favorite's Dale Jarrett right now.
All right, Ernie's out of it. He's going to stand here and pull for his teammate in these final laps.
Well, we saw puffs of smoke occasionally from the 33 car relatively early in the race, and now we're seeing them more frequently.
Yeah, right now, Ken Schrader is obviously blowing up. This is earlier today. Watch as he comes off the corner. He was running second or third at the time, and see that little puff of smoke?
Ooh.
We talked to Andy Petrie, and he said his car has been doing that. But this time, obviously,
That's
this is more
weird.
than a puff of
Little
smoke.
blew
This
by
is
on
the
somebody's
process of
one of the
going
cylinders
away.
on
Jack
that
Root?
side.
Well, guys, I think we begin to see with now it looks as if Schrader is going to come on to pit road, but let's tell you, the first of the leaders has blinked. Remember we told you Mark Martin's crew said they were definitely going to be able to go the distance? Jack Roush has done the calculations. Guys, they're going to be 5 laps short. Ooh. They desperately need a caution. Meantime, right next to them is Gary Dehart, who leads the Hendrick Motorsports stable for the Tony the Tiger car, Terry Labonte. Guess what? Labonte, they've done the math. They can go the distance.
Uh-oh. This is going to be very interesting here in the closing stages.
We saw all those cars making sure the fuel tank was as full as it could possibly be.
There is Terry Labonte running back in 3rd position, about 2 seconds behind his teammate leader Gordon. Well, Jerry, how about Jeff Gordon? Can he make it?
Well, you just heard that his teammate, Terry Labonte, they may roll the dice, but Jeff Gordon said, you know, we're trying to win a championship here, and it may not be worth it. However, they are calculating and recalculating, and just a moment ago, they said, okay, now, if we have 23.5 gallons, that means the fuel cell holds 22 gallons. All the lines, every hose that runs out of the fuel cell toward the engine, maybe 23 gallons. We could make it to lap 249, but that would be all. We would run out of gas on the last lap. Will they roll the dice? Well, it's anybody's guess, but Kenny Schrader obviously is coming down pit road now as more smoke pours out in front of you, Jack Root.
Well, Jerry, the report on Kenny Schrader is that he's gone down to at least 7 cylinders. But you were talking about Jeff Gordon trying to do the calculations. Just where they went for a little bit of help on the math. They went down to their teammate, Terry Labonte's pit. They checked and rechecked. So there's the advantage of having a 3-car team. It's It's all over for Schrader. You can hear the motor. It's smoking madly. I tell you what, you could fog a mosquito place right now.
Yeah, look pretty smoky down there.
As we saw Schrader sitting on pit road, we also saw Geoff Bodine in the QVC Ford make that left-hand turn toward the garage. So his day is over.
There's the 88 car of Dale Jarrett running in 4th position, about 6.3 seconds behind.
And you know what? He's losing ground to the leaders, but this might be planned. This 88 car might be trying to make it on one more stop.
What about the 10 car of Ricky Rudd, who's in 5th, Bill?
Well, Ricky Rudd certainly knows how to milk fuel mileage. He's done it before, and he might be doing it again today. When they pitted, Randy Hildreth made sure he got every drop he could of gasoline into that car. So a few laps ago, I went by crew chief Jim Long, and I said, "You rolling the dice?" He goes, "I don't think so. I feel pretty good."
Jim Long was crew chief at Lake's team in '96. I worked under him and Lake with the scoring at the second half of the season. And he is really sharp. He knows what he's doing. I know he's doing some stuff. I've heard his name now and then. So that's cool.
In 6th position is Rusty Wallace, who's had a great run here this afternoon.
And remember, he won a race at Michigan, was it last year or year before last, when Terry Labonte had to stop and run out of fuel. Had to stop for fuel. Rusty Wallace made it. There's a Radio Shack fuel summary in parentheses where the car starts. And here comes Geoff Mark trying to go by on the outside of Gordon. Can he make the pass on the outside? Jeremy Mayfield there on the outside of Gordon. And that will be the pick that Gordon uses to stay in front of Mark Martin.
Looks like it's about 45 minutes long left. I'll skip through some of that commercial time.
So a lot of these
blacked out.
hope there's going to be a caution flag.
And I'll come back on the camera for the end of it.
So they can come in
I'm gonna
and get some fuel, but not
actually I'm gonna lay flat for a second and give my back a second to stop spasming. And I'll be back on.
There's David Green, the Caterpillar car moves over, let the guys go by.
David goes 3 laps down in 26th position. Michael Waltrip is about to go a lap down in 14th. He will be the next car that goes a lap down. There he is, a few car lengths ahead of Gordon.
And the 21 car reported early in the race, the alternator quit working on his car. They had to change the battery on one of the caution flags, so he still has been able to stay in the lead lap. But right now, I'm sure that the engine is being starved for the energy it needs to make those spark plugs to make all the horsepower he needs to stay in front of these guys.
Let's continue our assessment of who can and who can't make it on fuel. Jack, what's the story with Rusty?
Bravado goes away in the heat of battle when it gets down to crunch time. Rusty Wallace, he's got to stop with at least 12 laps to go. They really messed up on their map. In the meantime, Dale Jarrett is in the same situation as Mark Martin. Talking to them, they say they've got it. They need about 5 laps. They need a caution because they're going to have to pit with 5 laps to go. So, Jerry, what about on your end?
Well, if you look at the top 6 or 7 cars, a lot of people are saying, what if? But Jimmy Spencer, we know for a fact, can make it all the way. Oh, my, a cut left rear tire that put him a lap down, and suddenly a caution flag that put him back in the lead lap may just hand him a victory if the front 6 have fuel problems.
All I can say is, folks, don't go away because these last few laps are going to be very interesting. Michael Waltrip has gone a lap down. You see both Gordon and second place Mark Martin have passed him.
Did you see where Mark Martin swung right back in front of Michael Waltrip? Why would he do something like that? Because he needed to get his angle into turn 1 as good as he possibly could.
Here's Ricky Craven, Ted Musgrave.
And here's 41 coming down pit road.
And Steve Grissom was running in 8th position, and he has come in for a pit stop. Bill Weber, he's right there at you.
And they swing around to the right side. He's going to get 2 right side tires and enough fuel to top off the tank so Grissom can reach the end of this race. Right side tires bolted on. That's all they're going to do. Quickly clean the grill. Enough fuel in. Steve Grissom, 11 seconds. And now back out into the race.
If he stopped on lap 188, so he couldn't possibly make it. He might as well stop right now, get some fresh tires, try to make up as much time as he can on those fresh tires.
21 and a half laps to go for Geoff Gordon, Mark Martin, and the others. We'll be back with more of our live coverage in just a moment of the California 500.
Fuel run, yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Hey, Jerry. Well, now that it's decision time here for Team Hendrick, you already heard that Terry Labonte thinks they can make it. They are going to roll the dice and go for it. But what about Gordon? Well, just a moment ago, Ray Evernham said, well, Geoff, here's the news. By calculation, sometime between lap 4 to go, 3 to go, 2 to go, and the checkered, we are going to be out of fuel. What do you want to do? And they decided to roll the dice and go for it.
Wow. Well, it may pay off. It may not. Stay with us. We'll find out in just 8 more laps. Labonte now is running in second position, and he, we have been told, can go the distance without a doubt. And the third place car is Ricky Rudd, and we've also been told that he can go the distance.
Right now, Terry Labonte is gaining on Geoff Gordon. I guess the reason Geoff Gordon is not running the engine as hard as he was before, trying to save some fuel. Never see him drafting Mike Skinner down the backstretch. There comes Labonte.
Geoff about to complete lap 244. It's a 2.2 second advantage for Geoff Gordon over Terry Labonte.
Geoff Gordon has passed Mike Skinner. Now he's blocking the air using more fuel. The 10 car still has not crossed the start-finish line. There he goes now, 24.62 seconds behind the leader, Geoff Gordon.
Geoff Gordon has won 25% of the races he's competed in since winning his first race at Charlotte back in May of '94. His longest winless streak during that time has been 13 races between Watkins Glen and Rockingham, late '94 and early '95. The interval is 1 3/4 seconds now.
The 24 car, remember folks, he stopped 2 laps earlier than did his teammate Terry Labonte, and also the 25 car of Ricky Craven.
Here's Jackaroon again.
Gary Dehart saw all of his competition go onto pit road. The first thing he did is he jumped over the wall and did a little bit of lobbying with NASCAR about lapped race traffic. As he started to climb back up on his perch, I asked him, are you going to stay out? And he just grumbled, yeah.
4 laps to go.
1.6, Labonte getting closer and closer. I think right now Geoff Gordon is just backing up a little bit, trying to save every drop of fuel he can. Labonte thinks he can make it. He might as well run as hard as he can. And force Gordon to have to run harder and hopefully run him out of fuel.
This will complete lap 247, and there will be 3 laps to go in the inaugural California 500 presented by Napa. That's how close first and second are.
Nothing separating the front 2 cars, Geoff Gordon and his Rick Hendrick teammate, Terry Labonte. Ray Evernham, no big deal, is it, Ray? Gary Dehart, Petrucci for Terry Labonte.
These guys work all week long side by side at Hendrick Motorsports, but when they get out on the racetrack, they are bitter enemies.
Oopsie. I'm back.
Competitive enemies, let's put it that way. 2 to go for Geoff Gordon.
2 to go for Gordon.
Fuel last, and can he hold off the hard-charging Terry Labonte? fire in this race. Greg Saxon puts him 4 laps down. Greg in 27th position. This time by, Jeff Gordon will see the white flag. There is Ray.
He said, well, here's Dehart. Evidence says there's not much I can do. Meanwhile, as we watch this, Bill Elliott and Dick Trickle have run out of fuel. Both those cars are on pit road.
Here he comes off the corner onto the tri-oval. The white flag.
I'm going to stream more off, so I'm going to do Vegas this week too.
2 miles to victory. Will it be Gordon or will it be Labonte? Or will
Tomorrow might be swimming day.
run out of fuel on the last lap?
Swimming.
Safely through the
I'll do
second
my
quarter.
laps.
Down the backstretch, Ray Evernham has his fingers crossed.
Trying to get
Now
out.
the interval stays about the same down the backstretch. And Mark Martin apparently is out of gas as Jeff Gordon sets the car
Oh
into
my.
the third corner.
Here we go.
Mark Martin goes by the front.
Here we go.
As cars go by, here comes Jeff Gordon off the corner. Bob, I do believe he's going to make it.
Let's see if he can do it. He's going to do it. Jeff Gordon wins the California 500 presented by Napa.
I heard a gurgle on somebody in my headset. I heard a brr.
Here's Jerry Punch.
He's out now.
Hey, Abraham, if I were
Maybe.
you, I'd go straight to Vegas. You have won. You are on a gambling streak and what a win.
I'm going straight to church. Just we got to thank God first because He allows us to do this, and I know we were praying real hard, but you know, we gambled. Michael Landis did an excellent job all day with the fuel, and Jeff Gordon did a great job driving the car. We're happy. It's great to be here in California. What a beautiful place this is, and just want to say hi to everybody. But it's just unbelievable. I'm not a gambler, Jerry, but I want to tell you what, I was pretty nervous.
Realistically, did you think you could make it? Landis said, I don't think so.
Well, we really didn't, but Jeff did a real good job, you know, not using the car up, not burning extra fuel, catching a sniff of a draft everywhere we can, and we've worked very hard on that car to get as much fuel out of it as we can. He just ran out of gas.
All right, he just radioed his crew chief, said, I'm out of gas. I may not make it back to victory lane, but the story is this. The charismatic kid from California comes home and goes to victory lane as Mark Martin also coasting in with no fuel. And the question now is, can Gordon get back to talk to us?
Well, he missed pit road, actually. I guess he's going across the grass.
Here he comes through the grass and into victory lane. Jeff Gordon with his 26th career win, tied for 18th in the all-time lap with Freddie Lorenzen. They made victory lane. It's the 7th
That
win
is pretty.
for Chevrolet in 1997. And the 7th win for Jeff Gordon. No other Chevy driver has driven to victory lane.
I so
in
appreciate
97
everybody.
except this man.
That's the Motor Racing Outreach guy, I think, that was first in the window, and then that's the guy they call the hat guy.
Win, putting him 9th on the all-time list.
It's one of my favorite helmets,
Roush
yeah.
cannot believe that Mark Martin,
Jack.
despite the fuel stop, ran out on the last lap.
He's crushed, isn't he?
Well, NASCAR's first visit to California Speedway has proven to be an incredibly competitive and exciting race. That, as is
This
the
is
case
the inaugural
very often at Michigan
California,
Speedway, boiled down
the birth
to
and the
fuel
death.
mileage. But Jeff Gordon
Such a
stretched
great
it,
track.
and he ended up in victory lane.
Wish I got to go there, but as far west I got was Phoenix.
Oh, give me a sip, he said.
Waiting on Jack to let us know. Whatever, you okay?
And he'll emerge from the car now to the applause of thousands of race fans gathered here this afternoon. A tired young driver, but also a very happy driver.
You know where they're at.
Win the inaugural, he said.
Butt shot.
Here's is our McDonald's Winner's Circle interview with Jack Arute.
Getting the congratulations of his wife, of his crew, looking for that trophy. The inaugural winner of the Brickyard. Now Greg Penske making you, Jeff Gordon, the inaugural winner of the California Speedway.
It looks like a weapon. Holy crap.
This is awesome.
I'd turn it the other way.
Show him the trophy, man. We missed you. We got the 1-2. Sorry we missed on the 1-3, but this is a great win for us. Tell you what, to do the inaugural race here means so much. This is an incredible facility and it's a great race today. I learned how to conserve fuel today, so I got to thank my crew. Everybody in the DuPont Automotive Finishes Chevrolet did an awesome job. Thank Goodyear Tires. They had awesome.
Yeah, they...
And guess what? Our microphone blew up.
Oh, okay. I thought it might have been another...
Well, Jeff Gordon wins his 17th event in the last 46 races, giving him a winning percentage of 37% in the last 46 races. How about that? So we won.
Jump to
run out on the last lap.
Well, they told me they thought it was going to be close for him, and they knew that we could make it. So, but we both made it. So, you know, a deal like that, everybody gambles at the end, and you know, it paid off for Jeff and myself both.
All right, Terry Labonte, a strong second-place finish, holds on to third overall in the point standings.
You know, last week in Charlotte, the Speedway Children's Charities, the Charlotte Motor Speedway and Rick Hendrick combined to raffle off a Corvette. They raised $269,000 to add to the bone marrow program trying to fight leukemia. Job well done, folks.
That's great.
That's where they used to raise funds for NASCAR charities, was through raffles and such. Now they just do it through finding the drivers and teams. As far as I know, there might be other ways, but that's last I heard is where the fines go.
Wow, did they?
Ricky Rudd.
Out the backup. NASCAR won't let you roll out the backup. They should destroy your first car, so you wouldn't believe how close we came to going out there and putting this thing in the fence early on.
I'd like to see you explain that to the owner if you do that, though.
Well, the owner's a pretty competitive guy. He wouldn't have cared.
Okay, great job today.
Thank you.
That's Ricky Rudd, a great third-place finish for the owner driver of the Tide Ford.
Jeff Gordon, the winner of the race, Terry Labonte second, and Ricky Rudd finishes in third spot. We will be here until the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here on the West Coast, 6 o'clock Eastern Time.
See, so that's right at 7 hours of streaming.
From California Speedway.
Let me close this one. I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to actually do Vegas next time because, I mean, I've been awake since 4 a.m. It's noon. I haven't really moved too much from this spot other than to walk the dog and, you know, try to get at least listen to my Fitbit a little bit. But I am so excited that I'm getting back into streaming these things. If you want to see what I'm talking about Substack. Now, it's got a crazy login that makes you, like, subscribe or this and that. You can unsubscribe and not get notifications and just do the follow or whatever. I don't care, but it's not monetized, so don't worry about any of that. I don't care about that. It's just a good place for me to put my racing stuff. So, and do my writing. I can edit. I can add videos. I can add. Wow, that's crazy. That's not my page. This is my page. I just logged in. Anyway, it's T Kangas at Substack. And no underscore like on Twitter. So anyway, that's Dale Earnhardt, my dad, and Larry Max over here. This is Yates, Robert Yates. I believe this is probably Bruton Smith. It kind of looks like. But anyway, this is it. When you get, like, on here, you can see that the oldest is first. This is the intro to the book. And I'm learning how to, like, in the future, you'll be able to click a little triangle and it'll read it to you. But it's that, and it's got photos of from our family's albums. If it's not from the family's albums, I would write it down below. But see, it goes in. That's the basic. That's the basic premise of what Substack is, and you just close it with the little X in the corner, and then I don't know. It goes back to some main feed, but anyway, this here is. And it's kind of a news kind of thing, but yeah. But yeah, that's it. This is up to 71. And this is a spoiler I told you about. We'd sleep across the back of the Camaro. My little sisters mostly. I never slept much. I put my parents through hell. And to be honest, this race car here was my race car. And they'd put me in that. I was about 2 or 3 years old, and they put me in that like a playpen. That was my race car. Yep, sure was. So that's what a Substack is, and that's me and Lori. Lori, like I said before, worked for Bobby Labonte. She scored the 18 car, and she was J.D. Gibbs' assistant. Plus, we'd ride, co-drive to the track, either like Talladega or Atlanta or Daytona. They drove in the van and we'd drive later because we had real jobs too. Like she worked for JD and stuff. Alright, let's get on out of here. Who the heck is streaming? I didn't even look. I'm gonna raid out. Thank you for sticking around, and I will definitely catch you later. Let's see who's here, who's running. I like these new formats. Let's see who you might not know. Who might you not know? God, there's a ton of people online today. Holy smokes. Jesus. Try again. Who is online that you won't get mad at me about? Yeah, this is a dude that rides. He's got a really high I rating. You'll like it if he takes raids. Did it go through? Yep. It sure did. Got it unmuted. Let me see why. Okie dokie. Anyway, I'm going to jump out of my stream. That's what the problem is. And jump back in here really quick. Bye, guys.